freezing on the ground, not choking at the rafters, but somewhere in between. You might not breathe perfectly clear air, but you weren't suffocating either. It was a compromise position, a practical middle ground carved out of architecture itself. And beyond their function, these raised sleeping spots shaped social life. The benches nearest the fire may have been claimed by elders or by those with higher status, while less favored corners were left to servants or guests. Sleeping arrangements spoke quietly about hierarchy, the placement of bodies reflecting the placement of power. You might think of it as the Viking version of seating charts, only enforced every single night. So as you settle deeper into your imagined bedding, you feel both gratitude and discomfort. Gratitude that you aren't lying directly in the mud, shivering with cold seeping through your bones. Discomfort that you're pressed between relatives, straw itching your skin, the fire spitting sparks too close for comfort. This was the Viking bed, rough, smoky, communal, and yet utterly necessary. The raised platform is no luxury suite, but when winter howls outside and the world freezes solid, it is enough to rest, enough to survive. And as your eyes close in the flicker of firelight, you understand that sometimes survival depends not on conquering the cold, but on finding the smallest edge against it. A plank, a layer of straw, a place one step above the earth. You run your fingers across the surface of your bedding and realize it isn't just rough straw or planks beneath you. There's a layering system at work, one born of necessity. First comes a mattress of dried grass or reeds, refreshed as often as families could manage. Then woolen blankets, and finally the most precious possessions of all, thick animal skins. These were the Viking equivalent of duvets, heavy and warm, their musky scent reminding you that survival smelled like sheep and reindeer more than lavender. Archaeological digs have revealed remnants of bedding material, bits of charred straw, tufts of sheep wool, even hair from goats woven into blankets. These fragments confirm what sagas sometimes hint at. Wool was the bedrock of comfort. Scandinavian sheep, hardy and thick-fleeced, produced fiber strong enough to withstand endless winters. When spun into blankets or cloaks, wool trapped heat even when damp, a miracle fabric long before Gore-Tex existed. You may wrinkle your nose at the itch, but your body thanks it for the warmth. Here's an intriguing sidelight. Not all bedding was purely local. Some furs came from far-off trade routes, bear pelts from the north, beaver skins from the east, even luxurious reindeer hides from Lapland. To sleep beneath such a cover wasn't just comfort. It was status. Imagine lying under a shimmering pelt that had traveled hundreds of miles, proof that your family commanded wealth or connections. Bedding itself became a quiet symbol of prestige. Now lean closer and feel the tactile reality of it. The straw beneath scratches, the wool above itches, and the furs weigh heavy across your chest. Together, though, they create a cocoon against the drafts that sneak through the turf walls. Without these layers, the cold would creep relentlessly, numbing toes and stiffening joints. With them, you might actually drift into dreams instead of shivering through the night. Specialists still question exactly how thick these bedding layers were. Some reconstructions show only a few inches of straw. Others suggest deep piles refreshed regularly, almost like primitive mattresses. There's even debate about whether animal skins were primarily laid beneath sleepers or over them. Did you lie on fur and cover yourself with wool, or the reverse? The physical evidence doesn't settle it, and so the scholarly back and forth continues. You're left to test both versions in your imagination, wondering which one left fewer flea bites. Because fleas were the uninvited guests at every Viking sleepover. Wool and fur may have been warm, but they were also perfect homes for pests. Archaeological studies of Viking burial sites have found traces of insect remains in clothing and bedding, clear signs that itching was part of nightly life. You might laugh at the thought of a warrior who braved icy seas, but cursed it at tiny creatures under his blanket. Survival was never glamorous. And then there's the smell. Wool smelled of lanolin, earthy and slightly oily. Furs carried the musk of the animals they once clothed. Mixed with smoke from the fire and dampness from the turf walls, the longhouse reeked of life, raw and unfiltered. Did people notice? Or had their senses adapted so thoroughly that this bouquet of animal, earth, and ash simply became the smell of home? Anthropologists suspect the latter, pointing out how quickly humans normalize their environments. One charming detail emerges from sagas and folklore. Bedding was sometimes blessed or charmed. A skin laid over a child might be accompanied by whispered words invoking protection from spirits of the cold. This suggests that blankets weren't just physical shields, but spiritual ones as well. To wrap yourself in fur was to wrap yourself in safety, both practical and mystical. You picture a mother smoothing a pelt over her son, murmuring a prayer to Thor or Freyr that the night would pass without harm. Think about the tactile rhythm of these nights. You shift on straw that crinkles under your body, tug a woolen cloak higher over your chin, and feel the heavy drag of a fur pressing you down. The air still carries a bite, but your body heat builds under the layers, turning discomfort into something closer to relief. In that moment, survival doesn't feel heroic. It feels ordinary. Just another night endured, just another dawn waiting beyond the snow. So you close your eyes and sink into that layered nest, realizing how simple materials, grass, wool, and hide, became the technology of survival. No silk sheets, no feather beds, just the ingenuity of making do with what nature provided. And yet, despite the itch, the pests, the heaviness, you sleep. Because in the Viking world, that was enough. The fur across your chest feels heavier than wool, softer than straw, and undeniably foreign. You notice the difference right away. This isn't from the sheep grazing just outside the longhouse, or from the goats whose bleating fills the night. This pelt has traveled. Its texture tells you it once belonged to a beaver, or perhaps even a bear, animals not native to your farmstead. And that realization opens a new window into Viking life. Their bedding was not just local resourcefulness, but part of a much wider web of trade. Archaeological evidence, coupled with written sources, shows that Vikings did not live in isolation. They voyaged, they raided, they traded, and through these networks came goods that reshaped their homes. Among the most prized were furs. From the Sami of northern Scandinavia came reindeer and fox pelts. From the dense forests of what is now Russia and the Baltic, merchants brought beaver, sable, and marten skins. To lie beneath such covers was more than warmth. It was proof of status. Owning an imported pelt said that your family had reach, influence, and the wealth to acquire it. One well-documented fact is that fur was a cornerstone of Viking commerce. Tribute from conquered lands often came in the form of pelts, and merchants from as far as the Middle East coveted northern furs for their rarity and insulation. In fact, fragments of Arabian silver coins found in Scandinavian soil hint at this trade. Furs moving south, silver moving north. And some of those furs didn't just line cloaks. They lined bedding, softening the Viking night. But there's a quirky story attached too. Medieval chroniclers occasionally describe this semi-trading reindeer hides not just for tools or iron, but for dairy products, suggesting that bedding warmth might literally have been bought with buckets of milk or cheese. Picture it: a Viking farmer clutching a bundle of reindeer hides earned by trading goat cheese, dragging it home and spreading it proudly across his family's bed platform. Survival stitched itself together from unexpected bargains. When you press your cheek into one of these imported furs, the experience is different from local wool. The fur is sleeker, more supple, and often better at trapping heat. Reindeer hides in particular were legendary for their insulating qualities, used even in modern Arctic expeditions. Imagine the relief of a Viking child crawling under such a cover, feeling its weight and warmth, cocooned against drafts sneaking through turf walls. For that child, survival had been carried across miles of icy wilderness. Scholars continue to debate just how widespread these imported furs were in everyday households. Some argue that they were rare luxuries, reserved for wealthy chieftains and their families. Others suggest that trade was extensive enough that even modest farmers might occasionally sleep under foreign pelts, at least for special occasions or during the most brutal winters. With evidence scattered and fragmentary, the truth sits in that gray zone, neither fully common nor entirely elite, but whether rare or not, the symbolism mattered. Furs carried prestige. They were visible proof of connection beyond the village, tokens of the Viking world's reach. To lie under an imported pelt wasn't just comfort. It was a statement, whispered into the smoky dark. We belong to something larger than this hall. Close your eyes and imagine the sensation now. Your shoulders sink beneath the softness, your body heat sealed in by layers more efficient than anything local wool could provide. Around you, others murmur and sleep, perhaps jealous of your fur or comforted by their own. The fire flickers, smoke curls above, and outside, the snow piles higher. You are wrapped not only in warmth, but in the long threads of trade, war, and travel that wove the Viking Age together. In this way, even the act of sleeping became part of a global network. You think of silver coins crossing seas, of beaver pelts changing hands in forest clearings, of caravans moving silently through snowbound passes. All of it ends here, in this longhouse, where you finally relax enough to drift into uneasy dreams. The furs may itch, they may smell faintly of musk, but they carry with them the breath of distant lands. And in the middle of a Scandinavian winter, that was a kind of magic one that could make the difference between shivering awake and sleeping. Through until dawn, you shift under the heavy hides and realize just how crowded this space really is. The longhouse isn't a quiet retreat for a single family. It is a hive. The benches along the walls are filled not with neat rows of sleepers, but with bodies jumbled together. Grandparents, parents, children, servants, even the occasional guest, everyone crammed shoulder to shoulder. The very architecture demanded it. With walls so thick and space so precious, the best way to stay warm was to share the air, the furs, and sometimes even the same blanket. Archaeologists studying longhouse remains often point out the sheer size of these halls, some stretching 20 or 30 meters in length. That wasn't because Vikings wanted extra elbow room. It was because multiple family units, and sometimes multiple generations, lived under one roof. It was less a house than a community building, a micro-village pressed into a smoky wooden shell. One surviving saga casually mentions 3 households sharing the same hall, and you can almost feel the press of bodies now, as you try to roll over without knocking someone else in the face. The benefits were practical. More people meant more heat. A dozen bodies lying close together created a microclimate of shared warmth. In an age when insulation was patchy and fire unreliable, this collective heat was a survival strategy. You may not have enjoyed sleeping so near to your grumpy uncle or the servant who hadn't bathed in months, but their body heat might mean you woke up alive. And there's an odd little aside preserved in folklore. Some families supposedly arranged sleepers strategically, with children tucked between adults to maximize warmth. Imagine being wedged between two snoring parents, wrapped in their cloaks, while cousins and grandparents formed a human wall against the cold air seeping in from the door. The longhouse became less like a bedroom and more like a living blanket, each body another patch sewn into the quilt of survival. Still, this closeness came at a cost. Privacy, as you understand it, didn't exist. Every cough, every mutter, every restless turn was shared with the entire room. Quarrels couldn't be whispered without everyone overhearing. Intimacy was never truly private. And yet, for Vikings, this was normal. Modern sensibilities would call it suffocating. They called it life. Scholars still wrestle with how these shared spaces shaped social dynamics. Did constant proximity strengthen kinship bonds, or did it spark simmering tensions? Some anthropologists suggest that such tight quarters bred extraordinary cooperation. Families who had to endure nights nose to nose learned patience and tolerance. Others counter that sagas full of feuds and rivalries hint at the opposite, that living stacked together like firewood fueled resentment as much as solidarity. Both views hold water, and you, lying on your straw mattress, might agree with either depending on whose elbow just jabbed you in the ribs. Close your eyes now and imagine the sensory storm, the warmth of shared bodies, the mingled smells of sweat, wool, and smoke, the sound of snoring layered like a chorus across the hall. Somewhere a baby fusses. Somewhere else a dog growls softly in its sleep. This isn't a serene silence. It's a cacophony. And yet, amid that noise, there's comfort. You are never alone. One peculiar note from excavation sites: benches sometimes appear to have been built at slightly different heights, perhaps dividing one family's sleeping area from another's. You might picture shallow ledges stepping up along the wall, each clan claiming their level. The arrangement created not just warmth but hierarchy. Whose bench sat nearest the fire? Whose was shunted toward the drafty end by the doorway? The politics of sleeping arrangements spoke as loudly as words at the daytime feast. So, as you settle into your imagination of this crowded hall, you realize something vital. The longhouse wasn't designed for the individual. It was designed for the group. Survival wasn't a solitary act. It was communal, noisy, sometimes uncomfortable, but deeply human. You shared not only stories and meals, but also your very body heat, night after night, winter after winter. And in that closeness, sweaty, smoky, and undeniably cramped, there was also a kind of security. If danger approached, if a storm tore at the roof, if illness struck, you weren't isolated. You were surrounded, woven into the fabric of kin. In the Viking world, that closeness might have been the warmest thing of all. You stir in the smoky dark, and the warmth you feel doesn't just come from your family pressed against you. It comes from something larger and heavier at the far end of the hall. There, behind a wooden partition or a low fence, animals shift and breathe, their hot, moist exhalations adding to the fog of the longhouse. Cows, sheep, goats, and even pigs often shared the roof with their human keepers. And while it might sound unpleasant to modern ears, this mingling of species was one of the most practical heating systems the Vikings had. Archaeological digs consistently reveal longhouses divided into sections, one end for living, One end for livestock, sometimes separated only by a waist-high wall. The evidence is unmistakable. Troughs carved into the floor for feeding, post holes for pens, even layers of compacted manure still preserved in the soil. It's not guesswork. These halls doubled as barns. When winter set in, animals weren't left outside to freeze. They became roommates, breathing furnaces that helped keep the human half of the house just a little warmer. Close your eyes and imagine it. The thick, pungent scent of hay and manure rising through the smoky air. The sound of hooves shifting restlessly. The low rumble of a cow's breath on the other side of the partition. At first, it seems intolerable. But then the warmth reaches you, subtle but steady, seeping across the hall like a second hearth. Every animal became a radiator, their bodies contributing to the invisible tide of heat that pooled under the turf roof. One reliable fact is that cows produce an impressive amount of body heat. Modern farmers even calculate this, knowing a single cow radiates hundreds of watts of energy. Multiply that by a herd, and suddenly you've got a natural heating system. The Vikings may not have measured it in watts, but they understood its value. Livestock were more than food on hooves. They were winter partners, shoring up human survival with every exhale. And here's an oddly amusing detail. Sagas and later folklore sometimes poke fun at the smell of these arrangements, with characters teased for sleeping with cows. The humor suggests everyone knew it was both necessary and unpleasant. Imagine rolling over, pulling your cloak across your nose, and muttering about the neighbor's goat bleeding all night. Yet, when the storm raged outside, you'd be grateful for every warm breath drifting across that partition. Specialists still debate how tightly integrated the animal and human sections were. Some reconstructions show clear barriers, with animals penned neatly away. Others suggest only a symbolic division, meaning that goats could wander dangerously close to your bedding if you weren't careful. The lack of intact interiors leaves the question open, and you're left to picture both versions, sometimes orderly, sometimes chaotic, but always full of smells and sounds that modern bedrooms would never tolerate. The presence of animals didn't just change the climate. It changed the rhythm of sleep. You'd hear the shuffle of hooves, the soft chewing of hay, the snorts and sighs of creatures bedding down. Children may have found comfort in these sounds, lulled by the heartbeat-like rhythm of cows settling into the night. Adults, on the other hand, might curse when a restless sheep startled awake and bleated loudly at midnight. Either way, sleep was never fully silent. There's even an argument among some researchers that the manure itself, layered on the far side of the hall, released a little heat as it decomposed. You might laugh at the thought of a dung-heated Viking home, but decomposition does produce warmth. Was it noticeable, or just a smelly byproduct? The debate lingers, unresolved, leaving you to wonder if those stinking piles actually contributed to keeping children's toes from freezing. Beyond warmth, the livestock brought another kind of security. To keep your animals inside meant they were safe from predators and theft. In a world where a family's wealth was measured in cows and sheep, guarding them overnight wasn't optional. You and your goats endured the same smoky air, not because it was fun, but because it meant survival for both. So as you settle deeper into your furs in this imagined longhouse, the warmth that surrounds you is layered and complex. Fire flickers at the center, families breathe heavily along the benches, and animals exhale steadily from the far end. The entire hall becomes an ecosystem of shared heat. You may wrinkle your nose at the pungency, but you sigh with relief too. Because in the frozen north, every warm breath counts, no matter who or what it comes from. the night stretches on, and you realize something striking. No one here expects to sleep through 8 uninterrupted hours. That idea belongs to your modern clock, not the Viking world. In the longhouse, rest came in pieces, often in shifts, as bodies rose and lay back down according to fire, chores, and the unpredictable rhythm of life. You stir at midnight, see someone poking at the embers, hear another rising to relieve themselves outside, and it dawns on you. Sleep was communal, but it was also staggered. Written sources and ethnographic comparisons suggest that pre-industrial sleep was often segmented. People dozed for a few hours, woke in the night, and then drifted into a second sleep before dawn. Some researchers argue that Vikings likely followed this pattern too. After all, tending the hearth required it. The fire had to be fed, smoke holes adjusted, animals checked. In the deep dark of Scandinavian winter, waking at odd intervals was part of survival. Picture it now. Around you, half the hall snores, while a few shadowy figures move quietly through the haze. One kneels at the fire, laying a log onto the embers. Another leads a goat outside, muttering into the cold. A third simply sits, wide-eyed, thinking or praying in the half-light. Sleep here isn't absolute. It's fluid, a tide ebbing and flowing through the night. One well-supported fact is that sagas occasionally described midnight moments as if characters were expected to be awake for a spell in the dark. Some stories even mention conversations or reflections taking place in the middle of the night, not treated as interruptions, but as natural pauses in the rhythm of rest. For the Viking family, nighttime was not a solid block of unconsciousness, but a shared, shifting landscape of dozing, waking, tending, and dreaming. And then comes a quirky image. A child waking in the dark, asking the parent to tell a story before drifting back to sleep. The sagas themselves might have been born in those in-between hours, when half the hall was awake, voices carrying low over the crackle of the fire. What better time to pass on tales of gods and heroes than in the hushed stillness between first and second sleep? Scholars, of course, argue about how consistent this practice was. Some insist segmented sleep was nearly universal before artificial lighting, while others caution that evidence is thin and often drawn from later sources. Did Vikings follow this rhythm every night, or only in winter when darkness stretched endlessly? The truth lies somewhere between certainty and speculation, but the patterns of fire tending and livestock care suggest strong possibilities. Now imagine yourself stirring from a dream. Your body is warm under furs, but your lungs ache from smoke. You cough, sit up, and see someone else already awake. There's comfort in that, the shared acknowledgement that the night isn't something to conquer alone. You toss on another log, perhaps mutter a few words to a god or ancestor, then ease back down, waiting for the tide of sleep to return. This rhythm also meant that Viking nights were not silent stretches but punctuated with life. The scrape of wood on fire, the creak of benches as someone shifts, the sighs of animals rising and settling again. Even the act of stepping outside into the cold for relief broke the monotony, your eyes meeting the aurora swirling above before you scurried back inside. These interruptions stitched themselves into memory, making each night a woven fabric rather than a blank dot. Think for a moment about how this altered the experience of time. In the longhouse, the dark was not a void to be endured, but a canvas stretched across shifting hours. People moved in and out of wakefulness like fish in a current. Perhaps that explains why the Vikings measured their days less by minutes and more by tasks. Feed the animals, stoke the fire, share a tale, drift to sleep again. And so you settle into that rhythm yourself, First sleep, waking moments, second sleep. You breathe with the hall, rising and falling with its pulse. The modern idea of one solid, private, quiet night dissolves. In its place is a communal tide, a cycle of warmth, watchfulness, and dreams broken into pieces but still somehow whole. The night grows deeper, and though your body rests, your ears stay awake. In this crowded longhouse, silence never truly arrives. Instead, the air is thick with overlapping sounds, a chorus of human and animal life echoing through the smoky beams. You hear it all: songs, mutters, snores, the creak of timbers, the cough of someone whose lungs are filled with soot. For a Viking, this was the soundtrack of sleep. Archaeologists can't excavate sound, but sagas and ethnographic parallels offer clues. Imagine after the evening meal, as families began to settle down, someone might recite a verse or a saga fragment, letting the words carry into the dark. These weren't formal performances. They were bedtime habits, ways of filling the hours before the first wave of sleep. A chieftain's hall might echo with tales of Odin, Thor, or local heroes, while a farmer's house might hum with lullabies whispered to restless children. Either way, stories and songs were stitched into the night as firmly as the straw beneath your back. But once voices faded, another sound rose, snoring. Picture dozens of bodies packed together on benches, cloaks pulled tight, airways clogged with smoke and fatigue. The cacophony must have been extraordinary. Some ethnographies studying traditional farmhouses in Scandinavia describe them as barns of sound where no one ever truly slept in silence. You lie there now, pressed between relatives, and the snores shake your ear as loudly as the storm outside. Here's a curious aside. Some sagas even joke about loud sleepers. Characters are mocked for the thunderous sounds they made at night, as if everyone in the hall was doomed to share the misery. Humor survives precisely because it was so common. Snoring was unavoidable in a room crammed with exhausted bodies and poor air circulation. Imagine muttering curses at your neighbor's rattling throat while knowing you did the same. When you drifted off dot, and then there were the animals. Cows shifting in their stalls, goats bleating softly, pigs grunting in dreams. Every noise amplified in the echoing timber shell. Some scholars suggest this constant background of animal sounds may have been oddly comforting, proof that the creatures, the family's wealth and lifeblood, were safe for the night. Others propose it was maddening, an unending reminder that you were living in a barn as much as a house. Both views ring true, depending on your tolerance. Now think about the fire again. As logs burned down, they popped and hissed, sending sparks snapping into the gloom. The hearth itself was noisy, a restless companion that never let the room fully quiet. Sometimes the shift of logs would wake a light sleeper, who in turn would stir others. The sound chain rippled through the hall, keeping night perpetually restless. Modern readers often imagine sleep as a private, serene escape, but for Vikings, it was something else entirely. Sleep was social. You slept in a soundscape woven from every voice, every cough, every animal breath. Privacy was a dream, drowned beneath the steady hum of life packed into timber walls. Did people find it exhausting? Or, having never known silence, did they drift into slumber with ease, their minds soothed by the familiarity of shared sound? One thing is certain. Sagas often describe evenings filled with speech. Heroes exchange boasts, women sing, children listen. That suggests that noise wasn't only tolerated. It was expected, part of the rhythm of domestic life. The shift from spoken tales to snores was seamless, a continuum of voices passing from conscious to unconscious. You might smile at the idea that the same lungs which sang praises to Thor an hour ago now rumbled like a bull in slumber. Scholars continue to discuss how these constant sounds shape the culture. Some argue it fostered resilience. If you can sleep through goats bleating and uncles snoring, you can endure anything. Others propose it heightened storytelling traditions. With so much time awake in the dark, tales became central to community identity. The evidence leaves space for both interpretations, and as you listen in the longhouse, you sense both are true. Now let your ears fill with that imagined chorus, the rhythm of breathing, the creak of the roof, the occasional cry of a child, the deep bass of a cow settling down. Together, these sounds weave a lullaby, harsh perhaps, but comforting in its familiarity. You realize that for a Viking, sleep wasn't escape from the world. It was immersion in it, a nightly surrender to the noisy, smoky, beating heart of the longhouse. The hours crawl on, and you realize warmth isn't only about fire, furs, or bodies pressed close. It also comes from within, from what you eat before lying down. The Viking diet was heavy with grains, meat, and dairy, all dense foods that stoked the furnace of the body. A stomach filled with porridge or roasted mutton generated a slow burn of energy that carried you through the night. Without it, you'd shiver even under the thickest reindeer hide. Archaeological studies of Viking latrines and rubbish heaps paint a clear picture of what sustained these nights. Barley and rye bread, thick soups of peas and beans, stews of lamb or pork, and the ever-present dairy products from cows and goats. These foods weren't just nourishment. They were insulation in edible form. You can almost taste a bowl of barley gruel sweetened with honey, heavy in the belly, warming you as you curl on your straw bedding. And here's a curious little detail. Bones unearthed from Viking sites sometimes show gnaw marks, suggesting that marrow was a prized midnight snack. Imagine a child crunching on a roasted bone before bed, greasy fingers tucked into furs afterward. Not glamorous, but practical. The fat provided concentrated calories, fueling warmth long after the fire burned low. What researchers still puzzle over is how evenly such foods were distributed. Did wealthier families enjoy richer, meat-heavy diets, while poorer households scraped by on grains and thin soups? The evidence hints at disparity. Some graves yield traces of rich animal proteins, others mostly plant-based diets, which means that one family might fall asleep stuffed and warm, while another went to bed hungry and cold in the very same village. The impact of diet on sleep is something you can feel as you imagine yourself here. With a full belly, your body relaxes, limbs heavy, warmth radiating from within. Without food, the cold bites deeper, every draft as sharp as a sting. It's no wonder that winter feasts, often timed around Yule, were such important events. They weren't just celebrations. They were survival strategies, filling bellies at the coldest time of year. Picture the scene. After a hearty stew simmered all evening in the central hearth, families settle onto their benches, bellies stretched, warmth spreading through their cores. The smoky longhouse may still be drafty, but their inner fires glow. Even the animals benefit, fed hay and scraps. Their own bellies churn with warmth, adding to the hall's collective heat. Sleep arrives easier when hunger isn't gnawing at your ribs. Another quirky tidbit comes from saga literature. Heroes are sometimes described as eating enormous meals before resting, as if sheer appetite were a mark of strength. One tale mentions a man devouring whole sides of meat before falling into a snoring heap. Was it exaggeration? Almost certainly. But it reflects a cultural truth that eating well meant sleeping well, and both were signs of health and vitality. Yet historians still disagree about the extent to which diet mitigated the cold. Some argue that calorie-dense foods were essential in the subarctic climate, functioning as internal insulation. Others suggest that while diet played a role, clothing and bedding mattered far more, pointing out that even the best-fed body couldn't withstand icy drafts without wool and fur. The debate remains unresolved, and you're left to weigh both perspectives while chewing on your imaginary barley loaf. The sensory picture is vivid, the aftertaste of smoky stew lingering on your tongue, the heaviness in your belly, the way warmth spreads from core to fingertips. You curl into your furs, shift against your neighbor, and sigh. Tonight, food is as much a blanket as the hides pulled over your shoulders. In the Viking world, survival wasn't just about what covered you. It was about what filled you. And as the night drifts on, you understand that each bite of stew, each gulp of milk, each sliver of marrow was a thread in the fabric of warmth, woven into the longhouse as surely as logs and turf. Your belly is heavy from that smoky stew. And now someone passes you a horn brimming with ale. The warmth of food is one thing, but the warmth of drink is another. Vikings brewed beer, ale, and mead, and these weren't just for feasting. They slipped into the rhythms of everyday life, even the nightly struggle to keep warm. One swallow sends a flush to your cheeks, a trickle of heat spreading through your chest. For a moment, you feel as though the cold has been banished entirely. Archaeological finds of brewing vats, fermentation pits, and residue on clay vessels confirm that alcohol was a constant presence in Viking homes. Ale brewed from barley or oats, flavored with herbs, was common. Mead, the honey wine of legend, may have been rarer but highly prized. These drinks were caloric, mildly intoxicating, and above all, warming. The sensation of warmth, though fleeting, was enough to help families drift off under their smoky roofs. And yet, there's a strange contradiction you can sense even now. Alcohol dilates blood vessels, making you feel warm on the surface, but it also hastens heat loss. Modern medicine tells us that drinking before bed in a freezing hall could be dangerous. Did the Vikings know this? Probably not in scientific terms, but they must have noticed the effects. Some waking sweaty, others shivering more after a drink. Still, in a world of cold nights, the immediate comfort outweighed the long-term risk. One charming aside comes from sagas, where men, having drunk too heavily, fell asleep in awkward places, sometimes on benches, sometimes even near the fire. Imagine being roused at midnight to drag a tipsy uncle away from smoldering embers, before his cloak caught flame. Humor preserved in story hints that this happened often enough to be worth retelling, but alcohol wasn't merely about indulgence. These drinks carried calories, important when every scrap of energy mattered. A horn of ale could be as filling as a small meal, helping to sustain warmth from within. Honeyed mead, sweet and heavy, was almost like syrup, giving the body quick-burning fuel. You imagine lying down after such a drink, warmth coursing through you, dreams drifting quicker to the surface. Specialists still differ on how widely alcohol was consumed nightly. Some argue that ale was the daily drink, replacing water that was often unsafe. Others caution that brewing required grain and honey, both valuable, so households may have rationed carefully. Which is true? The archaeological record suggests both extremes were possible. Feasting halls where mead flowed freely, and small farms where ale was precious, consumed sparingly on winter nights. The sensory impression is vivid, the tang of fermented barley on your tongue, the sweetness of honey lingering on your lips, the slight dizziness as you lie back against your furs. Around you, voices grow louder, laughter rises, then slowly fades into snores. The alcohol turns the noisy hall into a softer blur, making the press of bodies and the sting of smoke feel more bearable. Yet the risks remained. A drink too many, and you might oversleep your turn tending the fire. Worse, you might stumble into the animal stalls or collapse dangerously close to the hearth. Folklore even preserves warnings about drinking too deeply before bed. Stories meant to remind that indulgence could end in disaster. So as you settle beneath your cloak, warmed by both stew and mead, you recognize the double-edged nature of Viking drink. It comforted, it sustained, and it lulled, but it also left you vulnerable in the coldest nights. You drift into dreams, cheeks flushed, belly full, thinking that survival sometimes tastes like barley and honey, sharp and sweet on the tongue. Your head still swims faintly from that horn of mead, but as you roll onto your side, you notice something simple and telling. The woolen cloak you wore during the day has not been folded neatly away. It lies across you now, doubled as a blanket. In the Viking world, clothes were not mere garments. They were armor against the cold, by day and by night. When the fire faded and the longhouse groaned under snow, cloaks and tunics did double duty as bedding. The archaeological record is rich with textiles. Fragments of woolen cloth have been unearthed from graves and bogs across Scandinavia, often surprisingly well preserved. Thick twill weaves, tablet-woven bands, and coarse, homespun cloth show the dominance of wool in everyday life. Sheep were central to survival, not only for meat and milk, but for fleece that could be spun into endlessly useful fabric. Historians agree on this point. Without wool, Viking nights would have been much harsher. Wool had a particular magic quality. Its fibers trapped heat even when damp, a lifesaver in a climate where snow melted into every crack and clothing often got wet. Imagine pulling your day cloak tighter over your body, its rough texture scratching but also sealing in precious warmth. These cloaks weren't decorative in the way later medieval fashions became. They were practical slabs of fabric, pinned at the shoulder with brooches, heavy enough to resist the wind outside, and thick enough to serve as a coverlet inside. There's an intriguing side note here. In some graves, especially of higher status individuals, cloaks were found lined with imported furs. This suggests a layering system even in clothing. Wool on the outside for durability, fur on the inside for insulation. To sleep under such a cloak was to wrap yourself in both local craft and global trade, proof that fashion and survival walked hand in hand. You picture yourself pulling such a cloak over your shoulders, the wool scratchy against your chin, the fur lining warm against your skin. But what about ordinary people? Did every farmer or thrall have such luxury? Scholars still debate the distribution of clothing quality. Some argue that wool cloaks were universal, though the weave and thickness varied. Others insist that the best textiles were reserved for the wealthy, while poorer folk slept under thinner, rougher cloth, supplementing with straw or skins. The evidence doesn't fully resolve this, leaving you to imagine the range, from rich chieftains cocooned in layered cloaks to servants shivering beneath thin, threadbare wraps. Beyond cloaks, tunics and trousers often stayed on through the night. The idea of changing into nightclothes didn't exist. Instead, day garments became sleepwear, conserving every scrap of warmth. Archaeological textile finds show heavy wool tunics, sometimes belted, sometimes simple pullovers, which would have doubled as pajamas, whether intended or not. Think of sleeping fully dressed, boots off but everything else intact. As much a defense against drafts as a matter of convenience. One quirky piece of folklore suggests that women sometimes spread their shawls or headscarves over children as extra layers. Imagine a mother loosening her woven head wrap at night, laying it gently across her toddler as an impromptu blanket. These improvisations remind you that survival wasn't about luxury. It was about using every scrap of cloth available. Now close your eyes and feel the sensory side. Wool scratches at your neck, heavy across your chest, the faint smell of lanolin still clinging. Your tunic itches against your arms, but the warmth it holds is undeniable. The cloak above you blocks the chill that seeps through cracks in the turf walls, and for a while you breathe easier, grateful for the stubborn heat of sheep's fleece. The social meaning of cloaks also lingered in the dark. To be given a cloak was a gift of protection, status, even intimacy. Sagas sometimes described warriors gifting cloaks to companions, gestures that carried weight far beyond fabric. In a longhouse setting, that same cloak might later be shared as bedding, weaving together layers of symbolism, loyalty, survival, warmth. You wonder if someone lying beside you once wore their cloak in battle, and now it covers you in slumber. Historians continue to puzzle over how often clothing was washed. Some evidence suggests rarely, since wool retained oils that repelled water and dirt. That means the cloak warming you at night might smell strongly of smoke, sweat, and lanolin. Yet for the Vikings, this was familiar, even comforting. The scent wasn't filth. It was home, survival wrapped into every fiber. Consider also the rhythm of reuse. The same cloak might serve at a feast by day, draped proudly over shoulders, then become a blanket by night, shared among children. Fabric was never wasted. It was too valuable. Even worn, threadbare pieces found new lives as padding, patches, or stuffing for bedding. Every scrap contributed to the nightly war against cold. The image becomes clear. The Viking longhouse wasn't furnished with piles of purpose-made blankets. It was filled with multi-purpose fabric, garments that crossed roles seamlessly. A cloak pinned at the shoulder during the day was unpinned and laid across your chest at night. A tunic that smelled of sweat and smoke kept you alive when the fire dwindled. The line between clothing and bedding blurred until it disappeared entirely. And so you settle deeper, the wool pressing down, the fur edges brushing your chin. You don't think of luxury. You think of endurance. Each fiber whispers of sheep grazing in summer fields, of women spinning by firelight, of looms creaking in smoky halls. Every thread is survival made tangible, and as you drift toward dreams you realize, in the Viking world, warmth didn't come from bed sheets tucked fresh and clean. It came from the very clothes you lived in, day and night, woven tight against the cold. You blink awake in the dim glow of embers and feel a little body pressed firmly against your side. It isn't an accident. Children in the Viking world were often placed in the middle of the bed, not only for comfort, but as a deliberate survival tactic. The smallest bodies, the most vulnerable to the creeping cold, were tucked between adults, insulated by layers of warmth on either side. It was the longhouse equivalent of central heating, positioning children like glowing coals, kept alive by the fire of family. Excavations of Viking graves, where children are sometimes found buried alongside adults with shared bedding goods, echo this practice. It wasn't just symbolic. It mirrored the way they had slept in life, intertwined, protected, guarded by the heat of older, stronger bodies. Archaeologists reading the soil stains of decomposed wood and fur can see the layout. Benches broad enough for several sleepers, with smaller imprints nestled between. It paints a picture not of privacy, but of survival through proximity. Close your eyes and imagine it now. Your child curls into your chest, hair smelling of smoke and wool, their small hands tucked under your cloak. On the other side, another child leans against your partner, legs pressed against yours. The adults form a protective cocoon, a living wall against drafts. Any modern parent would recognize the instinct to keep little ones close, but here it was magnified by necessity. Without that human insulation, a child might not last the night. One solid piece of evidence comes from saga literature, which occasionally hints at the middle place of children in bed-sharing arrangements. While these accounts are rare and indirect, they reinforce the archaeological clues. Vikings knew the cold was merciless, and they stacked the odds by stacking their families together. And then there's the quirky note from later Scandinavian folk practices. In some regions, children were said to sleep crosswise, lying perpendicular to the adults, so that many small bodies could be wedged into one bench. Picture that tangle of limbs, a row of adults stretched lengthwise, children nestled across them like bars in a fence. It sounds chaotic, but it maximized warmth, turning a wooden platform into a woven grid of heat. Historians don't all agree on how systematic this practice was. Some argue that saga hints and folk customs show a long continuity, that families always used the middle child method. Others caution that it may have varied widely, with some households practicing more separation, especially if benches were wide. The evidence is patchy, and debate lingers in academic halls. But in the smoky longhouse, with drafts curling under turf walls, the logic seems undeniable. You can feel it even now. The cold bites less when bodies pile close. Now think about the emotional side of this. Children drifting into sleep with the heartbeat of a parent in their ear, lulled by the combined warmth of family. Adults resting easier knowing their little ones were shielded not just by furs, but by flesh and blood protection. In a world where childhood mortality was high, that kind of nightly intimacy must have carried deep reassurance. Yet comfort didn't erase discomfort. You shift under your cloak, and a child's knee jabs your ribs. Another tosses in their sleep, smacking your nose. The benches were narrow, the space crowded, and peace was constantly punctured by elbows and snores. Still, parents accepted it, because the alternative, letting a child sleep at the edge, exposed to drafts, was unthinkable. One odd discovery at a burial site in Norway revealed a child interred with a miniature fur blanket, carefully folded. Was it symbolic? Was it a representation of the family's nightly habit of covering children more carefully? We can't know for certain, but it hints that bedding for the young carried particular importance, both practical and spiritual. To keep a child warm was to keep the family line alive. The sensory picture sharpens as you place yourself there. You feel the weight of furs pressing down, the twitching warmth of a child's body against yours, the steady exhalations creating a small pocket of shared breath under the covers. It is stifling at times, damp with sweat and heavy with smell, yet also comforting, a cocoon against the freezing dark outside. From a social perspective, these arrangements wove families into tighter bonds. Modern ideas of separate nurseries or children's rooms didn't exist. Sleep was a shared endeavor, and in that closeness, love and dependence deepened. But so did the awareness of fragility. You can imagine a parent lying awake, hand resting on a child's chest to feel the rise and fall of breath, whispering a silent plea to the gods that this night, at least, would end with everyone alive, Scholarly debate lingers over whether such intimate bed-sharing shaped Viking parenting styles. Some anthropologists suggest it created stronger intergenerational bonds, with grandparents, parents, and children all pressed together each night. Others argue it may have fueled tension, with lack of rest making tempers short. Either way, the architecture forced intimacy, and the cold enforced it further. Now let your mind sink fully into this picture. The bench creaks under the combined weight of your family. Children stir, adults adjust, cloaks rustle. The fire hisses as someone stirs it awake, and briefly the glow illuminates faces in the heap. Flushed, sweaty, exhausted, but alive. That's the truth of Viking nights. They weren't serene escapes from hardship. They were battles fought with warmth, bodies, and bonds, every single dusk until dawn. And so, as your eyes close again in this imagined hall, you accept the discomfort because you understand its purpose. Children in the middle, adults on the edge, it's a geometry of survival, a nightly pattern written into benches and bedding alike. When morning comes and frost still bites the world outside, you'll rise knowing that huddling together made all the difference. The longhouse is restless again, but this time the sounds carry a softer rhythm, murmurs, whispered laughter, the rustle of cloaks drawn tighter. You realize intimacy itself was part of surviving cold nights. Love and marriage in the Viking Age weren't just social arrangements. They were nightly contracts of warmth. To lie beside a partner wasn't only about companionship. It was a physical buffer against freezing drafts. Archaeological finds don't preserve affection, but they do reveal shared graves where couples were buried with bedding goods, cloaks or furs draped over them. This material evidence, alongside saga references, suggests that sleep and partnership were entwined. Marriage wasn't just about lineage or inheritance. In the dead of winter, it was about having someone to press against when the fire burned low. You pull your imaginary cloak tighter and feel the warmth of another body next to yours. The cold bites less sharply. In a hall where privacy was scarce, couples carved intimacy in whispers under shared furs. Was it comfortable? Perhaps not. Children snoring nearby, goats shifting in their pen, the smoke stinging eyes. But it was the only pocket of closeness to be found. One well-established detail from saga literature is the emphasis on the marriage bed as a place of negotiation and alliance. The Icelandic sagas sometimes mention who shared beds with whom, not just in the literal sense, but in the sense of honor and household order. That placement mattered. It dictated who was allowed into warmth, who lay beside the fire, and who was pushed toward the drafty edges. And here's a quirky little note. In some traditions, the wedding ceremony itself involved leading the bride to the marital bench inside the longhouse, rather than to a separate room. Imagine the whole household watching as the new couple's sleeping place was formally established, with everyone fully aware that the same bench would later double as their shared blanket against the cold. Romantic privacy wasn't the point. Practical survival was. Scholars remain divided on how much privacy Viking couples could actually achieve. Some argue that the crowded conditions left little room for seclusion, suggesting that intimacy was woven openly into the fabric of community life. Others counter that partitions or hangings, animal skins strung along beams, might have offered a little separation. The truth likely varied, with some halls allowing small nooks while others left couples entirely exposed to the gaze and ears of kin. The sensory picture is easy to conjure. You and your partner curl tightly together, sharing not only warmth but breath. Your cloaks overlap, your limbs tangle, and between snores and coughs you whisper words no one else hears. Around you, life in the longhouse rumbles on, but in this cocoon, you create a pocket of heat, physical and emotional. There's a tenderness here, even amid hardship. Imagine a farmer pressing his rough wool cloak over both himself and his wife, ensuring she's covered before he closes his own eyes. Or picture a woman tugging her fur closer around her husband after he stirred the fire, rewarding his vigilance with warmth. These gestures, small nightly acts, were as essential as any great saga deed, for they carried the family through winters that would have crushed them alone. But intimacy wasn't limited to spouses. In households where widows, widowers, or unmarried adults lived, bed sharing often stretched beyond the bounds of romance. Companionship and sleep could cross lines of kinship and duty. An elderly grandmother might sleep beside a granddaughter, not because of sentiment alone, but because body heat kept both alive. A servant might be folded into the same bench as children, filling gaps in the wall of warmth. The arrangement blurred boundaries, emphasizing that survival required cooperation above propriety. One peculiar tidbit lingers in medieval Christian sources, criticizing northern peoples. Some clerics grumbled that they lie all together in their huts with no separation of man and woman. While likely exaggerated, such commentary hints at a reality that shocked outsiders. Viking intimacy wasn't privatized behind stone walls. It was audible, visible, and part of the shared experience of the hall. For the Vikings themselves, this lack of seclusion may have bred resilience. Couples learned to treasure quiet moments, to find warmth not in isolation but amid the thrum of communal life. Love had to coexist with goats bleating and children shifting restlessly nearby. Perhaps that made it more enduring, less dependent on setting, and more rooted in presence. Specialists still question how this environment shaped Viking concepts of marriage and family. Did constant visibility enforce loyalty and transparency, or did it foster jealousy and tension? The sagas provide glimpses of both. Stories of devoted couples surviving hardship together, and tales of betrayal whispered in the same smoky dark. The ambiguity is fitting, for the longhouse was both shelter and pressure cooker, magnifying every bond and every fracture. Now imagine yourself lying there, cloaks overlapped, the weight of furs pressing you close. The smoke prickles your eyes. Children cough nearby, but your partner's hand brushes against yours, and for a moment, the cold doesn't matter. Intimacy in this world is measured not in roses or candlelight, but in shared warmth, whispered words, and the simple act of holding on through the night. In the end, that's what love looked like in the Viking longhouse. Not grand gestures, but the nightly ritual of sharing heat, shielding each other from drafts, and finding connection in the crowded, smoky dark. Survival was communal, yes, but within that crowd, couples still carved their own fragile circle of warmth. The fire has quieted again, and you shift on the bench, feeling the prickly weight of straw beneath you. That's when you notice another nightly ritual that mattered more than anyone admitted, refreshing the bedding itself. Straw mattresses weren't permanent. They were renewed, fluffed, and sometimes replaced altogether. Without that effort, the simple material under your back would rot, flatten, and crawl with pests. Keeping straw fresh wasn't just comfort. It was hygiene, survival, and a bit of household pride. Archaeological digs have uncovered thick layers of straw mixed with ashen fragments of animal hair in longhouse floors. These are the remnants of bedding, spread in layers and refreshed seasonally. Straw insulated against the damp earth, gave a little cushioning, and absorbed some of the smoke and grease of daily life. But it had to be changed. Left too long, it became a foul mattress of mold, fleas, and filth. Imagine lying in straw so old it smelled sour, damp with sweat and spilled mead. That would hardly make sleep easier. One reliable point from medieval sources outside Scandinavia is the phrase, "shake down the bed." This meant fluffing straw bedding, shaking it out, and layering in fresh stalks. Viking households likely did the same, though with less ceremony. You picture a woman in late autumn dragging in bundles of straw, spreading them across the benches, and laughing grimly that these golden stalks would be brown and broken by spring. And here's a quirky tidbit. In some northern traditions that survived well into the modern era, fresh straw was laid in sleeping places at midwinter festivals. It wasn't just practical. It was symbolic, a gesture of renewal. To lie on new straw at Yule meant welcoming the turning of the year, inviting good fortune, while also ensuring the next few months of sleep weren't unbearably itchy. Was this custom Viking in origin? Scholars can't prove it, but the echoes are tantalizing. Now let your senses take over. You roll across straw that crinkles, stiff stalks poking your arms. The smell of dry grass, faintly sweet, under the heavier musk of firs. Fresh straw has a comfort all its own. Earthy, rustic, clean compared to the sour stench of old bedding. It rustles when you move, sounding almost like whispers in the dark. A small reminder that you're sleeping on the same stuff your animals chew. Yet even with this care, the straw never lasted long. Families likely replaced it multiple times a year whenever infestation became unbearable. Archaeologists have found layers of ash deliberately scattered in bedding areas, likely as an attempt to kill pests or dry out dampness. Imagine sprinkling ashes from the hearth across your bed before adding new straw. A strange kind of housekeeping that blurred the line between filth and remedy. Scholars continue to debate whether straw bedding was universal in longhouses or if wealthier households used alternatives like down or imported textiles. A handful of elite burials include feathers and finer fillings, suggesting some luxury. But for the majority, straw was the staple. It was cheap, abundant, and at least for a while comfortable. Think of it as the mattress of the masses, one that scratched and rustled but kept you off the bare planks. The practice of refreshing straw also created a rhythm in household life. Children might be tasked with dragging bundles indoors, servants with spreading it evenly, elders with shaking out cloaks before laying them down again. Every part of the process was communal, another reminder that survival was never solitary. Keeping the beds livable was as important as tending the fire or feeding the animals. Neglect it, and everyone would itch, cough, and complain. Imagine the soundscape when the straw was new. Families settled in, the crinkling chorus of bodies lying down echoing across the hall. It would quiet over the weeks, flattening until only silence and dust remained, until fresh bundles arrived and the noise of rustling sleep filled the night again. Small as it seems, that rhythm marked time, tying daily life to seasonal cycles. Another odd layer. Pests were a constant enemy. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs thrived in straw bedding. In fact, entomologists studying remains from Viking Age graves have identified flea species preserved in burial textiles, proof that itching through the night was universal. You squirm now, imagining a Viking tossing under furs, not from cold, but from crawling bites. Straw refreshed the bed, yes, but it never eliminated the problem. The battle against pests was eternal. And so you roll onto your side, aware of the mixture beneath you, fresh stalks crackling, ashes drying the damp, and hidden insects waiting for darkness. It's uncomfortable, imperfect, but it's better than the alternative. To lie directly on planks or soil would invite worse cold, worse damp, worse pain in your bones. Straw was never glamorous, but it was enough to tip the balance toward survival. This nightly maintenance, refreshing straw, spreading furs, shaking out cloaks was as much a ritual as eating or praying. It was the small, constant labor of keeping life livable inside a smoky hall. And though you might itch and grumble, you also sigh with relief, because in the Viking longhouse, fresh straw was not luxury. It was hope that tonight you might sleep a little easier. You tug the cloak higher across your shoulders, but still you twitch and scratch. It isn't the straw this time. It's the uninvited guests living in your bedding. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs thrived in the warmth of Viking longhouses, just as they did in nearly every pre-modern society. If the cold didn't disturb your rest, the itching certainly did. Survival in a smoky timber hall was never about perfect comfort. It was about enduring the constant nuisance of tiny creatures that lived closer to your skin than you'd prefer. Archaeologists have found direct proof of this irritation. Excavations of Viking graves where textile fragments survive often turn up fossilized flea remains or lice eggs clinging to hair. One study from York, once a Viking city, unearthed combs thick with headless and bedding layers rich in flea droppings. These were not isolated incidents. Pests were universal. Everyone scratched. Warriors, farmers, even chieftains lay down at night with fleas hopping across their furs. The longhouse was warm enough for humans to live and warm enough for insects to thrive. Now close your eyes and imagine the sensation. You drift into sleep, only to be jolted awake by an itch at your ankle. You scratch, roll over, and another bite pricks your shoulder. The straw rustles as you shift again. Around you, others do the same, their small movements creating a restless ripple through the benches. The whole hall breathes, snores, coughs, and scratches. In some ways, fleas were the true chorus of Viking nights. Here's a curious detail that makes you smile grimly. Double-sided combs were among the most common personal items found in Viking burials. One side had wider teeth for grooming hair, the other fine teeth for catching lice. Imagine a family huddled around the fire in the evening, not just telling stories but also combing each other's heads, flicking lice into the flames. Hygiene rituals doubled as bonding time. Perhaps even laughter softened the frustration, one person teasing another for hosting a flea circus in their hair. But pests weren't only in hair. They lived in the very furs and blankets meant to protect you. Animal hides provided warmth, yes, but also perfect habitats for fleas. In winter, when bedding wasn't washed or replaced, infestations exploded. Some ethnographies studying later Scandinavian farmhouses noted that children joked about night fleas keeping them awake, suggesting that itching was accepted as part of life. Sleep meant enduring the tiny stings as much as the drafts through the turf. Specialists argue about how much these pests truly affected health. Some suggest the constant irritation led to skin infections or weakened sleep, making people more vulnerable to illness. Others believe that while annoying, the human body simply adapted and communities learned to live with it. The evidence is inconclusive, but the debate shows just how central these tiny creatures were to daily life. Think of the sensory world this created. The smell of smoke and wool clinging to your cloak, the heavy warmth of furs, the faint scratching sound of someone across the hall dragging nails against their skin. Even animals weren't immune. Cows and goats brought their own insects indoors, adding to the collective buzz. You might laugh in despair, realizing that the only creatures truly thriving in the longhouse were the fleas. One odd archaeological note comes from deposits of ash sprinkled into bedding areas. Scholars speculate that ashes were used deliberately to dry out damp straw and to deter pests. Was it effective? Perhaps somewhat. You picture a mother tossing handfuls of gray dust over the bedding before layering fresh straw, hoping the grit would discourage fleas from nesting. It's a primitive insecticide, born of necessity. Yet there were other folk remedies too. Some later traditions speak of placing pungent herbs like tansy or juniper in bedding, both for smell and to repel insects. Did Vikings do the same? There's no direct evidence, but given their knowledge of local plants, it's entirely possible. Imagine falling asleep on straw laced with crushed juniper, the sharp scent mixing with smoke and damp fur. Did it help? Or just make the itch smell nicer? Historians remain unsure. The emotional toll can't be overlooked either. Nights were never entirely restful when pests stirred. Parents may have spent long hours calming children crying from itchy bites. Couples whispered curses at fleas bouncing under blankets. Even the toughened warriors who could face icy seas and battlefields must have groaned at the indignity of scratching like dogs through the night. Still, fleas and lice became part of identity. Combs were as necessary as swords, fireside delousing as common as storytelling. To be Viking was to be itchy, and to accept that discomfort as another battle waged daily. The cold, the smoke, the pests, none could be eliminated entirely, but all could be endured. So as you shift again under your furs, scratching your arm and sighing, you realize something deeper. The Viking night was a tapestry of imperfections. Warmth came wrapped in smoke, companionship came wrapped in noise, and bedding came crawling with fleas. Yet people still slept, still dreamed, still woke, ready to sail and farm and fight. Sleep was never about comfort. It was about endurance. And in enduring, the Vikings outlasted both the winter and the biting fleas that feasted in its shadow. The smoke curls thicker tonight, and as you lie beneath the hides, you sense something beyond the physical warmth. For the Vikings, sleep was never just a bodily need. It carried weight in the world of spirit and superstition. The hearth, the furs, even the straw beneath you were infused with meanings that went far deeper than insulation. Warmth itself was sacred, a gift that could be tied to gods, ancestors, and unseen guardians. Archaeological finds and saga passages hint at this invisible layer of Viking life. Small household shrines, carved figures, and traces of offerings near hearths suggest that the fire was more than fuel. It was the dwelling place of divine protectors. To tend the fire was to feed the spirit of the home. Each glowing ember symbolized life, not just heat. You imagine someone whispering a prayer as they laid a log onto the fire, asking Thor to shield the household from frost or calling on Freyr to watch over sleeping children. One well-attested point is the association of the hearth with *Landvitter, spirits of the land. These beings were thought to linger around houses, guarding them or punishing neglect. A family that kept the fire well fed and the hall orderly invited protection. A family that let the hearth go cold might face misfortune. In this way, survival rituals were also rituals of devotion. And then there's a charming little detail found in later Scandinavian folk traditions. People sometimes placed iron objects like knives or keys near children's bedding to ward off evil. Was this done in the Viking Age? The evidence is hazy, but it's easy to imagine a mother laying her child between herself and her husband, tucking a small iron amulet under the straw, and believing the metal would repel wandering spirits of frost or disease. Scholars are not unanimous on how formal these domestic beliefs were. Some argue they were everyday superstitions, passed quietly within families, never codified. Others think they were structured rituals woven into seasonal festivals like Yule, when bedding was refreshed and fires blessed. The truth may lie somewhere in the middle, a fluid mixture of practical acts and whispered prayers, unrecorded but deeply felt. The sensory world of this belief is vivid. Picture yourself lying on straw, the crackle of fire close, and hearing a grandmother murmur charms against frost spirits. The smoke becomes more than irritation. It is a shield. The furs feel heavier, not just with warmth but with meaning, as though ancestors themselves press close through the hides. The night becomes a blend of physical endurance and spiritual reassurance. One fascinating archaeological find comes from graves where bedding goods were included. Children buried with tiny fur blankets, adults interred with cloaks or even whole bedding sets. Why take bedding into the afterlife unless warmth was believed to matter beyond death? To sleep eternally without furs or straw was unimaginable. This intertwining of survival and spirituality shows just how deeply the Vikings tied warmth to well-being, body and soul alike. Imagine, too, the role of dreams. In a smoky hall, half waking in the middle of segmented sleep, dreams would have felt vivid and strange. Sagas often described dream visions of ancestors or gods visiting in the night. Could the smoke and the flicker of fire have shaped these visions, making them seem more real? A Viking waking from such a dream might tell the hall in the morning that a spirit had spoken, advising on harvest or warning of danger. In this way, even restless nights became channels to the divine. And here's an odd note. Some scholars suggest that the oppressive environment smoke, pests, cramped space, may have heightened the spiritual dimension of night. Discomfort blurred the line between waking and dreaming, sharpening the sense that unseen beings hovered in the rafters. Did the Vikings see frost not merely as weather, but as a spirit pressing against the walls? Did every gust of cold air feel like a rival force to the glowing hearth? It's a debate that touches anthropology as much as history. Now place yourself in that mindset. You lie in your cloak, child pressed against you, and hear the fire hiss. You whisper a few words, not because you fully understand them, but because everyone does. The words are a shield, like the cloak, like the straw, like the walls. Your warmth is physical, yes, but also spiritual. You believe it keeps danger away, and in that belief lies comfort. The Viking night was never just a battle of cold against fire. It was a negotiation between human endurance and the unseen powers of the world. The longhouse became a sanctuary, not just of wood and turf, but of spirit and song. Warmth was a gift, and gifts in that culture always implied reciprocity. You fed the fire, and in return it fed you. You honored the spirits, and in return they shielded you from frost's bite. So as you let your eyes close again in this imagined hall, the smoke thick around you, you sense more than discomfort. You sense the invisible company of gods and ancestors, hovering like shadows above the rafters, breathing warmth into the longhouse. And you realize that to sleep in a Viking winter was not only to trust the fire and furs, but also to trust that unseen hands guarded the night. The longhouse has quieted again, though not into silence. Embers glow low, shadows stretch long, and you notice a quiet ritual playing out by the fire. Someone crouches, stirring the coals, their hands dusted in gray powder. They aren't building a new blaze, not yet. They are tending to what already exists, coaxing it to last until dawn. Charcoal, ash, and embers. These were the Vikings' tools for stretching fire through the endless dark. Without them, every morning would mean the cold shock of starting from nothing. Archaeological remains of hearths often contain thick layers of ash, not just from burning, but from deliberate banking. Families scattered ash across glowing embers before sleeping, trapping heat under the powder. In the morning, the sleeper closest to the hearth could push the ash aside, revealing a faint red glow, then feed it with new wood. This method saved precious fuel and spared the misery of flint and tinder every morning. You picture yourself leaning over the hearth, ash smudging your face, carefully uncovering that tiny ember like a buried jewel. One established fact comes from later medieval sources. The practice of raking the fire into ash piles was common across Europe. Given the parallels, it's almost certain the Vikings did the same. The technology was simple yet effective, and in the north, every trick to preserve fire was cherished. Ash became a blanket for embers, and embers became a promise of survival. And here's an amusingly odd aside: ash wasn't just insulation. It also doubled as a cleaning agent. Households sometimes rubbed ash on greasy pots or even on hair as a primitive shampoo. Imagine crawling into bed with ash still under your fingernails, knowing it was the same substance keeping your hearth alive. In the Viking world, nothing was wasted, not even soot. Now, consider the sensory reality. The hearth at night was less a roaring blaze than a faint, glowing snake of coals, shifting red under its gray skin. You'd hear occasional pops as tiny sparks escaped their burial, see little threads of light weaving through the ash. The smell of char lingered, sharp in your nose, mixed with damp wool and fur. That faint warmth was enough to keep frost from biting too deep. To a Viking, those glowing coals were as precious as silver. Specialists remain divided on how many fires burned at once. Some believe longhouses had a single central hearth, carefully managed, while others argue for multiple smaller fires banked across the hall. Excavations in Greenland, for example, revealed several burned patches that may have been separate hearths. Was this redundancy in case one fire failed? Or was it simply the need to heat such enormous spaces? The evidence sparks ongoing discussion, leaving you to imagine both: a grand central blaze dimmed into embers, or scattered little hearths glowing faintly across the longhouse. Think too about the human responsibility behind this ritual. Someone always had to wake in the night to check the embers, push them together, add a pinch of fuel. It was a task passed quietly among household members, never formally assigned but always performed. Imagine a groggy man rising, his breath clouding, stumbling to the hearth to poke the ash. His mutterings join the chorus of snores before he falls back onto the bench. Job done. These half-asleep guardians kept warmth alive. There's another curious note from sagas. Occasionally fires are described as dying in the night, leaving households scrambling to rekindle flames from neighbors. In such cases, someone might trudge through the snow carrying a clay pot, coaxing it home before the ember cooled. To borrow fire was both practical and symbolic, a reminder that warmth itself was communal. Losing your hearth meant leaning on the goodwill of others, another thread binding Viking villages together. Now imagine yourself at dawn. The hall is still dim, the fire banked low. You stir, teeth chattering, and shuffle toward the hearth. Ash crumbles under your fingers, and with a small thrill, you uncover the faint orange eye of an ember. Carefully you feed it twigs, then a branch. The glow brightens, smoke curls upward, and life rushes back into the hall. Around you, others stir, grateful you've spared them the cold shock of relighting from scratch. In that moment, you feel like you've carried a secret flame through the night, a bridge from dusk to morning. Scholars continue to ask, how much wood did these longhouses consume? Some estimate several tons each winter, an immense burden requiring constant chopping and hauling. The practice of banking embers under ash wasn't just convenience. It was necessity. Without it, fuel demands would have been unsustainable. Each ember preserved meant fewer trees felled, fewer hours with axe and saw. The emotional dimension of this practice shouldn't be overlooked. To wake in the dark and see that faint glow meant safety. The ember was proof the house was alive, the family still cradled in warmth. Its absence would have been terrifying, a symbol of vulnerability. You can almost hear the sigh of relief each morning as someone uncovered that stubborn glow. So you sink back into your bedding, picturing the ash-covered hearth. It may not roar, it may not dazzle, but its quiet endurance matters more than spectacle. For the Vikings, survival was less about blazing fires and more about keeping a tiny ember alive through the night. That ember was the heartbeat of the hall, glowing faintly beneath its gray cover, a promise that even in the coldest dark, dawn would not come to an extinguished world. The ember glows faintly in its ash bed, but not all Viking families relied solely on the hearth's long breath. Some experimented with tools and tricks to push the coal back further, introducing iron braziers and oil lamps into their smoky halls. These were not common luxuries. Iron was precious, oil even more so, but in certain households, they offered small, portable islands of warmth and light when the central fire faltered. Archaeologists excavating high-status Viking sites have uncovered fragments of metal braziers, shallow iron containers blackened by heat. These were filled with glowing coals and moved around the room, creating pockets of warmth wherever needed. Picture a weary woman setting one near her children's bedding, its faint red glow just enough to take the sting off the draft, creeping through the turf wall. Unlike the central hearth, which was fixed, these braziers were flexible, shifting warmth exactly where survival demanded it. Oil lamps to surface in the archaeological record, small stone or clay bowls with blackened rims, their edges scorched by flame. Animal fat or fish oil filled them, with a simple wick drawing the liquid fire. These lamps gave light, yes, but they also gave a little heat, meager, flickering, but precious when every degree mattered. Imagine the faint smell of fish oil mingling with wood smoke, a child's eyes reflecting the trembling flame as stories continued deep into the night. One well-attested fact is that Norse settlers in Greenland and Iceland depended heavily on fish oil, lamps during the long winter months when wood was scarce. The practice may have trickled into wealthier Scandinavian households as well, where lamps supplemented hearths. The glow of oil wasn't bright enough to illuminate the hall fully, but it softened the oppressive darkness, making the longhouse feel less like a cave and more like a home. And then there's a peculiar little observation from experiments with reconstructed longhouses. Iron braziers often made the air worse. Moving hot coals around created more smoke and risked fire hazards. Some reenactors described coughing as they tested braziers in confined spaces, joking that Vikings must have either been tougher or more desperate than modern lungs could endure. You can almost see someone dragging a brazier too close to a straw mattress, sparks flying, curses shouted in the dark. Survival and danger were never far apart. Scholars remain divided on just how widespread these tools were. Some argue they were luxuries reserved for elites, chieftains' halls, or wealthy traders who could afford the iron and oil. Others believe they were more common, pointing to the simplicity of stone lamps and the occasional brazier fragment found even in modest farm sites. The disagreement lingers, but the archaeological fragments prove at least some families slept, with the comfort of auxiliary flames now focus on the sensory layer of it. A brazier hisses as a coal shifts inside, sending up a thin thread of smoke. The faint red glow illuminates faces around it, warm in a circle barely large enough for 2 or 3 sleepers. An oil lamp flickers, its flame guttering when a draft sneaks in, then steadying again. The smell of fish oil is pungent, heavy, clinging to wool and fur. But in that circle of dim light, fear of the dark recedes, and warmth creeps into stiff fingers. Oddly enough, some later folklore describes people believing lamps held protective power. A flame kept burning all night was thought to repel spirits and wandering souls. Was this belief already present in the Viking Age? The evidence is thin, but the continuity of practice suggests it may have been. Imagine a family unwilling to let the lamp die, not only for light, but because its flame kept frost spirits at bay. In a world of drafty walls and long nights, that faith may have been as important as the heat itself. From a practical standpoint, braziers and lamps show the Viking willingness to experiment with technology. They didn't settle for just one strategy. They layered solutions. Fire at the center, coals in a brazier, oil in a lamp, furs over bodies, all together creating a web of defenses against the endless winter. Each solution carried risks, but together they pushed back the frost just far enough. Think of the emotional impact too. For a child lying awake in the smoky dark, a tiny oil lamp might have been more comforting than the vast hearth. The big fire smoked and roared. The lamp glowed softly, like a personal guardian. To fall asleep in its light was to feel watched over, even when drafts howled and goats snorted nearby. So as you drift into this picture, you see the Viking longhouse not as a monolithic hall of smoke, but as a patchwork of glowing hearts. The hearth at the center, the brazier glowing by the bench, the lamp flickering near the door. Each flame held back darkness in its own way, each spark a reminder that survival came not from one grand solution, but from dozens of small, fragile fires tended through the night. And when morning finally came, the embers, the lamps, and the braziers alike reminded everyone that they had endured yet another winter's night. It was never comfortable, never luxurious, but it was enough. And enough in the Viking Age was everything. The longhouse groans in the wind again, and you run your hand along the wall. The timber feels rough, heavy, and solid. But it isn't just wood. It's clever carpentry, a kind of insulation borrowed from another Viking talent, shipbuilding. These people weren't only farmers and raiders. They were master craftsmen of the sea, and some of the tricks they used to keep water out of their ships also helped them keep cold out of their homes. Archaeologists studying longhouse remains often remark on the ship-like qualities of the structures. The walls sloped inward, like the hull of a vessel, making them more stable against storms and snow. The roofs, layered with overlapping turf sods, resembled the way planks overlap in a longship, each piece shedding water from the next. It's a kind of design echo, as if every Viking carried the sea home with them in the very shape of their dwelling. One well-supported detail comes from Greenland, where settlers built homes with double walls, an inner timber frame and an outer turf layer, packed tightly with earth and sometimes even seaweed. The seaweed acted like insulation, filling gaps and holding in warmth. Imagine the crackle of dried kelp stuffed between logs, an unlikely but effective barrier against the icy air. Shipbuilders, too, stuffed fibers, oakum, moss, animal hair, between planks to keep water out. The same principle, applied to houses, kept the wind from slicing through. And here's a quirky little note. Some longhouses may have used recycled ship timbers in their construction. Wood was precious in Scandinavia, and when a ship grew too old to sail, its sturdy oak ribs could be repurposed into the frame of a house. You might be sleeping beneath beams that once crossed the North Sea, creaking with waves before they creaked with winter storms. Specialists still debate how, deliberately, these shipbuilding methods influenced architecture. Some argue the similarities are just coincidence, practical solutions that emerged separately. Others insist the parallels are too strong to ignore, that shipwrights consciously applied their skills to houses. The evidence remains fragmentary, leaving the question unresolved. But the idea is tempting. The sea and the hearth built from the same logic. Close your eyes and imagine the sensory feel of these ship-like walls. The inward slope makes the hall feel like a sheltering hull, embracing you in its frame. Snow slides off the turf roof the way water slides off a deck. You hear the timbers groan under wind like planks under a wave. The longhouse becomes not just a house, but a beached ship, carrying its crew through winter instead of across oceans. Another fascinating connection lies in caulking. Viking ships were famously sealed with tar and resin to keep them watertight. Some evidence suggests similar sealants were smeared into gaps of house timbers to block drafts. Imagine the sharp, piney smell of tar mixing with smoke and wool inside the hall. For modern noses, it would be harsh. For the Vikings, it was probably the smell of safety. The same scent that kept ships afloat also kept children from freezing. And then there's the matter of ventilation. Ships needed air to keep below decks livable, and houses needed airflow to let smoke escape. Some longhouse reconstructions show vents angled like hatches, designed to be opened or closed depending on wind. Was this seafaring logic brought ashore? Scholars debate it, but the parallels remain striking. A Viking shipwright may have looked at a smoke hole in the roof and thought of it as just another hatch, another balance between air and enclosure. Think also about the symbolic layer. For a seafaring culture, the ship was more than transport. It was identity, prestige, and myth. To build homes with echoes of ships may not have been purely practical. It may have been cultural, a way of tying daily life to the sea. You can imagine a Viking farmer pointing proudly at his turf-roofed hall and saying, half joking, "This house sails through winter." Now consider the experience of lying inside such a structure. The turf roof muffles the wind, the double walls hold back the draft, and the whole place feels sturdier than a simple wooden shack. You may still cough from smoke, itch from fleas, and jostle against neighbors, but you also feel secure. The house is more than wood and earth. It's the work of craftsmen who knew how to bend nature to human need. Scholars remain divided on whether the ship logic was conscious design or cultural overlap. Some say builders simply applied whatever knowledge they had. Others propose that the seafaring mindset infused everything, so that even homes reflected the same worldview. Either way, the result was undeniable. Longhouses that could endure storms like ships endured waves. So as you press your palm against the timber wall, you feel its grain, smell its tar, and hear it creak. You realize you are inside a vessel, not for water, but for winter. A ship built not to sail seas, but to survive nights. And in that recognition, you understand the quiet genius of Viking adaptation. The same hands that carved dragon-headed prows also built halls, where families huddled through endless cold. The fire pops softly, and above it, words ripple through the smoky air. Even in exhaustion, voices carry stories, and these stories leave clues. When archaeologists and historians look for evidence of how Vikings actually slept, they don't only turn to ruins or artifacts. They also lean on sagas, Eddic poems, and scraps of medieval writing. These texts, half history and half myth, whisper about nights in the longhouse, sometimes casually, as if sleep were just another backdrop to the drama of life. One clear detail: saga authors often mention the Eldhus or Skalli hearth house, describing characters lying by the fire or turning in on benches. These simple phrases confirm what ruins already show: that benches lined the walls and people lay beside the central blaze. They also reveal how ordinary the arrangement was. There's no flourish, no marvel, just a casual note. Of course, people slept in smoky halls. It was so normal it needed no explanation. But every so often, sagas give us a sharper glimpse. In Erbygja Saga for example, there's mention of gatherings where people sat up late around the fire, talking and listening to tales before finally laying down on their benches. You can picture it, a hall buzzing with laughter, boasting, gossip, and then slowly bodies settling under cloaks, the noise fading into snores. It's the rhythm of night, preserved in narrative. And here's a curious little fragment. In some poetic verses, heroes are described as sleeping with weapons by their side. Archaeologists back this up, having found swords and spears in burials where the dead were laid out as if ready to rise again. In daily life, this might mean that warriors indeed kept arms close even in bed, just in case raiders or enemies struck at night. Imagine lying on straw, furs pulled high, one hand resting on your sword hilt, comfort and vigilance side by side. Scholars disagree, though, on how literally to take these descriptions. Were they reflecting real habits or embellishing heroic ideals? Some argue sagas were written centuries after the Viking Age and may exaggerate. Others insist the consistency of casual details points to truth. It remains one of those historical puzzles where interpretation matters as much as evidence. Now think about the poetry itself. Skaldic verses sometimes describe halls filled with the smoke of embers or the press of men under beams. These images are indirect, but they give texture to the reality. Smoke thick enough to inspire metaphor, crowded benches noteworthy enough to weave into poetry. Even where poets aimed at grandeur, the mundane details of sleep slipped through. One odd tidbit: in some tales, restless nights are described in terms of supernatural disturbance, spirits whispering, dreams weighing heavily, ghostly visitors pressing on sleepers' chests. Were these just narrative devices, or reflections of what smoky, uneasy nights actually felt like? Anyone who's woken in a cramped, coughing haze knows how easily dreams bleed into dread. Perhaps the sagas captured that disorientation more honestly than they meant to. You can feel it yourself as you lie here, half waking in the longhouse. The rafters loom overhead, shadows from the fire twisting like spirits. A child stirs, mutters, and falls silent. Someone whispers a prayer, another coughs, and the hall settles again. In that half-light, it's easy to believe in dreams with teeth, in ancestors stepping down from smoke to speak. Historians also use these texts to gauge social practice. The order of seating at feasts often mirrored the order of sleeping, with the most honored closer to the fire, the less important drifting toward the door. A saga describing someone's place on the bench is more than furniture. It's a reflection of status woven into every night's sleep. Even unconscious, hierarchy shaped who froze and who stayed warm. Another charming sliver, the word **sing**, meaning bed, appears in Old Norse texts but often referred not to a private frame, but to bedding straw. Furs, cloaks spread wherever one lay. That language itself tells us that a bed was less a structure and more a bundle. You weren't given a room. You were given a **sing**, a nest of materials, whether on a bench or on the ground. The vocabulary mirrors the reality. Sleep was portable, flexible, and never as private as we imagine. Scholars still argue over how much weight to give these poetic hints. Some treat them as cultural memory, useful snapshots of daily life. Others caution that they were literary devices shaped by later Christian scribes, and not always reliable. Yet, when combined with archaeology, the pieces align enough to create a picture. You're left with a hall that smells of smoke, benches lined with straw, bodies wrapped in cloaks, and stories fading into snores. The sensory texture of this literary evidence matters. Think of hearing sagas recited while lying in the longhouse. The words rise above the crackle of fire, weaving images of gods and battles while you scratch at fleas under your cloak. The heroic and the mundane mix seamlessly. Sleep in Viking times was never divorced from story. It happened in the middle of them. So as you roll onto your side, soot stinging your eyes, you realize that sagas are more than entertainment. They're windows, however smoky, into the way people lived and slept. They don't describe luxury. They describe survival, woven into story. And as you drift off, you wonder if tomorrow's storytellers will remember you too, scratching in the dark, muttering by the fire. Just another body pressed into the longhouse night. The hall tonight feels almost festive. The benches are crowded not just with family, but with neighbors and travelers. A feast has spilled into the night, and the warmth it brings is more than emotional. In Viking society, winter feasts were as much about surviving the cold as about celebrating gods and kin. The fire burned brighter, the food richer, the drink flowing, and all of it left bodies flushed and ready to collapse into sleep. A longhouse packed with revelers was paradoxically warmer than on quieter nights. Archaeological traces of such gatherings appear in the form of oversized halls, some far larger than what a single family needed. These so-called feasting halls contained wider hearths, more benches, and sometimes evidence of mass cooking. The sagas too speak of banquets stretching deep into the night, where songs were sung, boasts shouted, and meat consumed in dizzying quantities. After such excess, the benches and floors must have been strewn with sleepers, men and women dropping wherever space allowed, cloaks pulled over their heads, bellies warm with stew and ale. One well-established detail is the importance of Yule, the midwinter feast. It wasn't just about ritual sacrifice or honoring gods. It was a practical explosion of food and fire at the darkest time of year. Eating heavily in the coldest weeks ensured strength for the lean months ahead. And when dozens gathered in the hall, the combined heat of their bodies raised the temperature significantly. You can almost feel it now. The air thicker, the frost outside beaten back by laughter and sweat. A curious tidbit comes from saga anecdotes where drunken guests were described as toppling onto their cloaks and sleeping near the hearth like logs beside the fire. These weren't private sleeping arrangements. They were communal collapse. One can imagine waking in the night to find a stranger's elbow across your chest or tripping over someone who had dozed off mid-song. The longhouse after a feast must have resembled a battlefield of snores. Bodies sprawled in chaotic comfort. Scholars debate how often such large gatherings took place. Some argue they were annual or seasonal, tied to festivals like Yule or harvest. Others suggest that in wealthier communities, feasting was frequent, a way for chieftains to display generosity and maintain loyalty. Either way, the result was the same. On feast nights, the hall became both warmer and noisier, a temporary shelter not just from cold, but from loneliness. Now let your senses paint the picture. The fire burns fiercely, spitting sparks high into the smoke-filled rafters. The smell of roasted pork and spiced mead still lingers, clinging to wool cloaks and beards. The floor is sticky with spilled ale. The benches are crowded with drowsy revelers. Music has faded into murmurs, then into the guttural rhythm of snores. The warmth is almost oppressive, your cheeks flushed even as drafts whisper through cracks in the wall. You drift off not to silence, but to the fading hum of community. There's a deeper psychological comfort in this too. A hall full of guests meant more than heat. It meant security. Strangers lying nearby were allies for the night, and their presence made raids or dangers less likely. The clamor of bodies was not just physical insulation. It was social insulation against fear. Oddly enough, later medieval writers sometimes sneered at these feasts, describing the Norse as gluttonous, drunken, or chaotic. Yet behind the criticism lies a truth. Feasts worked. They reinforced social bonds, filled bellies, warmed bodies, and carried people through the harshest nights. What outsiders mocked as disorder was, for the Vikings, another survival strategy. Still, scholars continue to puzzle over the role of these nights in daily rhythm. Did families sleep worse on feast nights, disturbed by noise and crowds, or did the extra warmth outweigh the inconvenience? Reenactments in reconstructed halls suggest the latter. Many bodies in a closed space raise the temperature enough that even thin bedding feels luxurious. Discomfort was tolerated when it meant not freezing. Imagine now curling up on your straw mattress, cloak over your head, while around you dozens of others snore and mutter. Somewhere nearby, a man talks in his sleep, boasting of victories. A child whimpers in a dream. The fire pops. A drunk uncle groans. And the hall shifts with the restless tide of communal slumber. It is messy, loud, and yet oddly comforting. You are carried by the warmth of food, the buzz of drink, and the nearness of bodies. As dawn creeps in, the hall will stir with groans and laughter, stories retold of who snored loudest, who spilled ale, who tried to climb onto the wrong bench. The memory of warmth will linger longer than the hangover. For in the Viking world, nights like these were not interruptions to survival. They were survival itself, disguised as celebration. So you sink deeper into your furs, belly full, head buzzing faintly, and you understand the quiet brilliance of Viking feasting. It wasn't mere indulgence. It was insulation against the cold, against despair, against the loneliness of winter. And in that crowded, smoky hall, you let the hum of humanity lull you into sleep. The embers glow low, and you wake to find a stranger curled not far from your feet. His cloak is travel-stained, his boots still caked with frozen mud. He isn't family, not even a neighbor, but he has been given a corner of the bench for the night. Hospitality was not a luxury in the Viking world. It was a law of survival. If a traveler appeared at your door in winter, you didn't leave him to freeze. You brought him into the smoky longhouse, shared fire and food, and gave him space to sleep, however cramped. The sagas are full of references to this custom. Visitors asked for fire and seat as a matter of right, and hosts were judged by how generously they gave it. Archaeologists back this up with the sheer size of some longhouses. Many were built large enough not only for families and livestock but for guests. The unspoken rule was clear. In the north, a closed door could mean death. A house that opened itself earned honor. A house that refused shamed its owner. You could almost feel it as you roll over in your imagined bedding. The stranger exhales, his breath mingling with yours in the smoky air. His presence makes the hall warmer, though less comfortable. His snores join the chorus. His body heat adds to the pool of warmth. You might mutter about his smell, but you know you would want the same kindness if you arrived here half frozen on a stormy night. One firm detail from saga literature is the idea of the gestastofa*, or guest space, sometimes mentioned in Icelandic texts. Whether this was a literal room or simply a designated part of the hall, it shows how central hospitality was, even in cramped longhouses. Some space, no matter how drafty, was reserved for newcomers. Here's a quirky side note. Some stories mention guests being expected to share gossip or news in return for lodging. Hospitality wasn't only warmth and food. It was information exchange. Imagine lying half asleep, listening to a traveler whisper about distant markets, kings or storms, while children pressed close to hear tales of lands they would never see. A guest could bring warmth not just to the body, but to the imagination. Scholars still debate whether this generosity was entirely altruistic. Some argue that Viking hospitality was strategic, part of a culture where reputation mattered more than wealth. To be known as a generous host meant allies in times of need. Others suggest it was simply pragmatic. Turning away strangers might breed enemies or curses. Either way, the longhouse became a revolving door of humanity, where family, kin, servants, and travelers all shared the same smoky roof. Now, picture the sensory overload of such a night. You already sleep beside children and livestock. Add to that a handful of travelers, still damp from snow, their cloaks heavy with frost melting into puddles on the floor. The smell thickens: sweat, wet wool, manure, fish oil from lamps. The benches are crowded, straw flattened by unfamiliar bodies, elbows and knees pressing into your ribs. Privacy, already a scarce luxury, vanishes altogether. Yet the warmth rises, the hall feels fuller, and the night becomes survivable. There's even evidence from burial sites that some travelers were honored enough to be laid to rest with bedding goods. Perhaps their status as guests carried symbolic weight, linking the act of being hosted in life to being hosted in death with furs and cloaks. If true, it reveals how deeply the idea of sharing warmth ran through Viking culture. Think also of the emotional balance. Welcoming strangers meant safety and potential friendship, but it also meant risk. Was this man by your feet truly harmless? Did he carry sickness, secrets, or intentions less friendly? Lying in the smoky dark, you might wonder, even as you shared your fire. Trust was forced by necessity, tested nightly in every guest who laid his head on your straw. And here's a detail that might make you chuckle. Later medieval sources grumble about rowdy guests who drank too much and overstayed their welcome, as if Viking hosts sometimes regretted their generosity. You can picture the frustration of dragging a drunken traveler out of the hall at dawn, wishing you had left him outside in the snow. Yet the law of hospitality overrode annoyance. The hall was a lifeline, not just for kin but for any who knocked out, so you close your eyes again, feeling the stranger's breath and the shared warmth of the longhouse. His presence is uncomfortable, yes, but necessary. In the Viking world, no one survived winter alone. Hospitality was the thread weaving families, villages, and strangers into one fabric. It was noisy, smoky, and crowded, but it was life. And as you drift into uneasy dreams, you realize the hall itself was less a house than a living network of survival, binding together everyone who needed its heat. The hall quiets again, but in your mind, you wander to the graves left behind. Archaeologists digging through centuries of earth find not only weapons, jewelry, and tools buried with the dead, but also bedding, straw imprints, fragments of furs, tufts of wool, even whole blankets folded carefully beside a body. To the Vikings, the way you slept in life echoed into death. A grave without warmth was unthinkable. One of the clearest examples comes from the Oseberg ship burial in Norway, where two women of high status were laid on beds draped in textiles and animal hides. The fragments of fabric, though decayed, reveal elaborate weaves and dyes luxury bedding for a final voyage. Archaeologists note that even ordinary graves often contain traces of wool and fur. It's as if every Viking, no matter how poor, was insured a bed for eternity. The logic is simple but profound. If warmth meant survival in life, it surely mattered in the afterlife. A dead child was wrapped in a fur blanket. A warrior was laid with his cloak. A woman was given her bedding as if she might need to rest after the long journey to the other world. In these burials, you see the cultural truth that sleep and death blurred together, both needing comfort, both needing warmth. Here's a curious tidbit. In some graves, archaeologists have found feathers mixed with wool, suggesting that down pillows or mattresses were not unheard of. These seem to belong mostly to elites, a sign that even in death, status dictated softness. You can picture the contrast, one man buried with rough straw, another with downy feathers, both still chasing warmth, even in silence. Specialists continue to debate how symbolic these burial goods were. Were they meant literally to comfort the dead on their journey, or were they simply representations of wealth, showing that the deceased had owned fine bedding? Some scholars argue for spiritual utility, others for social display. As usual, the truth probably lies somewhere in between. But whether symbolic or practical, the message is clear. Bedding mattered. Furs, wool, straw, these were as central to identity as weapons or jewelry. The Vikings saw no separation between survival and meaning. To them, the blankets that kept a family warm also carried them into the next world. Now imagine standing at a burial mound. The air is cold, and families gather to lay someone to rest. They drape him in his cloak, tuck a fur around him, maybe even spread straw beneath his body. The gestures are quiet, tender, and familiar, the same motions they made every night in the longhouse, now repeated one last time. To bury someone was to put them to bed, and to believe that beyond this sleep, warmth would still matter. Think too of the sensory echoes. The smell of wool, the texture of fur, the crunch of straw under a corpse all remind the living of nights shared in smoky halls. Funerals weren't alien events. They were extensions of daily rituals. The bedding that cradled the dead was the bedding that had cradled the living every night. One peculiar find from Birka in Sweden revealed a child's grave lined with birch bark beneath the straw. Scholars wonder if this was extra insulation or perhaps symbolic purity. Either way, it shows that even the smallest details of comfort carried into burial practices. The dead were not sent naked into the soil. They were wrapped as if for sleep. The sagas too preserved glimpses of this overlap. Warriors are described as lying down with cloaks pulled tight, both in life and in death. The same language bridges the two states, reinforcing the cultural idea that sleep and the grave were neighbors. Death was simply a longer night, one for which betting was still required. And here's another intriguing observation. Many graves place animals near humans, horses, dogs, even cattle. Some interpret this as symbolic companions, but consider the nightly reality of the longhouse, where animals slept only a partition away. To lie beside beasts in death may have mirrored the closeness of life, when a cow's breath warmed the hall and goats bleated through the dark. Scholars still disagree about how much emphasis to place on this. Some argue that bedding in graves was primarily about status, a way to flaunt textiles and furs that were costly. Others emphasize spiritual symbolism, pointing to beliefs in a journey after death that required rest and warmth. Both views carry weight. What's certain is that Viking burials show an unusual attention to the materiality of sleep. Now let yourself feel it. Imagine lying in your cloak, knowing it will one day wrap you in the earth. Imagine smoothing a fur over a child, aware that someday such a fur might rest in a grave. In a world where every night was a battle against cold, death itself was imagined as another night to endure. Warmth, both literal and symbolic, remained the great safeguard. So as you curl again on your imagined bench, scratching at straw and tugging your cloak closer, you realize that the Vikings didn't separate life, sleep, and death. All three flowed together, each shaped by the same furs, cloaks, and fires. To live was to fight the cold. To sleep was to fight it together. To die was to carry that fight into another realm, wrapped in the same bedding that once held you through countless nights. The hall tonight feels different, more restless, more unsettled. Sleep doesn't come easily, and you sense why. In Viking culture, the night was not merely a time of rest. It was a time of danger. Darkness was filled with uncertainty, with whispers of raiders, spirits, and dreams that might not be dreams at all. To lie down under your cloak wasn't just to close your eyes against cold. It was to place your trust in the fragile defenses of wood, fire, and community. Sagas give us glimpses of this unease. Characters sometimes describe being kept awake by fear or rising in the night to check doors and fires. The longhouse was never impregnable. Its walls of timber and turf could keep out frost. But what about thieves slipping through the dark? What about enemies who waited for families to sink into slumber before striking? One saga tells of raiders bursting into a hall at dawn, cutting down men still groggy from sleep. Nights were not always safe havens. They could be traps. One thing archaeologists often point to is the presence of weapons near sleeping areas. Graves show swords laid at the sides of men and women. Even children were sometimes given knives. This suggests that weapons weren't locked away. They stayed close, ready to be seized at a moment's notice. Imagine lying down with a spear propped against the bench, its shadow stretching across the smoky wall. Sleep came, but lightly, always with one ear open for the crunch of snow outside. Here's a curious tidbit. Sagas occasionally mention dogs sleeping in halls as guardians. Their barks would cut through the night if strangers approached. Dogs were more than companions. They were alarm systems. A restless growl in the dark might send a man's hand groping for his axe before he even opened his eyes. So even as warmth and family cocooned you, fear pressed at the edges of consciousness. Scholars debate how deep this fear ran. Some argue that Viking villages were tight-knit, with neighbors close enough that raids were rare and nights mostly peaceful. Others insist that sagas reflect genuine anxiety, that violence could arrive at any moment. The disagreement highlights the ambiguity of evidence. But whether fear was constant or occasional, it shaped how people thought about sleep, not as surrender, but as vigilance. Now consider the sensory side of this fear. You're wrapped in furs, but every creak of timber makes your heart jump. The wind shifts, rattling the roof boards, and you wonder if it's a storm or footsteps. Smoke twists into strange shapes above the hearth, and your half-dreaming mind imagines spirits. A cough beside you reassures you, but also reminds you how thin the boundary is between life and fragility. Sleep, when it comes, feels like risk as much as relief. And it wasn't just human enemies. Folklore brimmed with creatures of the dark. Trolls, *Draugr*, and spirits were said to wander at night, pressing on the chests of sleepers, twisting dreams into nightmares. In sagas, whole households wake in terror from visitations. Were these supernatural tales just metaphors for smoke-choked hallucinations? Or did Vikings truly believe their sleep was vulnerable to attack from the unseen? Historians disagree, but the sheer number of such stories suggests they colored nightly imagination. Oddly enough, smoke itself may have fueled this. Modern studies of smoke inhalation show it disrupts sleep, causes shallow breathing, and can spark vivid dreams or hallucinations. Lying in a smoky longhouse, coughing, eyes stinging, the line between nightmare and reality blurred. A shadow in the rafters could easily become a spirit. A dream of suffocation might feel like a *DRIUGR* sitting on your chest. Night fear was built not only from sagas but from lived, smoky experience. One peculiar discovery from Icelandic farm ruins is the remains of heavy doors and locking mechanisms. Even in such remote settlements, families secured themselves carefully at night. Some scholars argue this was more about livestock theft than murder, but the message is the same. Doors were more than barriers against the cold. They were defenses against intrusion. To bolt the hall at night was to acknowledge that the world beyond the walls was not to be trusted. Think about the emotional weight of this. Every night meant balancing two truths. You needed to sleep, but you couldn't fully let go. Parents lay awake, one ear tuned to children's breathing, the other to the storm outside. Warriors clutched their swords even under blankets. Old women whispered charms to ward off spirits, muted prayers that dawn would come without disturbance. Sleep was communal, but so was fear. Scholars still argue over how fear of raids shaped Viking society. Some suggest it fostered toughness, a culture where rest was always half ready for battle. Others propose it bred cohesion. Families who slept close and trusted one another were bound more tightly by the shared awareness of vulnerability. Both views may be true, and both help explain the intense loyalty and ferocity for which Vikings became famous. So as you lie again in your imagined straw bed, you feel the contradiction. Warmth on one side, fear on the other. The fire glows, your family breathes around you, but your ears still strain for noises in the dark. In the Viking longhouse, sleep was never only about rest. It was about daring to close your eyes in a world where danger pressed against thin walls of wood and turf. And every dawn was proof not only of survival against cold, but against the night itself. The embers pulsed softly, and while bodies around you breathe in unison, another layer of Viking night presses in: illness. For all the warmth of furs and fire, the longhouse was also a breeding ground for sickness. Smoke filled lungs, pests crawled in bedding, and dozens of people shared the same air, night after night. In this enclosed world, sleep and sickness walked hand in hand. Archaeological evidence paints a sobering picture. Viking skeletons show signs of chronic respiratory issues, ribs deformed by constant coughing, lungs scarred by years of inhaling soot. Living in a smoke-filled hall may have kept frostbite at bay, but it meant lungs rarely knew clean air. Imagine trying to fall asleep while your chest rattled with phlegm, coughing yourself awake every hour. A child wheezing in the corner wasn't a rare tragedy. It was the nightly background of life. One well-documented fact is that turf-roofed houses trapped humidity. Moisture seeped through, clinging to wood and bedding. In such dampness, illnesses thrived. Archaeologists in Iceland have found mold spores preserved in turf remains, proof that the very walls may have worsened health. You roll on your straw mattress and realize it isn't only fleas you're fighting. It's the invisible fungi and bacteria drifting in the smoky dark. And then there's a grimly quirky tidbit. Lice themselves may have spread disease. Some researchers suspect that typhus-like illnesses could have circulated in these crowded halls, passed from head to head in nightly scratching sessions. Imagine a family combing lice by firelight, flicking them into the flames, not realizing they might also be flicking disease. The same warmth that bred closeness also bred contagion. Scholars continue to debate the extent of mortality tied to longhouse life. Some argue that these health risks were constant but manageable, balanced by hardy immune systems and herbal remedies. Others insist that the longhouse environment was disastrous, shortening lives and contributing to high child mortality. The evidence doesn't give us neat answers, only hints of a fragile balance between survival and suffering. Now let your senses feel this version of the hall. The smell of smoke thickens until it makes your eyes water. Someone nearby coughs harshly, their body shuddering under furs. Another stirs, restless with fever, murmuring in delirium. The straw beneath you is damp from sweat, and the air tastes sour. You shift uneasily, knowing that one sick body can ripple infection through the entire hall in a matter of days. Yet, despite these risks, families had remedies. Viking-age texts mention herbs like yarrow, juniper, and angelica used to treat ailments. A woman might scatter herbs in bedding to freshen it, or burn juniper as incense to clear foul air. Did it help? Perhaps a little. Perhaps only psychologically. But even the act of sprinkling herbs gave hope. And in a hall where smoke and fleas ruled the night, hope was another kind of warmth. One peculiar archaeological find in York uncovered latrine deposits rich with parasite eggs. Roundworm, whipworm, even tapeworms were common passengers in Viking guts. Imagine lying in the smoky hall, your stomach twisting not from hunger, but from parasites writhing inside. Sleep must have been shallow, broken by cramps and discomfort. The longhouse wasn't just a shelter. It was also an incubator of ailments. And yet, people endured. Sleep wasn't perfect, but it was enough. A child coughed and still grew strong. A mother itched and still rose before dawn to tend the fire. A man wheezed through the night and still took his axe to sea. Resilience was carved into their very breath. Scholars still wonder how Vikings themselves understood these illnesses. Did they blame smoke, or did they think spirits caused coughs and fevers? Some sagas suggest the latter, with sickness described as curses or as trials from the gods. But others hint at a pragmatic awareness. Houses too smoky made people ill, so vents were adjusted, bedding refreshed. The line between superstition and observation blurred in the haze of daily life. Think now of the emotional rhythm. Parents worrying over sick children pressed between them for warmth. Elders muttering prayers while coughing themselves to sleep. Neighbors whispering in the dark about whether illness meant bad spirits or simply bad air. The night was a theater of survival, played out not only against cold, but against disease. You can almost hear it now. The uneven chorus of snores and cough, some sharp, some wet, some lingering like shadows. The sound tells the truth. This hall is not just alive. It is alive with sickness. But still, families cling together, sharing warmth, herbs, and hope. So you settle again under your cloak, breathing the smoky air that scratches your throat. You accept that comfort and sickness are inseparable here. The same walls that protect you also choke you. The same warmth that sustains you also breeds fever. In the Viking longhouse, sleep was never simple rest. It was survival on a knife's edge, fought each night against both frost and disease. The hall groans anxieties depended upon for their defense. In Vienna, Austrian authorities had discovered that network operations had been specifically designed to exploit the collapse of the Habsburg Empire and the social chaos that had followed the dissolution of traditional political and cultural institutions. The targeting of displaced aristocrats and former government officials had been coordinated with broader strategies for destabilizing the new Austrian Republic through corruption of its emerging democratic institutions. The Vienna network had been established by Count Anton von Seckendorf, whose legitimate aristocratic credentials had provided access to displaced noble families, whose financial desperation and social displacement made them vulnerable to recruitment by organizations that promised the restoration of their former status and influence. The Count's manipulation of aristocratic nostalgia and resentment had been used to create a criminal organization that combined traditional criminal activities with political subversion, aimed at undermining democratic governance. Count von Seckendorf's operations had been particularly focused on corrupting the new Austrian banking system through the recruitment of former imperial bureaucrats who possessed knowledge of financial systems and regulatory procedures that could be exploited for criminal purposes. The systematic infiltration of legitimate financial institutions had created opportunities for massive fraud and money laundering that generated resources for more ambitious political manipulation schemes. The Austrian network's political dimensions had been coordinated with similar operations in Hungary and Czechoslovakia, where parallel criminal organizations were working to destabilize the new democratic governments that had emerged from the Habsburg Empire's dissolution. The coordination between these operations suggested strategic planning by organizations that possessed both criminal expertise and political objectives that extended far beyond simple profit maximization. The revelation of coordinated political subversion throughout Central Europe created alarm within the new democratic governments that had struggled to establish legitimacy and stability in the aftermath of imperial collapse. The network's operations had exploited the very political transitions that were supposed to create more democratic and responsive governance, using the chaos of political change to establish criminal influence over emerging institutions. Scope of political manipulation was illustrated by the case of Dr. Franz Moravec, a respected economist who had been recruited to serve in the new Czechoslovak government's finance ministry, while secretly providing information to network operators, who used his insider knowledge to manipulate currency markets and government bond prices. Moravec's belief that his involvement in network activities was serving Czech national interests had been systematically exploited to secure his cooperation with schemes that actually weakened the new nation's financial stability. Moravec's case revealed how network operators had learned to exploit nationalist sentiments and political idealism to recruit individuals whose positions in government provided access to information and influence that could be used for criminal purposes. His involvement in activities that he believed were advancing Czech independence had actually served the interests of international criminal organizations that profited from political instability and institutional corruption. The exploitation of political idealism represented perhaps the most insidious aspect of the network's manipulation, demonstrating how criminal organizations could corrupt the democratic processes that were essential for legitimate governance. Officials who had dedicated their lives to public service found themselves betraying the public trust, while believing they were serving higher purposes that justified their involvement in increasingly compromising activities. The pattern of government infiltration was repeated throughout Europe, where network operators had systematically targeted the emerging democratic institutions that were replacing the imperial and monarchical systems destroyed by the war. The timing of these recruitment efforts suggested coordination by organizations that understood how to exploit the vulnerabilities created by political transition and institutional instability. By the summer of 1929, the investigation had revealed a conspiracy of such scope and sophistication that it challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of crime and the capabilities of criminal organizations. The Cafe Network had been revealed as one component of a continental criminal enterprise that combined traditional illegal activities with systematic attacks on the cultural, financial, political, and military institutions that supported democratic civilization. The network's participants had become unwitting soldiers in a war against the foundations of free society. Their personal struggles with addiction and alienation were transformed into weapons that could be used to undermine the very systems that should have provided them with security and opportunity. Their stories had become cautionary tales about the vulnerability of human nature and democratic institutions to systematic manipulation by organizations that possessed both criminal ruthlessness and strategic intelligence capabilities. The investigations revelations had created unprecedented challenges for law enforcement and intelligence agencies that were organized to address traditional threats while lacking capabilities for confronting criminal organizations that operated across national boundaries and exploited cultural and political freedoms for strategic purposes. The network's success had demonstrated that democratic societies needed new approaches to security that could preserve their openness while defending against enemies who had learned to weaponize the trust and freedom that made democratic life possible. As authorities throughout Europe struggled to comprehend the full scope of the conspiracy they had uncovered, one fact became increasingly clear: the heroin havens of Parisian cafes had been far more than criminal enterprises or artistic gathering places. They had been laboratories for developing techniques of psychological warfare and social manipulation that would continue to threaten democratic civilization long after the last participant had been brought to justice and the final cafe had been shuttered forever. The network's legacy would extend far beyond the immediate participants in its criminal activities, influencing how democratic societies understood and defended against threats that exploited their greatest strengths as weapons for their destruction. The bohemian dreams that had drawn so many vulnerable souls into the network's web had been revealed as nightmares that threatened to consume not just individual lives, but the entire civilization that had made those dreams seem possible. In the shadowy corners of those smoke-filled rooms, where needles passed between trembling fingers and artistic ambitions dissolved into chemical dependency, A new form of warfare had been born. The battle for the soul of European civilization would continue long after the cafes fell silent, fought not with conventional weapons, but with the more insidious tools of psychological manipulation and cultural corruption that the network had. Perfected through years of experimentation on some of history's most vulnerable and idealistic individuals, the investigation had revealed that the true target of the network's operations had never been simply money or drugs, but something far more precious: the trust, creativity, and idealism that made democratic civilization worth preserving. Understanding how these qualities had been systematically exploited and corrupted would be essential for protecting future generations from similar threats, while maintaining the cultural freedom and social openness that remained essential for human flourishing in an increasingly complex and dangerous world. The network's collapse marked the end of one chapter in the ongoing struggle between the forces of civilization and those who would exploit human weakness for destructive purposes. But the techniques and insights that had been developed through the systematic manipulation of cafe culture would continue to influence criminal organizations and hostile governments throughout the 20th century and beyond, creating challenges that democratic societies would struggle to address while preserving the values that made their way of life worth defending. The heroin havens had been closed, their participants scattered to rehabilitation centers, prisons, or early graves. But the knowledge of human vulnerability that had been gained through their operation would live on a dark legacy of one of history's most sophisticated attempts to weaponize art, culture, and human creativity in the service of forces that sought to destroy everything those qualities were meant to celebrate and preserve. The struggle to defend democratic civilization against such threats would continue, informed by a hard-won understanding of how easily human nature could be exploited by those who possess both the will and the knowledge to transform societies' greatest strengths into instruments of its potential destruction. The final act of this tragic symphony began in the autumn of 1929, when the global financial collapse that would become known as the Great Depression delivered the killing blow to a network already weakened by investigation and exposure. The stock market crash of October sent shockwaves through the wealthy families whose trust funds and investments had sustained the cafe operations, while the economic chaos that followed created conditions that made the network sophisticated financial manipulations impossible to maintain. Lady Catherine Pembroke, whose cooperation with Detective Inspector Bertrand had helped expose the network's aristocratic connections, found herself facing a different kind of devastation as her family's textile fortune evaporated, along with millions of other investments. The inheritance that had made her such an attractive target for network operators no longer existed, leaving her to confront both her addiction and her exploitation without the financial resources that had once seemed to guarantee her security. Catherine's recovery took place in a small clinic outside London, where she spent months learning to distinguish between the authentic relationships she was building with other patients and the manipulated connections that had defined her Paris experience. The process was complicated by her realization that some of her most treasured memories of artistic discovery and intellectual growth had been systematically manufactured by people who viewed her as nothing more than a source of revenue. The psychological damage extended far beyond simple addiction. Catherine had to reconstruct her entire understanding of art, culture, and human relationships after discovering that her most profound experiences had been orchestrated by criminals who understood exactly which emotional buttons to push to maintain her compliance. The paintings she had purchased with such pride were revealed to be worthless forgeries. But more devastating was the recognition that her emotional responses to them had been genuine, even though the circumstances of their acquisition had been entirely false. Catherine's recovery became a model for treating other network survivors who struggled with similar challenges. Traditional approaches to addiction treatment proved inadequate for addressing the complex psychological manipulation that had characterized their experiences. These individuals needed to learn not just how to live without drugs, but how to trust their own judgment and emotional responses after years of systematic deception. The treatment approach developed for network survivors incorporated techniques that would later influence therapeutic methods for treating victims of other forms of psychological manipulation and coercive control. The recognition that addiction could be weaponized as part of broader manipulation schemes created a new understanding of how criminal organizations could exploit human vulnerability for purposes that extended far beyond simple financial gain. Dr. Edmund Whitfield, a psychiatrist who worked with network survivors at a facility in Switzerland, documented patterns of psychological damage that he termed manufactured dependency syndrome. His patients had been systematically conditioned to associate their most meaningful experiences with situations controlled by their manipulators, creating forms of psychological bondage that persisted long after the physical addiction had been addressed. Dr. Whitfield's research revealed that network operators had developed a sophisticated understanding of human psychology that allowed them to create artificial emotional dependencies that were often more powerful than chemical addiction. Patients who successfully overcame their drug dependencies often continued to crave the social connections and cultural experiences that had been provided through network participation, even after understanding that those connections had been deliberately manufactured for exploitative purposes. The challenge of treating manufactured dependency syndrome required therapeutic approaches that helped patients develop authentic relationships and genuine cultural interests while processing the trauma of discovering that their most cherished experiences had been systematically fabricated. The process often took years and required careful attention to preventing patients from simply replacing their network dependencies with new forms of artificial connection. Jean-Baptiste Moreau's recovery exemplified both the possibilities and limitations of treatment for network survivors. His cooperation with authorities had earned him access to experimental treatment programs that combined medical intervention for his heroin addiction with psychological therapy designed to address the manipulation he had experienced. But his artistic career faced challenges that extended far beyond his personal recovery. The paintings Jean-Baptiste had created while using heroin possessed qualities that critics and collectors found compelling, but his work produced during recovery lacked the otherworldly intensity that had made his addicted periods seem so artistically significant. This created a cruel dilemma. His best work had been produced under conditions that were destroying his life, while his healthiest periods produced art that seemed mundane by comparison. Jean-Baptiste's struggle with this artistic dilemma became a subject of intense debate within recovery communities and legitimate art circles. Some argued that his heroin-influenced work should be celebrated as authentic artistic expression that happened to emerge from tragic circumstances. Others contended that celebrating art produced through criminal exploitation perpetuated the romanticization of addiction, a manipulation that had made network recruitment possible. The debate reflected broader questions about how society should evaluate cultural achievements that emerged from destructive or exploitative circumstances. If genuine artistic innovation had resulted from systematic criminal manipulation, how should that innovation be understood and preserved? Could the artistic value be separated from the criminal context? Or did acknowledging the art's significance somehow validate the methods used to produce it? These questions became practically urgent as legitimate galleries and collectors struggled to determine how to handle network-associated artworks that had been seized during the investigation. Some pieces possessed genuine artistic merit that had been recognized by critics who were unaware of the criminal circumstances surrounding their creation. Others were revealed to be mediocre works whose perceived value had been artificially inflated through the manipulation of buyers whose judgment had been compromised by addiction and psychological manipulation. The art market's response to network-associated works created a new category of cultural artifacts whose value was complicated by their association with criminal activity. Some collectors who had purchased works through legitimate channels found their investments worthless when the criminal connections were revealed. Others discovered that pieces they had dismissed as overpriced had actually been genuine masterworks, whose value had been obscured by the scandal surrounding their origins. Professor Helena Richter, an art historian from Vienna who had been studying the relationship between creativity and altered consciousness, found her own research complicated by the network revelations. Her academic work had suggested that certain forms of drug use could enhance artistic creativity, but the discovery that systematic criminal exploitation had influenced many of the works she had studied forced her to reconsider her conclusions about the relationship between chemical enhancement and authentic artistic expression. Professor Richter's dilemma reflected challenges faced by scholars throughout Europe who had been studying cultural movements and artistic innovations that were later revealed to have been influenced by criminal manipulation. Academic work that had seemed to provide objective analysis of cultural phenomena was called into question when the criminal context became apparent, forcing researchers to distinguish between genuine artistic innovation and manufactured cultural significance. The academic community's response to these challenges led to new standards for research into cultural movements and artistic communities. Scholars developed techniques for identifying potential criminal influence in cultural phenomena, while academic institutions established protocols for addressing research that might have been compromised by criminal manipulation of subjects or data sources. The broader cultural impact of the network's exposure extended far beyond academic circles. The revelation that sophisticated criminal organizations could systematically exploit artistic communities created suspicion about avant-garde cultural movements and experimental artistic practices. Public support for arts funding and cultural institutions declined as taxpayers questioned whether their money might be supporting activities that could be infiltrated by criminal organizations. This cultural backlash had devastating effects on legitimate artists and cultural institutions that had no connection to network activities. Experimental theaters, avant-garde galleries, and innovative cultural programs found themselves facing reduced funding and public suspicion simply because they represented the kinds of activities that criminal organizations had learned to exploit for their own purposes. The backlash was particularly severe in Paris, where the café culture that had given the city its reputation for artistic innovation became associated with criminal exploitation and social destruction. Tourism declined as visitors who had once been attracted by Paris's bohemian atmosphere began to view the city's cultural offerings with suspicion and fear. Maurice Delacroix, who had owned a legitimate café near the Sorbonne that had served as a gathering place for artists and intellectuals without any connection to network activities, found his business destroyed by association with the scandal. Customers who had once appreciated his establishment's authentic, bohemian atmosphere now viewed any cafe that attracted artists as potentially dangerous, forcing him to close a business that had operated successfully for 15 years. Maurice's experience reflected the broader damage that the network's activities had inflicted on legitimate cultural institutions and businesses throughout Paris. The systematic exploitation of café culture had created suspicion about authentic cultural activities that made it difficult for legitimate operators to maintain their businesses or attract customers who might be associated with artistic communities. The economic impact extended beyond individual businesses to affect entire neighborhoods that had been associated with artistic and intellectual culture. Property values declined in areas like Montmartre and Montparnasse as the romantic associations that had attracted residents and visitors were replaced by concerns about criminal activity and social danger. The neighborhood decline was accelerated by the departure of legitimate artists and intellectuals who found themselves unable to pursue their work in environments that had become associated with criminal exploitation. The authentic cultural communities that had made these areas attractive were dispersed, leaving behind empty studios and abandoned gathering places that served as monuments to the network's destructive impact. The heroin havens of 1920s Paris had finally fallen silent, but their echoes would reverberate through history for decades to come. What began as bohemian dreams in smoke-filled cafes had revealed itself as one of the most sophisticated criminal conspiracies ever to exploit human creativity and vulnerability for destructive purposes. The true tragedy wasn't just the lives lost to overdoses or the fortunes drained by systematic exploitation. It was the corruption of everything that made artistic culture worth preserving. The trust between mentor and student, the genuine search for meaning through creative expression, and the communities that should have nurtured human potential instead of destroying it. The network's collapse left a generation of survivors struggling to rebuild not just their lives, but their understanding of art, relationships, and authenticity itself. Yet from this devastation emerged crucial insights about how criminal organizations could weaponize culture, exploit vulnerability, and threaten the very foundations of democratic society. The lessons learned from these heroin havens would prove essential as the world faced new forms of psychological manipulation and social exploitation in the decades that followed. The cafes where dreams went to die had become laboratories for understanding how easily human nature could be corrupted, and how vigilantly free societies must guard against those who would exploit our highest aspirations for their lowest purposes. Hey guys, tonight we're doing something a little different. You're going to wake up in ancient Rome, but not as a senator, a gladiator, or even a baker. Nope, you're someone the history books usually only mention in the margins, if at all. Tonight, you're a Roman prostitute. Yes, one of the meretresses, or maybe even a lupa, which literally means she-wolf, but has nothing to do with wolves. You probably won't survive this. That's not melodrama. It's statistics. Your job is dangerous, legally murky, and so socially taboo that you're both everywhere and nowhere. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop your city and time in the comments. I want to know who else is winding down across the empire tonight. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake before dawn, the stale warmth of other bodies still lingering in the room. The air smells of wine, sweat, and an old perfume that never quite goes away. Your back aches from the straw-stuffed mattress, which flattened a long time ago. It's too early for clients, technically, but someone's already rattling around in the atrium. Probably Brynnia, who never sleeps, not even during her off hours. She's older, cynical, and always up early, probably counting the night's coins or scraping wax off the floor tiles. The Lupiner never really sleeps, not in Pompeii, not in this part of town. You sit up slowly, your shift clinging to your skin from the heat. No windows in this place, just little holes in the walls that pass for ventilation. Outside, the sun hasn't broken yet, but the sounds are already starting. Vendors clanging open their stalls, the groan of wooden carts rolling over stone, a dog barking somewhere far off. You pull on your sandals and try not to step on the small scorpion that seems to live under your cot. You've named it Otho, after that idiot who keeps asking if kissing costs extra. There's no real privacy here, just rows of rooms, each barely big enough for a man to lie down in. The walls are frescoed with obscene scenes, not just decoration, but a literal menu for clients who can't read. Some find it arousing. You find it a little ridiculous. There's one of a woman balancing on a man's shoulders while pouring wine, and you've actually tried that once. Never again. The guy dislocated something, and you got blamed. You pass a torch sconce and use its dying ember to light a new taper. Your first act of the day, summon a little bit of fire to beat back the gloom. You head toward the shared basin, ducking past Marape, who's already arguing with someone about whether she has lice. She does, so do most of you. Baths aren't daily affairs for the working class. You splash cold water on your face, then rub a mixture of olive oil and crushed herbs into your skin, a poor substitute for soap. No lather, no floral scent, but it keeps the grime from sticking. You don't brush your teeth. You scrub them with charcoal and vinegar if you're lucky, and the powder tastes like burnt regret. Then you scrape your body with a strigil, a little curved blade that Roman athletes used to get clean after a sweat. It never really works the way it's supposed to, especially on your arms where last night's bruises are starting to bloom. Next, the hair. Yours is knotted and greasy, but you do your best with a bronze comb, pulling it into a simple twist and securing it with pins. No wigs today. You save those for Saturnalia or when someone rich might show up. Today it's the usual. Laborers, sailors, bored shopkeepers pretending they're running errands. You smear a bit of red ochre on your cheeks and tint your lips with mulberry paste. Just enough to look worth the coin, not enough to be mistaken for a matrona. Heaven forbid. Before breakfast you offer a quiet prayer to Venus. There's a tiny shrine in the corner, blackened from years of candle smoke. Someone left a honey cake yesterday. It's half eaten. You whisper a few lines from memory, something between reverence and routine. Venus, goddess of love, protector of those who sell it, hear me. Keep away the drunkards who don't pay. Keep away the ones who bite. Keep my womb silent, my skin smooth, and my purse full. You know it's mostly superstition, but there's comfort in ritual. Even if Venus doesn't listen, someone might. One of the doors creaks. Your first client of the day arrives, shrugging off a cloak and trying not to make eye contact. He always looks like he regrets everything. You recognize him. Fishmonger who sells near the gate. He smells like brine and cold wine, like someone who's been up all night cutting things. He doesn't want to talk. Most of them don't. They pretend it's your idea to keep things silent, but you know the truth. If they hear your voice, it gets harder to forget you, harder to lie to themselves. You take him to a room. The walls are damp. He grunts, you fake a sigh. And just like that, the day has begun. Historically speaking, the daily grind for Roman prostitutes varied wildly, depending on where you were on the social food chain. You're on the lower rung. You're in the Lupanar of Pompeii, the most famous brothel in the city, preserved under volcanic ash like some bizarre museum of the flesh. Some prostitutes, called meretresses, registered with the state and had a bit more autonomy. Others, like the prostibule, worked under a lino. Or lina, a pimp, basically. Some were slaves, others technically free but trapped economically. It's a spectrum, and it's not neat. Fun fringe fact: there were actually tokens, spintrii, with explicit images on them, possibly used in brothels as currency or entry passes. No one really agrees on what they were for, which leads us to tonight's first scholarly debate. Were these sex tokens part of a secret economy, or just souvenirs for degenerates with deep pockets? No one knows, but the idea of ancient Rome having its own weird version of arcade tokens is strangely fitting. You finish with your first client and check the tiny basket near the door. 2 copper asses, not even enough for a proper lunch. You mutter a curse at Mercury under your breath, god of thieves and merchants. Sometimes it feels like he invented your whole career path just for the laughs. You head back to your room, roll your shoulders, and brace yourself. It's barely sunrise. This day has only just begun. The sun finally breaches the narrow slit in the wall, casting a warm stripe of light across the floor that doesn't quite reach your feet. You're sitting on your cot, legs tucked up, rubbing olive oil into your elbows. It's not for glamour. It's to keep your skin from cracking. Your second client hasn't arrived yet, so you use the lull to get ready in the only way you can, with ritual, repetition, and a thick skin you've built layer by layer over the years. Your day doesn't allow for much self-care in the way modern people talk about it, but you've got your own system. First, the oil. Then a few stretches to work out the crick in your back. Those rooms are too small for any real movement, and some of your clients like to throw their weight around. Literally, you once had a blacksmith who insisted on lifting you like an amphora. Your shoulder still clicks when you rotate it. You fish around in the shared supply basket and find a stick of coal. It's blunt and smeared, but you darken your eyes with a practiced hand, squinting into a polished piece of bronze you call a mirror. It's warped and makes your face look wider than it is, but it'll do. You dab a little crushed rose petal on your wrists for scent. Not because clients expect it, but because it makes you feel marginally more human. Outside the Lupanar, the city is coming to life. Through the cracks in the door, you hear the rising murmur of the street. Fruit sellers calling out their prices, the rhythmic clack of sandals on stone, the occasional shriek of a vendor being shorted. It's oddly comforting, predictable even. Inside, the Lupanar has its own rhythm. Brynia is still counting coins. Maripe is already on her third client. Someone else, not sure who, just threw up behind the pillar in the atrium. Again, there's no breakfast per se, just whatever you can find or steal. Someone passes you half a fig and a chunk of coarse bread. You nibble it, trying not to think about where the bread came from or how long it's been sitting out. Wine might help, but it's too early to be blurry, and you prefer to save the buzz for after the sun goes down. And now, it's time. You hear the footsteps before you see him, Another client. This one looks cleaner, better dressed. Not rich, but not starving either. His tunic is neatly belted, his sandals newish. He asks for you by name. Your work name, not your real one. The one you scrolled in charcoal above your room, Felicia. Means lucky, ironic. You never liked it, but it stuck, now like a second skin. You lead him to the room, keeping the small talk minimal. He's chatty, wants to know if you're from here, which is code for, are you foreign and exotic enough to justify my interest? You lie. Tell him you were born near Capua. Sounds far enough to be interesting, but close enough to be plausible. He nods like he cares. He doesn't. He leaves quickly, tossing 2 more asses into the basket, and you breathe a little easier. That's 4 for the morning, and the sun's barely moved. If things keep up, you might be able to buy a full meal tonight. Maybe even some dried dates. You wander towards the common room. Brynja eyes your basket, then your face. He pay? She asks, always direct. You nod. She grunts approval. She's been working this loop-inner longer than anyone, and somehow she's managed to buy her own freedom. Rumor has it she still works out of choice, though nobody really believes that. What else is she going to do? Open a bakery? The conversation turns to odd topics, as it always does between shifts. Someone mentions a girl in Ostia who uses linen soaked in wine as a kind of condom. Everyone laughs, but the conversation spirals. From there, you all start swapping stories. Cheap bladder sheaths, sour wine douches, amulets shaped like tiny phalluses. You've tried 1 or 2. None of them reliable, and most of them painful. One girl swears by Silphim, but that herb's nearly extinct. The Empire harvested it into oblivion. A few claim they've seen it sold in back alleys, but it's probably just parsley and hope. You ask Brynja what she did before this. She smirks. What do you mean before? She says, I was born behind a tavern. I started cleaning floors then. Washing clothes, then warming beds. It's a progression. You nod. It tracks. Most of the girls here weren't kidnapped or sold, at least not directly. They just fell down the ladder until this was the only rung left. And here's the thing no one outside ever really understands. Some of you are free, technically. You can walk out the door legally. You're not chained. But without money, without family, without a patron to protect you, where exactly are you going to go? Freedom's a lovely word on paper. It doesn't feed you, house you, or keep the night watch from hassling you on the street. There's a knock at the side entrance. One of the local watchmen, the vigils, is here again. Not for pleasure, for coin. He wants his weekly bribe. Brynja sighs and peels a few sestertii from the locked box. For protection, he reminds you. From what? You ask under your breath. From me, he says, smiling like it's a joke. It's not. You pay because if you don't, your place might mysteriously get raided for being disorderly. Clients might vanish, permits might get questioned. It's a dance, one that leaves you spinning. So you sit back down, fix your face again, and listen as the street noise outside swells. It's a foreign day today. Lots of traffic, lots of potential. You glance at the tally Brynja keeps scratched into the wax tablet. The numbers are low so far, but it's still early. Fun historical note. Ancient Roman prostitutes weren't just anonymous figures drifting through alleyways. Some were famous, celebrated even. There were courtesans with patrons, some who appeared in poetry, and others known for specific talents or traits. But for every one of those, there were 100 more like you, Working, surviving, enduring. Odd. Fringe fact for this stretch: the Roman government taxed sex work. Not just lightly. There was a whole registration system for meretresses. Once registered, your name went on a list, and suddenly you were legal. But that didn't mean respectable. In fact, becoming registered could make it more difficult to leave the profession, since you'd now been publicly branded. That's the bureaucratic double bind of ancient Rome: legal, yet stained forever. And tonight's scholarly shrug: were all prostitutes required to register? Records are spotty. Some historians say only certain kinds, like street workers or those attached to brothels, were forced to. Others think it depended on the city. Either way, enforcement was likely as inconsistent as everything else in your life. You lie back on your cot for a moment, staring at the ceiling with its crumbling plaster. Another client is probably already walking through the front gate. You've got about 2 minutes of silence left, maybe less. You close your eyes, not to rest but to reset. Because the day doesn't wait, and neither do they. The third man of the day arrives just after the bells mark the second hour. You know this one. You can smell the wine on him before he even speaks. He always stumbles in around this time, fresh from some low-end tavern, lips stained with cheap Falernian and breath like something that died in a barrel. His tunic is wrinkled, one sandal untied, and he grins at you with the confidence of a man who believes he's charming, but clearly isn't. You muster a half smile, the kind that means, let's just get this over with. He asks for the usual, as though this is a relationship and not a transaction. You take him to your room, where the mattress is still warm from the last visitor. You don't bother pretending this time. He's too far gone to notice anything except his own fumbling triumph. He's clumsy, quick, and deeply self-satisfied. When he's done, he lingers like he might say something meaningful. But instead, he just belches, fishes around in his coin pouch, and drops a single bronze as you stare at it, then at him, then back at the coin. Before you can speak, he's already stumbling back into the hallway, whistling something off-key. You don't chase him. You never chase. You lean back against the wall, rubbing your temples. Some days are like this, you tell yourself. The better ones will make up for it, but deep down, you know the math rarely works in your favor. You pick up the coin and toss it toward the bowl. It misses and rolls under the bed. Perfect. You leave it there. Let the gods find it. Outside your door, things are picking up. The early crowd is here. The workers and traders who take their pleasures before heading to the forum or the warehouse. These are the quick ones, the cheap ones, the ones who don't care to make eye contact. They're in and out in 5 minutes, if that. No names, no conversation, no pretense. It's not romantic, and it's not meant to be. It's just part of their morning routine, like brushing teeth or feeding the dog. You hear snippets of conversation as they pass. 2 men joking about their wives. One bragging that he came here instead of the temple today. A familiar cackle Marape again, this time laughing too loudly. She's probably drunk already, or pretending to be. Either way, she's handling the crowd well. You admire her ability to detach. She can turn it all off, slide into character, and switch back out before her feet hit the hallway again. You're still working on that dock. You step outside your room for a breath of air, well, as close as you can get to air in a brothel. It's thick with sweat and perfume, the scent of burning incense mixing with the unmistakable tang of bodies too close together. You tug your tunic back into place and glance around the atrium. A new girl, barely older than 14, is speaking. Nervously with a client, her voice shakes. You recognize that look. First week. Still hoping this isn't forever. Still thinking she'd earn enough to buy her way out. You don't say anything. You've learned not to get too attached. Too many girls come and go. Some vanish overnight. Others just fade into the background. Little more each day, until you can barely remember their faces. You nod to her in passing, a small gesture that says, "You're not invisible." Not yet. You retreat to the corner where someone's laid out a tray of fruit, probably leftovers from a client who thought grapes counted as seduction. You grab a handful and bite into one. It's sour, probably meant for wine, not eating. Still, it keeps your stomach from growling. A group of men arrive together, boisterous and loud, shoving each other like boys in a schoolyard. They point at the frescoes on the wall, laughing at the acrobatic poses painted in fading reds and ochres. One of them mimics a position with an exaggerated thrust, and the others erupt into laughter. You roll your eyes but smile anyway. You've seen worse at the Lupiner's frescoes are infamous. Each little cubicle has its own scene painted above the doorway, depicting acts that range from the mundane to the mildly terrifying. It's both advertising and an instruction manual, mostly for men who don't read. The images tell them what's available and where. Some even have crude captions. I do it like this, or here's what you get for 2 asses. You've posed like those paintings more times than you care to count, sometimes even using them to break the ice. Pick your favorite, you say, pointing up. It gives them something to focus on besides your face. You retreat to your room again, hoping for a few minutes of quiet. Instead, you find graffiti newly scratched into the plaster beside your bed. Someone's carved your name, Felicia, followed by a crude drawing and the phrase Felicissima Omnium, the happiest of them all. You stare at it for a while, unsure whether it's meant to flatter or mock. Probably both. The walls are full of things like this. Names, boasts, crude poems, little slivers of humanity left by people who wanted to be remembered, or just couldn't keep their mouths shut. Some of your coworkers take pride in these markings, treat them like badges of honor. A client carved that with his own knife, Brinia says proudly of hers. You're less convinced. Being etched into stone doesn't feel like immortality. It feels like graffiti. And most of the time, they don't even get your name right. Still, it's better than being forgotten. Historically, many Roman brothels like the Lupiner in Pompeii were plastered with graffiti. Visitors would leave reviews, drawings, even full conversations scratched into the walls. Some praised the women by name, others mocked them. These inscriptions are how we know many of the working girls' names, or at least the ones they used. But no one's sure how accurate any of it is. Were the names real? Stage names? Nicknames given by clients? That's one of the lingering mysteries of Roman daily life. What part of this was branding, and what part was identity? And then there's the fringe detail. Archaeologists have even found tally marks beside some names, like someone was keeping score. Of what, exactly? Number of clients? Number of visits? No one agrees. It's another detail lost in the gaps, another fragment in the blurred outline of history. Your client count is up to 6 now. You've stopped tracking the minutes. Instead, you count coins, bruises, and moments of silence. You press your head against the cool stone wall, let your breath even out, and close your eyes. You've still got hours to go. By midday, the Lupiner is humming like a beehive. The steady rhythm of footsteps, murmurs, and the occasional clink of coin against clay is the soundtrack of your life. You've already seen a dozen clients today, some forgettable, some annoying, one who tried to pay in fish, which is a first even for you. You're sweaty, hungry, and your thighs ache from too much time on your back. But there's no break yet. Not really. You're lucky if you get a few minutes to sit with your legs stretched out and your tunic adjusted properly before someone else knocks on the frame of your doorway and smirks like he's about to ask you to paint his ceiling with your feet. This is the morning rush, the peak hours for what the Lino calls fast turnover, which means quick, no-nonsense sessions where nobody takes their sandals off. The men who come now are usually laborers, dock workers, messengers, even soldiers. Some pay well enough, especially if they're flush from recent wages, but most are just looking for the cheapest option that doesn't reek of vomit. You're affordable. That's your selling point. Not glamorous or exotic, just consistent. You learn to move with mechanical efficiency, invite them in, guide them to the pallet, do what needs doing, count the coin, and move on. You talk less and less as the morning goes on, saving your voice and your energy. One man tries to get romantic, stroking your face like he's in a stage play. You give him a half laugh and steer his hand away. You've had this one before. He's married and feels guilty, so he turns the whole thing into a pretend love story to make himself feel better. You let him because he tips well. After he leaves, you sag onto the mattress, staring up at the painting above you. Two figures in a rather improbable embrace. You've been trying to figure out the physics of it since the fresco was restored last month. You're pretty sure one of them would have dislocated a hip. You start laughing and can't stop. It's not real laughter. It's the kind that comes from a long morning and too little food. Brunia peeks into the doorway and raises an eyebrow. "You crack yet?" she asks. You nod, still giggling. She tosses you a handful of dried figs. "Too slow. Might be your only meal today." You pop one into your mouth and chew thoughtfully, the sweetness waking up your tired senses. You hear a thump in the next room, then Marape swearing. Something fell, probably another client who thought he could pull off a balancing act from the fresco menu. You finish your snack and head out to the shared basin again to splash water on your face. Your kohl smudges in the heat. You reapply with your fingers and try to remember the last time you cared about symmetry. And then you hear a whisper from two girls sitting on a nearby bench. She said she used linen, tied it off at the end like a purse. You pause, listening as they giggle and argue. The subject: birth control, again. It's the kind of conversation that never ends in this place. Everyone's heard something. Cloth soaked in vinegar, amulets tied around the ankle, a paste of pine resin and dates. One girl swears by a mixture of acacia and crocodile dung, but she's clearly lying. You weigh the options in your mind. Linen sheaths, withdrawal, herbal infusions. Most of it's guesswork wrapped in superstition, and you've seen the results. 2 of the girls are already visibly pregnant. One's trying to hide it under a loose tunic. The other jokes about naming the baby after her favorite client. No one laughs. You've tried a few methods yourself. There was a woman once old, wrinkled, and sharp as a stiletto who sold a potion made of silphium extract. It cost 2 days' wages and tasted like death, but you took it anyway. You think it worked. Hard to say. That plant's practically extinct. Now over-harvested for the exact reason you needed it. These days, you mostly rely on luck and timing. Not a great strategy, but you can't afford better. You head back to your room just as another client arrives. This one is young, barely more than a boy, with nervous energy and shaky hands. First time, you guess. He can't meet your eyes, fumbles with his purse, and asks questions like he's placing a delicate order in a bakery. You guide him through it gently, professionally. You don't mock him or rush him. You've learned that sometimes the easiest way to get through this job is to treat it like theater. He's your audience. You give him the performance he's hoping for, and when it's over, he looks grateful. Embarrassed but grateful. He overpays, you let him. A few extra coins never hurt anyone, and maybe you were the only thing keeping him from unraveling today. You don't think too hard about it. You tuck the coins into your pouch and whisper a quick thanks to Mercury, god of commerce and, let's be honest, probably your patron deity by now. When he leaves, you take another 5 minutes to rest. You stare at the floor, picking at a crack in the tile. You think about how much your life costs. 1 loaf of bread, 3 asses. A bottle of cheap perfume, 5. A decent pair of sandals, maybe 10. Your body, variable pricing, depending on the hour, the client, and your mood. Sometimes you think of yourself in those same units. Your smile is 1 coin. A touch is 2. Everything else has its own price. Tag. In the distance, a bell tolls noon. The sun is blazing outside now, making the stone walls radiate heat like an oven. Inside the Lupiner, the air is thick and still. The new girl found herself with a broken tile. Another is sprawled near the fountain, dangling her feet in the water until Brynnia snaps at her to move before she gives the place a bad reputation. As if that ship hasn't already sailed. Historically, the midday hours were the busiest for brothels like yours. Roman workdays often ended by early afternoon, especially for the lower classes, which meant more time for drinking, gambling, and sex. Brothels clustered around bathhouses and taverns, making it easy for men to bounce from one indulgence to the next. And yes, many men visited prostitutes in groups, sometimes as part of business deals or drinking games. You've had more than one group try to turn their visit into a contest. Usually let Marape handle those. She likes a challenge. Here's your odd little historical gem for the hour. Some Roman prostitutes wore tokens around their necks, listing their services and prices, literal price tags like produce at the market. No one's sure if this was common practice or just a custom in certain cities, but the idea of walking around with a bronze tag that reads 2 asses for rear entrance is a detail that sticks in your brain like a sliver of glass. And your scholarly toss-up for today: whether sex work in ancient Rome was considered more tolerable than in other periods, or just differently shameful. Some say Rome was unusually pragmatic about prostitution. Others argue it was brutally hypocritical, legal but despised, everywhere but always in the shadows. You live that contradiction every day. You stretch your arms overhead, trying to unkink your spine. There's a stain on the ceiling now. You don't remember it being there yesterday. You wonder if it's wine, blood, or just water damage. Either way, it's not your job to care. Your name gets called again. Another client. Another hour. Another few coins. You stand up, paste a pleasant look on your face, and step into the corridor once more. It's mid-afternoon when you hear something that makes your stomach twist. A quiet cough, repeated twice, coming from the corner room. Not a clearing-the-throat kind of cough, the dry, chesty kind. You know that sound. You've heard it before. It echoes from the same place the whisper of disease starts, deep in your chest under the ribs. The other girls ignore it. You wish you could. That room has a reputation now. People say there's a curse on it. Others say it's just where the sick ones go when the Lino doesn't know where else to put them. You walk past quickly, eyes down. You've already seen 3 girls disappear from that corner over the past year. One was called Elia. She used to sing between clients. Now no one even says her name. That's how it works. People vanish and life goes on. No memorials, no mourning. Just their perfume lingering on the breeze for a few hours longer than it should. You distract yourself with gossip, usually a reliable cure for existential dread. Brynja is muttering about the vigils again. Apparently, they've raised their price. 15 sestertii a week, she hisses, counting coins with a sour expression. For what? To look the other way while we choke on bad incense? You nod, half listening. She's right, of course, but there's nothing you can do about it. The vigils are the only thing standing between you and the city's unofficial rules about cleaning up the streets. It's not uncommon for a brothel to get shut down for being a nuisance code for not bribing the right people. While Brynja fumes, another girl, Marcia Small and bird-like, drops onto the bench beside you. She's wiping sweat from her neck and trying to brush sand off her feet. Guess who I just had, she says, and you raise an eyebrow. She grins. A baker's apprentice. Couldn't stop talking about flour. Said my thighs reminded him of kneaded dough. You groan. Did you throw something at him? Nah, she shrugs. He tipped me extra. Said I was fresh from the oven. You both laugh until your stomach hurts. But then Marcia leans in, lowers her voice. Did you hear about the linen trick? You. Pause. The one with wine? No, this is new, she says. Linen soaked in olive oil, all tied at the base. Supposed to prevent seed from taking root. You blink. That sounds messy. She shrugs again. Better than nothing. And then, as if reading your mind, she adds, You trying anything right now? You hesitate. Timing. She nods like that makes sense. It doesn't. But what else can you do? The options are limited, and all of them are rumors. No one really knows what works. You just try everything once, and hope the gods are in a good mood, and then there's the topic no one wants to say aloud. What happens if it doesn't work? The whispered names of women who disappeared after a visit to an herbalist. A late-night knock on a midwife's door. Blood on the floor the next day. No one ever asks questions, and no one ever answers them. You've seen a girl walk in pale and trembling and come out 4 hours later looking hollow. You want to believe she just had a headache. You know better. You get up to stretch and shake off the unease, heading toward the back hallway for some air. The brothel has a narrow inner courtyard. Really just a stone rectangle with a fig tree planted awkwardly in the middle. The figs are sour and half-rotted, but the leaves provide a sliver of shade. You lean against the wall and close your eyes. The hum of flies is steady, hypnotic. Somewhere nearby, someone is singing soft, tuneless, and slightly off-key. A strange rumor has been making the rounds among the girls. Someone claimed to have seen a man at the baths wearing a linen sheath. Not a rumor you usually hear from the men's side of things. Apparently, it was tied with a leather strap, and he boasted it was from Egypt. You don't know whether to laugh or believe it. You've heard crazy things. Some say the Egyptians were better at this kind of thing, that they had all sorts of birth control methods centuries before Rome even built its first aqueduct. Maybe it's true. You wish someone would bring you a scroll or 2 actual knowledge written down. Instead of all these passed-down half-truths wrapped in old cloth as the afternoon wears on, the foot traffic slows. This is the lull. The heat is at its worst. And even the most eager clients need a moment to nap or drink or shout at their slaves. The girls retreat to corners and cushions, fanning themselves with anything they can find. You sit near the entrance, watching the street through a crack. In the wooden door, a cart rolls by, pulled by a pair of oxen. Children run behind it, trying to snatch falling fruit. A man hawks amulets to ward off impotence. Another sells spiced wine from a jug with flies floating in the neck. Life goes on. You think about the girl in the corner room again, the cough, the silence. You want to go check on her, but you don't. There's a line between concern and self-preservation, and you've learned to stay on the right side of it. You light a bit of incense instead, myrrh if you're lucky, and murmur a quick prayer to Venus, not for yourself this time. For her, and for the rest of you. May the cough stay quiet, may the linen tricks work, may the vigils take their coin. And leave. Fun historical fact. The Romans didn't just leave contraception to whispers and wishful thinking. They wrote about it. Authors like Soranus of Ephesus suggested everything from plant-based pessaries to coitus interruptus. He even recommended timing sex to avoid pregnancy, a system that modern science has since confirmed is deeply unreliable. But it was knowledge written, copied, shared. A glimmer of science in a world otherwise ruled by guesses and prayers. Fringe fact for you. Some people believe the Romans invented an early version of the condom, not from animal intestines like later civilizations, but from linen soaked in. Various mixtures, some were tied on, others inserted. Whether they worked, that's anyone's guess. The archaeological record is mostly silent on that point. Linen doesn't preserve well over 2,000 years. And here's your open debate. Did Roman men ever regularly use protection? Or was that idea mostly projected backward by modern historians looking for signs of civilization in all the wrong places? Some scholars argue men preferred natural methods, pulling out, herbal drinks, or nothing at all. Others think there was a small, elite market for sheaths and infusions, probably among those who could afford midwives and scribes to keep track of cycles. You sigh and push off the wall. The lull is ending. The sun is lower now, angling across the floor in golden stripes. Time to start preparing for the evening wave. You adjust your tunic, rub a little more oil into your skin, and step back inside. The cough comes again. You don't turn your head. The sunlight slants differently now, heavier and redder as it filters through the alleyways and slips between the uneven stones of the Lupinar S entrance. It's the signal all of you have been waiting for, the subtle shift from afternoon lethargy to early evening promise. This is when the day starts to stretch itself again, when the merchants are heading home, the soldiers are off duty, and the men who didn't dare sneak out earlier finally build up the courage. You can feel it in the energy of the place. Girls, smoothing their tunics, reapplying pigment to their cheeks, adjusting the pins in their hair with the desperate hope that one good client might turn the whole day around. But instead of prepping for the next round, you're stuck in a debate. One of those never quite resolved conversations that's half about politics, half about identity, and entirely about the twisted concept of freedom in your line of work. The trigger this time is Nisa, who just finished with a merchant's son and came out glowing. He paid triple, gave me a fig cake, and told me I deserved better. Now she's ranting. I'm not a slave, she says, pacing near the fountain. I signed a contract. I can leave whenever I want. She says it loud enough for the girls in the back room to hear. They don't respond. Marcia chimes in from a low bench. But you don't leave, she says, casually peeling a grape. So how free? Are you really? The words hang in the air, sweet and sharp. Nisa glares. I choose to stay. That's different. You're tempted to jump in, but you've had this exact conversation before, just with different names and slightly different bruises. You say nothing. The truth is messier than either of them will admit. Some of you are slaves, yes, owned outright, bought for pleasure and labor with no illusion of choice. Others, like you, are technically free, which mostly means your name isn't on someone else's property list. But your options are still boxed in by poverty, gender, and the invisible weight of a social stain. You're stuck in a web spun by economics, not chains. Can you walk out the front door? Sure. Will you get a job in a respectable household afterward? Not a chance. The moment you work here, you're branded. Not with iron maybe, but with reputation, which is harder to scrub off. You retreat from the debate before it turns sour. You head towards your room, dodging a drunk who's already taken off one sandal and is singing to himself in Greek. You pretend not to hear. The doorframe of your room has fresh carvings on it. Someone has scratched a crude heart around the name. Felicia, followed by what looks like the Latin abbreviation for good lay. You groan and mentally add it to the list of things you can't unsee. Inside, you sit on the edge of the pallet and stretch your legs out, rotating your ankles until the joints pop. Your feet ache, the soles are dirty, and your right sandal strap is frayed. You make a note to find a new pair before Saturnalia, or hope a generous client gets the hint. Maybe that banker who always compliments your calves. You've only been sitting a moment when there's a tap at the doorframe. Light, but deliberate. You look up and see a face you haven't seen in weeks. Tertius, the senatorial aide who always arrives. Robed, veiled, and fidgeting like a boy stealing sweets. He's clearly trying not to be recognized, even though you know his voice, his shape, even the way he breathes when he's nervous. Felicia, he whispers, as if saying your name louder might invoke a curse. You nod, welcoming him in with a gesture. He hesitates before stepping inside, glancing behind him like someone might leap out from behind a pillar shouting, "Caught you!" You resist the urge to laugh. It's always the well-dressed ones who panic the most. He settles into the room like a man expecting divine retribution. You don't mock him. He's paid well in the past and, more importantly, tips in silver. He sits on the pallet, then stands up, then sits again. Rough day? You ask, keeping your voice smooth and light. He looks at you, eyes wide. Senate meetings, he says, like it explains everything. You nod. You don't care, not really, but you've learned to ask the right questions. Anyone argue about grain again? He nods quickly, then shifts the topic like he's afraid even your plaster walls have ears. I missed you, he says. You almost roll your eyes, almost. Instead, you smile faintly. You say that to all the women. No, he insists. Not like this. You hum, non-committal. He's clearly here for more than just the usual. You prepare yourself to be his therapist, his confessional, and his fantasy, all rolled into one. He pays for an hour, talks for half of it. You learn that his wife hates olives, his son recites Virgil badly, and he is terrified of public speaking. When he finally gets around to the actual reason he's here, he's tentative, unsure. You guide him through it like a priestess, careful and composed. When he leaves, he drops 5 silver denarii in your bowl more than fair and disappears. into the dusk like a shadow trying not to exist. You sigh, counting the coins with a mixture of relief and mild irritation. It's a good haul, but emotionally exhausting. Still, it beats the man who tried to pay you in bread crusts and a half-dead chicken last week. You step into the hallway just as another argument starts. Marcia and Nisa again, this time about who qualifies for burial in the public cemetery. You walk past them, tuning it out. You have your own thoughts swirling about Tertius, about that corner room cough, about your frame sandals, and whether 5 denarii is enough to buy a new pair and pay the vigils. You're too tired to do the math right now. Now for the historical drop. In ancient Rome, the line between free and enslaved prostitutes was as blurred as it was brutal. While it's true that many sex workers were slaves or freedwomen under contract, some freeborn women voluntarily took up the trade, usually out of desperation, not desire. Those who registered with the state as meretresses gave up their right to marry respectable Roman men. That's right. Once you signed on, you couldn't legally become a wife to a citizen. Even if you got out, even if you found love, even if you were the most virtuous harlot this side of the Tiber. One signature, and your social ceiling was slammed shut. And the fringe detail tonight. There's scattered evidence that some sex workers faked their status. A few pretended to be registered meretresses to avoid being charged with adultery, which was a serious crime. Think about that. Some women found more safety under the label prostitute than unfaithful wife. Rome's legal system had a sense of humor, a dark one. As for what historians still argue over, the exact status of contracted prostitutes. Some worked under linones with formal arrangements, profit sharing, housing, even a clothing stipend. But was that freedom? Or just a slower kind of bondage? The debate continues with dusty scrolls and worn Latin phrases passed around like puzzle pieces no one can quite fit together. Back in your room, you tuck the silver under your mattress and lie back on the worn straw, trying not to think about how much longer until dark. The busiest hours are coming. You can feel it. For now, you rest your eyes, breathe deep, and wait. For the next knock. As evening settles across Pompeii, the streets take on a new flavor. More wine, more noise, more risk. The sky turns a bruised orange, and shadows crawl longer between the buildings, stretching into the alleys like fingers feeling for something they lost. You lean against the doorway of your room, half in the dark, watching men drift past the Lupino's threshold with the hungry look of wolves circling the sheep pen. They try to appear casual, of course, adjusting tunics, pretending to examine wall frescoes, laughing too loudly about things that aren't funny. But they're here for you. For your coworkers, for the illusion of being wanted just long enough to forget who they really are. You don't call out to them. You haven't done that in months. Some of the newer girls still do, but they haven't figured out yet that desperation is like perfume to these men. It attracts the wrong kind, the ones who want power more than pleasure. You've learned to wait, to make them come to you. They always do. You shift your weight, feeling the rough edge of a carved name beneath your fingertips on the stone archway. It's yours, or at least the name you work under, Felicia. It's been etched in at least 4 different spots now, each with a slightly different spelling. One has a heart beside it. Another reads Felicia Benefelit. Felicia gives good. Well, you get the idea. You used to get offended. Now it just means you're recognizable. Repeat business. Brand loyalty, as Brynja puts it with a dry smirk. Graffiti is everywhere in this place. The walls of the Lupanar aren't just decorated. They're alive, scratched, painted, and gouged with thoughts and crude poetry by men who either couldn't afford a mosaic or thought poetry was a better tip than coin. You've read most of them, mostly out of boredom. Some praise the girls by name. Marcia is a goddess. Some are threats. Nisa stole my coin, beware. One simply reads, I came, I paid, I came again. You've seen that one so many times you wonder if it's just a default message for the creatively bankrupt. It's not just clients leaving their marks. Some girls scratching tallies near their doors, personal ledgers of who came and who paid. You've got your own little system hidden under the plaster near your headboard. A series of marks. One for each night no one cried. 2 for when you got a full meal. 3 for every time someone treated you like a person. That last one doesn't get many. You wander down the hallway, passing rooms with open doors, half lit by oil lamps set into alcoves. Maripay's voice floats out of one, sharp and nasal, cackling at some joke you missed. In another room, a client is already asleep, snoring through his beard while a girl frowns and counts the coins he dropped on the floor. The torchlight flickers across the walls, catching the scenes painted above each door. You've memorized them. All, a woman riding a man like a chariot. A trio arranged in a complicated knot of limbs. One that seemed anatomically impossible unless gravity worked differently in ancient Rome. The images aren't just decoration. They're advertising, menu, items. Each one is supposed to match the specialty of the room or the girl assigned to it. Yours shows a woman on her knees, face tilted coyly up. It was repainted last year, right after you caught the eye of a shipping agent who left you 3 whole denarii and half a bottle of imported oil. A gift. You still have it. That bottle might be the nicest thing you owned out in the corner of the common room. Brynja is muttering over a wax tablet. She glances up and sees you. Someone carved your name again, she says, jerking the thumb toward the wall. Top left, near the fresco with the goat. You nod. That's the 4th this week. A foolie. She gives you a tired look. Maybe you should charge more. Maybe you should get me a new door, you say. She snorts and returns to her tallying. You perch on a low stool beside her and watch as another man enters the Lupanar. Middle-aged, clean tunic, new sandals, probably a merchant. You can always tell by the shoes. He pauses, scanning the space. His eyes flick from girl to girl, then land on you. He walks over slowly, like a man pretending he's in no rush to sin. You Felicia? He asks in a tone that suggests he's heard stories. You nod. Depends, you say. You paying in coin or poetry? He laughs, thankfully not the creepy kind. Coin, he says, holding up a purse. He's decent. Not too rough, not too fast, and he actually makes conversation before pulling up his tunic. He asks how long you've worked here. You lie. He asks if you like it. You lie again. He asks if anyone's ever fallen in love with you. You hesitate, then smile. Only the ones who say they won't, you reply. That makes him quiet. Later, when he leaves, he brushes your hand like he might say something profound, but he doesn't. He just nods and disappears into the night, like the rest of them. Graffiti, names, marks, these are your legacy. Not children, not stories, not even a real grave when the time comes. Just scratches in stone and fading pigment on plaster. You used to think you'd leave more behind. Now you hope the walls remember you better than the people do. Historical fact of the hour. Pompeii's Lupanar, the most famous Roman brothel ever uncovered, had over 120 pieces of graffiti preserved in its walls when it was excavated. Many included names, both of the workers and clients, along with reviews, crude jokes, and anatomical commentary. These inscriptions are among the only surviving records of ancient sex workers' voices, even if many of them weren't written by the women themselves. Still, they speak. Here's your fringe tidbit. Some of these inscriptions contain spelling errors and vulgar slang that suggests they were written by the semi-literate. One man wrote the Latin equivalent of "sucks well at the Lupinar" and signed it Big Marcus. He even drew a tiny penis next to his name. That, in some way, is the most honest advertisement you'll ever read. And the scholarly debate whether these names carved into brothel walls were real or stage names, professional aliases chosen for style, protection, or simply to sound more appealing. Felicia might be you, or it might have been a dozen girls before you. It might be the name the Lino gave you, or one you chose because it sounded luckier than what your mother called you. Some historians think names were recycled like costumes. Others think each girl carved her own identity into the walls, letter by letter. You reach up and touch your own name on the doorframe, the one with the lopsided heart. You trace the letters, then step away. A client's approaching. Time to earn another mark. By now, night is easing into the city like ink soaking through parchment. Slow, inevitable, and just a little too quiet. The light in the Lupinar turns golden and low, filtered through oil lamps that flicker against the sweating walls. This is the hour when everything begins to shift. The early drunks start to slur their way home, the forum quiets down, and the shadows in the hallway get longer. It's also when the other kind of client starts showing up. Not the laborers, or the wine sellers, or the cocky teenagers trying to prove something. No, now come the men who don't want to be seen, the ones who speak in whispers, wear cloaks with deep hoods, and drop coins without making eye contact. You know the type, and right now one of them is standing at your door. You recognize the gait before the face, because the face is mostly hidden. It's the senator, or at least a senator's son. He never gives a name, and honestly, you don't care. What you care about is that he always pays in gold and smells like expensive bath oil. Not the citrus kind everyone else wears, either. This stuff smells like cinnamon and resin, rare imports that come on ships with sails made of dyed wool. His presence in your doorway is a little miracle, the kind that might get you 2 days off or a new pair of shoes. He steps inside like he's sneaking into a temple he's not allowed in. "Felicia," he says, and you almost laugh at the way he says it, like it's a title, not a name. He takes his cloak off carefully and folds it into a neat square on your only stool. Underneath, he's wearing a clean tunic, white, minimal, expensive. Everything about him screams power wrapped in guilt. You know the routine. He likes control, he likes silence, he likes to feel like he's in a place where none of the rules apply. And for the right coin, you're happy to provide that illusion. You guide him through his usual script. He touches your face like he's memorizing it. You let him. You ask no questions. He likes that, the quiet. You wonder what kind of life he must live to come here for silence. Most men come for noise, the moaning, the compliments, the fake little gasps, but not him. He wants you still. Wants to pretend you're a statue come to life. You're good at this part. You've practiced stillness better than any temple priestess. When he's done, he doesn't speak for a while, just sits, hands folded, staring at the flickering oil lamp like it's the only thing keeping him tethered to the ground. Finally, he reaches into a pouch and drops a small bag of coins on the edge of the bed. You hear the soft clink of gold, not bronze, not silver gold. Your stomach flips. He stands and adjusts his cloak, careful again not to meet your gaze. "Thank you," he says softly, like you just saved his life. And then he's gone. You sit there for a moment, stunned, before opening the bag. 3 REI. You blink. That's more than you make in a month. You don't move for a while, just stare at the coins like they might turn to dust if you blink too hard. Eventually, you hide them deep under the loose stone in your floor, the one behind the straw mat. You've never had this much to hide before. You tell no one, not even Brynja. The brothel is quieter now. The main rush has passed. Girls lounge in the common room, sipping watered wine and watching the door with tired eyes. You pass by Nisa, who's draped across a bench like a goddess in decline. "That cloaked one again?" she asks, tilting her head. You nod. She whistles, careful. Men like that start soft and end messy. You know she's right. But right now, you're thinking about what those 3 REI could mean. A week away from here, new clothes, a bath that doesn't smell like 10 other people's sweat. Maybe, just maybe, a step closer to buying your name back. You step outside briefly into the alley behind the Lupiner. The air is thick and warm, but at least it doesn't reek of wine and desperation. You lean against the wall, staring at the stars just beginning to show through the purple-black sky. Rome is above you. Somewhere far away, the Palatine Hill is glowing with torchlight. Senators are lounging in atriums, slaves are fanning nobles with peacock feathers, and no one is thinking about you unless they're sneaking into back rooms. Like your senator, you think about what your name really is. Not the work name, not Felicia, but the one you were given as a girl. You haven't said it aloud in years. You try it under your breath, just once. It feels strange in your mouth, foreign, like a word from a language you forgot. You wonder if you'll ever use it again, if someone will ever call you by it without shame. Probably not here. The sound of footsteps breaks your thoughts. A new group is approaching the brothel entrance, loud, already laughing, wine on their breath. You sigh and slip back inside. Brynja eyes you as you enter. "Take the fancy one next time," she says. "He's probably got friends." You nod. "Absolutely." But your mind is still on those coins in the floor. And what they mean. Historical drop for tonight. Despite all its political chaos, Rome was an empire obsessed with hierarchy. Even in brothels. This obsession played out in strange ways. Clients from the elite classes often sought out the grimiest, most anonymous places, like the Lupiner. Not in spite of the shame, but because of it. There was a thrill in slumming it. The worse the surroundings, the more dangerous the fantasy. It wasn't about the women. It was about power. And paradoxically, they treated you better when pretending you didn't exist. Here's your strange but true detail. Roman senators weren't technically supposed to engage in prostitution. Not as clients, and definitely not as prostitutes. Doing so could stain their dignitas, a kind of public reputation that was as valuable as gold. But plenty did anyway, under cloaks and assumed names, sometimes even building secret apartments for their favorite girls. One legend tells of a consul who kept a prostitute hidden in his villa, passing her off as a relative. No one asked questions. No one ever does. And the academic shrug. Were there high-end prostitutes working in brothels like yours, or did those women operate entirely outside places like the Lupiner? Some scholars argue that elite courtesans, or scorta delicati, worked independently in private homes or rented apartments. Others suggest the lines blurred often, with wealthier clients crossing into public brothels and elevating certain girls. If only temporarily, you're not a delicata, not yet. But 3 gold coins in your floor say maybe, just maybe, you could fake it if you had to. Back in your room, you rebraid your hair, sweep the floor with your foot, and adjust your shift. The night isn't over yet. There's another knock at your door. You smile. The door creaks open again, and for a second, you brace yourself for someone sloppy, drunk, boisterous, maybe already bleeding from a tavern brawl. But the man who steps in is quiet, slim, hesitant. His robe is deep blue and frayed. At the hem, which tells you a few things: decent class, no real wealth. Likely from a family that used to have money and lost it betting on the wrong faction. His sandals are dusty, the leather cracking. He doesn't meet your eye at first, but when he finally does, there's a flicker of something. Not hunger, not lust. Sadness, maybe. The kind you learn to recognize after enough time in this room. It's the look of a man who doesn't want to be here, but didn't. Nowhere else to go. You nod toward the bench and close the door behind him. "What's your name?" you ask gently. He hesitates, then shakes his head. "Doesn't matter." Classic. "You." Try again. "First time?" That gets a tiny pained smile. "No, just the first time I've come here." You take that in. It means he's gone to others. Places less known, maybe cleaner, maybe more secret. Or maybe just brothels with softer lighting. But the Lupiner is cheap, and that draws a specific crowd. It's where men go when they've run out of illusions. He sits with his hands clasped tightly in his lap. "You don't have to talk," you offer, and for a moment, it looks like he'll take you up on it. But then softly he says, "Do you ever get anyone like me?" You raise an eyebrow. "Like you how?" He pauses, nervous, guilty, not here for sport. You sit beside him, not touching. "More than you think," you say. Most of them just don't say it out loud. You wait. He doesn't move. His whole body is tense, like he's wound too tight and might snap with the wrong word. "My father's a magistrate," he finally says, voice barely above a whisper. "He'd die if he knew." You snort softly. "No, he wouldn't. He's probably got a favorite girl on the Aventine." That actually earns you a laugh, short and too sharp. "I came here because I thought it wouldn't feel like a sin if I paid for it." You shrug. Probably still does. He finally meets your eyes again. "You hate us?" You blink. "Men?" "No," he says. "The ones who come here." That's a harder question. You tilt your head, considering. "I hate the ones who lie, who think I'm just a body with no eyes, no ears. Who treat me like something they scraped off their sandal, then pretend to love me in the same breath." You pause, "But the ones like you? The ones who know they're broken and came here anyway?" "No, I don't hate you." He nods, then leans in, not lustfully, just like he needs contact. You let him put his head against your shoulder. It's not the strangest thing a client has asked of you, not by a long shot. He stays like that for a while, quiet, breathing shallowly. When he finally pulls back, he looks steadier. "Thank you," he says, reaching for his purse. "Keep it," you murmur. "You didn't take anything from me." He still leaves 3 coins on the bench before slipping away. You sit there for a while after he's gone, feeling the shape of his weight against your arm. Not many clients ever give you space to feel anything. Fewer still leave behind something. More than sweat and awkwardness. You consider lighting incense, but you don't want to ruin the quiet that's settled in the room like a silk shawl. You step into the hall and almost crash into Brynja. She looks at you with narrowed eyes. You cry? No, you reply. Almost. Did he pay? Yes. Then I don't care, she mutters and heads for her room. You drift back to the atrium and hear laughter, drunken, sharp, the kind that's less about humor and more about showing off. The new groups arrived. You know the rhythm of these ones before they speak. Wealthy enough to act bold, entitled enough to expect a performance. The kind that treats you like part of the furniture, or worse, like a prize to pass around. You brace yourself. The loudest. One, a balding man with rings on every finger, saunters in and calls out, "Where's the girl with the thighs like marble?" They said she's in here. That could be any of you. You watch as he scans the room, pointing at girls like he's picking livestock. He settles on Maripe, who sighs and stands like she's been called to the execution block. "Wish me luck," she murmurs, deadpan. Maybe he'll pass out halfway through. You take a spot on the bench near the entrance, quietly counting your coins from the senator and the nervous young man. It's more than you've had in weeks. Enough to keep back, enough to hide, enough to start thinking in terms of the future again. Which is dangerous, because thinking about the future is how hope sneaks in, and hope is sharp. A younger man enters. Next handsome, clearly rich, clearly trying not to be obvious about it. He doesn't wear a hood, doesn't keep his face down. He acts like he's above this place, but comes here anyway, which makes him the most dangerous kind. You're watching him make a beeline for one of the younger girls, Licinia, probably not even 17 yet, when Brynja intercepts him like a soldier defending a gate. "She's not available," she says firmly. He frowns, confused. "But I saw her yesterday." "She's sick," Brynja lies. "You can wait or pick someone else." He chooses to wait. You wonder briefly how many times Brynja's had to block men like that. Protect the younger ones from clients who think youth equals pliability. You wonder how many times someone did that for her. Years ago, there's a whisper of movement near the back wall, and you notice someone else has entered. Someone you hadn't seen in weeks. She's small with a limp, her face partially hidden under a scarf. The other girls don't react. She's not working. She's begging. She used to be one of you. Taria, maybe, or Livia. You think she left after a fever. Nearly killed her. You don't say anything as she slips into the shadows and makes her way toward the back rooms. No one stops her. This place doesn't turn away its ghosts. Tonight's historical fact. Roman prostitutes occupied a uniquely paradoxical position. Completely legal, yet almost entirely unprotected. You had to register, pay taxes, and were even subject to specific dress codes, often required to wear a toga instead of a stola, marking you as available. But legal didn't mean safe. You could still be assaulted, cheated, and left to die, and no one would be held accountable. Unless, of course, your client was famous enough to make a scandal out of it. Fringe detail? There's evidence, scattered and debated, that certain brothels employed doormen or custodies to screen clients, especially those known for violence. You've never had one here. Just Brynja. Honestly, she's probably better. And the open scholarly debate, whether elite Roman women ever visited brothels, not as workers, but as clients. There are a few passing mentions in text that suggest it. Maybe it was rare, maybe it was coded language, maybe it never happened at all. But the image of a veiled noble woman slipping into a lupanar at night, looking for something her husband couldn't or wouldn't give her, That lingers in your mind longer than it should. You watch the room for a moment longer, then slip back into your quarters. You lie on your side, the coins warm beneath your fingers, and breathe deep. You're not done for the night, but for a few minutes you can pretend it's over. Dinner isn't so much a meal as it is survival. A handful of olives, a heel of stale bread, and a watered-down cup of wine that tastes like sour grapes and warm metal. You sit on the cool tile floor near the back wall with a few of the other girls, legs tucked under your tunic, chewing slowly and pretending this counts as rest. The energy in the Lupiner has dipped into its second wind, quiet but heavier. You can feel it in the air like a storm coming. The clients are fewer now, but stranger, bolder. They come in groups sometimes, laughing and red-faced, tossing coins like they're trying to impress the ghost of Bacchus himself. Other times, they come alone, eyes down, cloaked in wine and shame. You nibble at a too-hard fig and listen to the gossip swirl around you like smoke. Marcia is talking about a priestess who visited earlier cloaked, veiled, and smelling like frankincense and authority. Supposedly, she asked for Brynnia by name, and the two of them were locked away in a back room for an hour. She didn't even undress, Marcia says, eyes wide. Just wanted to talk. You snort. That's never just talking. Brynnia won't say a word, adds Nisa, and you know what that means. You do. It means it was real. Brynnia only keeps quiet when something important happens. You glance toward her door, which is shut now with a fresh smear of red paint over the lintel, something protective, symbolic. Priests and priestesses are complicated creatures. They are not forbidden from visiting brothels, but it's taboo. Sacred and profane aren't supposed to mix, at least not publicly. And yet, they always do. It's Rome. That line is so thin it practically vibrates. You've had religious visitors before. A priest of Mercury once asked you to bless a coin before he used it to gamble. Another claimed he could read your future. In your birthmarks. You let him try, mostly because he brought dates and dried fish. They are just men, like the others, except more wrapped up in rituals and guilt, which honestly makes them easier to manipulate. Give them the right phrase, the right perfume, a touch on the wrist at the right moment, and they'll think the gods themselves sent you. Still, something about this priestess lingers in your mind. A woman veiled with power and privacy. A woman with coin and secrets. She didn't need to come here, which means she wanted to. You wonder what she said to Brynnia. You wonder if it was a warning or an offer. You're pulled from your thoughts by a loud thunk, someone slamming a jug down on the central table. A client is arguing with Merope. Again, you don't even have to look. His voice is slurred, full of fake anger. She said I could come back. He shouts, "You're not her type," Merope snaps back. You left without paying last time, remember? He lurches forward. Two of the girls stand. You stay seated, but your hand curls into a fist under your tunic. Brynnia appears out of nowhere, steps between them, and growls, "Either pay or leave. You've got 5 seconds to decide." The man blinks, confused, and stumbles out. Merope spits on the floor behind him. "That's 3 this week," she mutters, wiping her mouth. "We need a damn bouncer." You shake your head. "We have Brynnia. She's old. She's a weapon." Merope grins. "Yeah, well, even weapons wear out." You don't say what you're thinking. That so do the rest of you. Once the tension breaks, things return to a dull normal. The room breathes again. You finish your wine and stretch your legs, joints cracking like dry wood. You've got another hour, maybe two, before the final wave, the real late-night crowd. The ones who've had too much wine and not enough affection. They'll be louder, rougher, and more generous if you flatter their egos enough. You close your eyes and prepare the face you'll wear for them. Not seductive, not innocent. Just open enough to catch their attention and closed enough to keep yourself intact. You remember something your mother once said, before everything fell apart. Never show a man your real face unless he's earned it. You followed that rule religiously. Most of the men you meet wouldn't recognize you in the street the next day, even if you waved. That's by design. You've built a persona out of fragments, part goddess, part ghost, part joke they won't remember. It works. The temple bells ring faintly in the distance, marking the 8th hour. Darkness now fully wraps around the lupanar. Oil lamps are being trimmed, fresh wicks oiled, and your own nerves braced. You light the small one in your room, watching the flame dance in the reflection of your bronze mirror. You look tired, but not broken. You can work with that. You walk to the back room for a touch of perfume. Someone left a bottle open, and you dab a drop behind each ear. You catch a glimpse of Nisa doing the same and wink at her. Trying to steal my clients? Just making sure I don't smell like fear. You grin. Smart. There's a quiet knock on the main door. Not forceful, not hurried, just deliberate. That's unusual. You peek into the hallway and see Brynja unlocking the door. A man steps inside, tall and lean, with gray in his beard and a staff in one hand. Not a beggar, not a senator, something in between. His eyes scan the room like he's been here before, but forgot the shape of it. He says something to Brynja softly. She nods, points towards your room. You're already on your feet before she says, "Your name." This one's not drunk, not shy, not dangerous. You can feel it. He's got the look of someone who's not here for pleasure, or at least not just that. There's a story behind those eyes. You lead him into your room, close the curtain behind you, and wait for him to speak, but he doesn't. He just looks around for a long moment, then sits, hands folded in his lap. Finally he says, "I used to know someone like you, long ago." You tilt your head. What happened to her? He hesitates. She vanished, or I did. I can't tell anymore. He looks at you like you might be her, like time forgot to warn him you wouldn't. You don't ask for details. You just sit beside him, matching his silence. He doesn't touch you, not right away. And when he finally does, it's gentle, like memory, like apology. You let him. Tonight's historical footnote, the cult of Venus, goddess of love, beauty, and sex, was one of the few places Roman prostitutes could find a kind of spiritual refuge. Some brothels even had shrines to her. Offerings were made, candles were lit, not just by workers, but by clients seeking fertility or forgiveness. You've lit a few yourself, some for luck, some for silence, some for the girls who never came back. Fringe detail. In some cases, high-ranking priestesses of Venus weren't just tolerated. They were honored. There's speculation that certain temples even employed sacred prostitutes, though the evidence is debated. Still, the boundary between divine and profane wasn't always clean, especially when it came to women's bodies, and the scholarly debate whether visiting a prostitute was seen as religious relief or moral decay. Some philosophers, Seneca for example, argued that brothels served a social function, preventing greater evils by offering a release valve. Others called them the rot at the heart of Rome. The truth? Both perspectives probably sat side by side in the same forums, argued by men who visited brothels between sessions. Back in your room, the man eventually stands, smooths his tunic, and bows, not a grand gesture, just enough to make you blink. "Thank you," he says, and somehow it sounds different tonight. You sit alone for a while after he leaves, watching. The flame in your lamp burn low. You consider snuffing it out. But not yet. Not just yet. You wake up with the scent of incense still curling in your nostrils, and the ache of too many footsteps in your hips. The room is dim, the lamp long snuffed. The hallway outside is quiet, but restless. You must have dozed off between clients. It happens sometimes, especially on nights that stretch too long and blur into each other like watercolors left out in the rain. You sit up slowly, blinking as your eyes adjust to the soft light coming in through the tiny slit of a window high on the far wall. It's the hour before dawn. Your body knows it, even if no clock does. That uncanny stillness before the city stirs again, before the carts roll and the dogs bark and the fishmongers yell like town criers for crustaceans. You rub your eyes and swing your legs over the side of the straw mattress. Your feet hit cool stone. You glance at your coin pouch, still tucked safely in the shadowed crack beneath the loose tile. You don't count it, not now. The weight is comfort enough. You stretch, arms overhead, spine cracking like old pottery. You wonder if Venus hears the prayers of women like you at this hour. You wonder if she ever answers them. You shuffle into the hall looking for water, or at least someone coherent enough to share a moment of peace with. Instead, you find something unexpected. A woman, middle-aged, wrapped in a heavy woolen stola, standing at the entry like she's lost and too proud to admit it. She's not a prostitute, that's immediately clear. She's clean, well-fed, and trying not to touch the walls with her gloved hands. But she's not a client either. Women don't come here for pleasure, not openly. You meet her eyes. They're dark, lined with coal, and wide with something between fear and resolve. "Are you the one called Felicia?" she asks. Her voice is sharp, not cruel, but clipped, like someone used to being obeyed. You nod, cautious. She steps closer, tugging her veil tighter. "I need a favor," she says. You say nothing. That's the safest answer. "My husband." She stops, swallows, looks around to make sure no one is listening. "He prefers women like you." "I want to understand why." You blink. Not the question you expected. She sees your expression and straightens her spine. "I'm not here to judge," she says, "or to beg. I want to know what I'm doing wrong." You lean against the wall, folding your arms. "Why come here to ask?" Her mouth twists. "Because this is where he goes, week after week. I followed him once, watched him walk through your door like it was a temple." She pauses. "Do you love him?" you ask. That throws her. She looks down. "I don't know, but I hate not understanding." You motion toward your room. She hesitates, then steps inside like she's crossing into another world. You sit across from her on the pallet. She remains standing, rigid, hands folded like she's afraid of catching shame through the air. You study her, the earrings modest, but real gold, the rings on both hands, the faint perfume of myrtle and lemon oil. A woman of some standing. She's used to being seen. "Not like this, though." "I'm not going to give you advice on how to seduce your husband," you say softly. "That's not what I do." She nods. "Then tell me what you do." You pause. "I make men feel seen, just long enough to forget who they're pretending to be." She lowers herself to the stool, fingers trembling slightly. "Does it work?" she asks. "Most of the time." "They fall in love?" You shake your head. "They fall in want." "Love is something different." She's quiet, staring at the frayed edges of your blanket. "What does he ask for?" she whispers. "What does he need that I don't give him?" You exhale. "It's not about you. It's about what he can't say to you, what he's not allowed to want." This place, this room, me, we're permission, your rules. The silence after that is thick. Not angry, just heavy, like truth dropped in the middle of a still pool. Eventually she stands, her face gone blank in that noble woman way, walls rebuilding in real time. She smooths her veil and says, "Thank you," in a voice that doesn't sound. Thankful. You nod and she leaves without looking back. Outside, the sky is paling to gray-blue. Birds are beginning to stir on the rooftops, fluttering in the eaves. You sit for a long moment, watching the space where she stood, wondering what she'd do with what you gave her. You're not sure it was kindness, not sure it was anything but honesty. You step outside into the main room and find Brynja rubbing oil into her elbows with practiced movements. She glances at you. "You get another client?" "Something like that." "Was she rich?" "Probably." "Did she cry?" "Almost." Brynja nods like that makes sense. They usually do, when they realize we know their husbands better than they do. You wander to the front step where the light is just beginning to hit the stone street. A fruit seller is already setting up his cart. A cart creaks by, wheels bouncing on uneven paving. It smells like smoke and wet fabric. You sit down with your back against the warm stone and breathe. You're tired but awake, hollowed out but not broken. Not yet. Here's your historical breadcrumb. Roman society had specific legal categories for women, and the matrona, a respectable, married woman, was held to rigid standards of behavior. Visiting a brothel was unthinkable. Even being seen speaking too comfortably with men in public could start a whisper campaign. Yet some did come veiled, anonymous, quiet, for information, for favors, for revenge, and perhaps sometimes for connection. Your odd fact for this hour: some Roman wives sent their slaves to spy on their husbands at brothels. Others consulted fortune tellers, augurs, or dream interpreters to divine the cause of their husbands' wandering affections. A few took it a step further and hired prostitutes themselves. Whether to learn, compete, or retaliate is anyone's guess. And the ongoing scholarly shrug, whether brothels like the Lupener ever became informal advice centers for upper-class women. It sounds absurd, but there are fragments of letters, satire, and graffiti that suggest a handful of noblewomen formed relationships, sometimes friendships, with working girls. Was it common? Probably not. But in Rome, nothing is ever entirely forbidden, just expensive. You shift on the stone step, watching the sun begin to push away the shadows. Another day begins. The city awakens with the same hunger it always does, and you pull your shawl tighter and go back inside. The floor needs sweeping. The oil needs refilling. There's still work to do. You've barely stepped back inside when the smell hits you, sweet, sharp, and earthy. Someone's lit incense. Not the cheap kind the Lino uses to mask the scent of sweat and spilled wine, but something richer, almost. Ceremonial frankincense, maybe, or myrrh. That's not normal. You follow the scent to the small shrine tucked in the corner of the atrium. A little alcove where the girls make offerings when they're desperate, lucky, or both. The shrine is older than the building itself, dedicated to Venus, of course, and to Priapus, that grinning, wide-eyed god with the oversized anatomy and unblinking gaze. His carved figure leans in the corner beside a soot-darkened wall, a red-painted phallus still glossy from years of girls rubbing it for luck. Today, someone's gone all out. Fresh rose petals scattered on the ledge. A tiny clay cup filled with wine, 2 figs placed beside a lit taper. You glance around and spot Marcia near the basin, her eyes red but her chin held high. She sees you looking and shrugs. I thought it couldn't hurt. You nod. Everyone understands what she means. Her belly isn't showing yet, but it will be soon. She's not pretending anymore. She's asking for a miracle, or a midwife, or maybe just a few weeks of peace. You walk over, pluck one of the petals from the ledge, and roll it between your fingers. You think Venus cares about girls like us? You ask. Marcia laughs, bitter but not mean. If she doesn't, we're all in the wrong profession. Fair enough. You drop the petal onto the offering dish and whisper a prayer. You don't even know what you're asking for anymore. Maybe just that today isn't worse than yesterday. The thing about Venus is that she isn't a goddess of comfort. She's a goddess of want, and that's what this business runs on. Not love, not need, want. It's what makes men hand over coins they can't afford. It's what brings senators into rooms that stink of mold and sweat. And it's what keeps you coming back, hoping each time for a little less pain, a little more dignity. And on the rarest days, maybe even kindness. A shout echoes from the front room. You both look up. Marape appears in the doorway, waving a scrap of cloth like a victory banner. Guess who finally paid up? She crows, holding a coin pouch. Took 2 threats and a broken stool, but he came through. You and Marcia exchange a look. Marape is your patron saint of persistence. If someone owes her money, she'd either get it or make sure they wish they were dead. As the girls gather around her to hear the story, something about a sailor who claimed he lost his coin pouch in the bath. You step back towards your room. On the way, you pass the frescoes again. The colors are fading. You've stared at them so many times you've memorized every angle, every posture, every exaggerated smile. You used to find them ridiculous. Now they're more like a checklist. In your room, you relight your lamp, take a clean cloth, and wipe down the small wooden chest beside your bed. It's where you keep your extras, a worn-out comb, your last bit of eyeliner, and a tiny pouch of black salt Brinia gave you for protection. She swears it wards off the evil eye. You don't believe it, but you haven't taken it out of the pouch either. You fish through your belongings until you find the dried laurel leaf you tucked away weeks ago. Still brittle, still whole. You slide it into the crack behind the bedpost, where it joins a growing collection of tiny nothings. Scraps of silk, a broken ring, a bead from a client's necklace. You're not sure why you keep them. Maybe they're anchors. Maybe you just don't. Like letting things vanish without a trace. A soft knock at your doorway breaks your thoughts. It's the new girl Julia, you think, hovering like a sparrow caught indoors. She's got that wide-eyed look again, the one that says she hasn't yet accepted this place as permanent. Can I talk? She asks. You nod, gesturing for her to come in. She perches on the edge of the stool, fingers twisting in her lap. Is it always like this? She asks. The noise, the smell, the way they don't look at you after. You exhale. No, you say, sometimes they look too long. She frowns. I thought it'd be easier after the first time, but it's not. You nod slowly. It gets easier to fake. That's not the same thing. She looks at you like she wants to cry, but her eyes are dry. Do you remember your first? She asks. You do. 2. Well, you were younger than Julia. The man was older, polite, and tried too hard to be gentle, which somehow made it worse. You remember the way he touched your face after and said, "You're going to be very popular." You didn't speak for the rest of the night. Brynja sat with you. Didn't say anything, just sat. "Yeah," you finally say. I remember. Julia wraps her arms around her knees. "What if I can't do it?" "Then you don't," you reply. You take what? Coin you've made and vanish before the Lino figures it out. She shakes her head. "I don't have anywhere to go." "Neither did I," you say. "Still don't, but I'm still here." She leaves a few minutes later, face blank. You hope she either gets used to this life or finds a way out fast. Getting stuck in between, that's the worst fate. It's like trying to breathe in syrup. You lie back down, not to sleep, but to close your eyes and drift for a while. You listen to the murmur of voices through the thin walls. Someone laughs, someone else sobs. You hear the rustle of cloth, the creak of a mattress, the hiss of wine being poured into a cracked cup. It's a lullaby you've heard 1,000 times. You still can't decide if it's comforting or unbearable. Your history drop for this section, the cult of Priapus, often paired with Venus in brothel shrines, was as vulgar as it was devotional. Priapus was the protector of gardens, fertility, and less glamorously, boundary stones. His statues were placed at entrances, not just for blessings, but to warn off thieves and bad luck. In brothels, he served as both joke and guardian, a reminder of what you sold and who you prayed wouldn't ruin you. Fringe detail: some shrines had curses carved into the base, warnings to those who dared harm the women inside. "May his member wither," one reads, "if he leaves without paying." You always liked that one, and the scholarly dispute whether these shrines were truly spiritual or just superstitious theater. Were they expressions of faith or tools of comfort in a world that offered you none? No one agrees. Some think the offerings were just habit, like knocking on wood. Others argue they were lifelines, a way to feel seen by something, anything. Even a grinning stone god with an oversized phallus. You roll over, pressing your cheek into the woven cloth of your pillow. The incense has faded now, but the hope it brought lingers a little longer. The heat doesn't break. Even deep in the night, the Lupiner holds onto the warmth like a fever dream. The walls sweat with you. The stone floor sticks to bare feet. The air is too thick to move through without feeling it curl inside your lungs. You sit on your mattress, fanning yourself lazily with a strip of parchment someone abandoned, and listen to the muted clatter of a dispute echoing through the hallway. It's not loud enough to get involved yet, but it's coming to a boil. You can hear it in the pitch. Two women, sharp words slicing at each other, punctuated by the deeper rumble of a man trying to mediate and failing miserably. And then someone shouts your name. Not the soft, seductive Felicia that gets whispered in doorways. This is a bark. "Get in here." It's Brynja. You groan, dragging yourself up and out into the corridor like someone reporting for military duty. The scene is just outside Marapay's room. She's standing nose to nose with Nisa, both girls red-faced and furious. Between them stands a client, wide-eyed, shirtless, and clutching his sandals like he regrets every life decision he's ever made. She stole him. Nisa spits, arms crossed tight enough to squeeze blood from stone. "He asked for me, and she dragged him into her room. I offered him a discount." Marapay fires back, smiling through her teeth, "which is not against the rules. Nisa turns to Brynja. She undercut me. That's against every rule. Brynja sighs, pinching the bridge of her nose. Felicia, she says, gesturing. You're neutral. What do we do? You rub your temples, aware that every second you spend playing brothel judge is a second you're not sleeping or earning. Let me talk to the client, you mutter. The man blinks at you, sweaty and caught in the middle like a lamb between two. Hungry dogs, who did you ask for? You ask gently. I thought Nisa, he says, then flinches as Marape scoffs. But she said she'd do it for half. You nod. Okay, next time, pick a room and stick with it. He nods like a child being scolded for stealing figs. You look back at the girls. He's not worth it, you say. If you're fighting over clients who pay half, you're both losing. That seems to deflate them more than anything else. Brynja gives. You nod satisfied and shoos them off in opposite directions. The client gets pushed into Marape's room, still clutching his sandals like they might save him. You return to your own space, dragging a stool in front of the door just to keep people from barging in again. Not that it'll stop them. Privacy here is a suggestion, not a law. You sit back down and stare at the small bronze mirror, tilting it until it catches the lamp's flickering glow. Your reflection looks tired. Not sad, just used, like furniture that's seen too many years and too few repairs. This job is full of rivalries. You're not surprised. When every coin matters and every man might be your next meal ticket, the women here can turn on each other fast. Some are friends until one of them gets offered an extra denarius. Others don't bother pretending to get along at all. You've managed to stay neutral mostly by staying useful. You patch tunics, you remember names, you say the right thing at the right time. People like having you around, even if they'd never say it. But even you have your limits. There are days when you want to scream. Days when someone takes your comb, or borrows your oil and never returns it. Days when a client leaves bruises and Brynja shrugs and says, that's the business. You haven't lost your temper yet, but you've come close. A soft knock at your door pulls you from your thoughts. Not a client, the rhythm tells you that. You open it a crack and find Marcia standing there, looking sheepish. Can I sleep here tonight? She asks. Nisa's still throwing things. You sigh and gesture her in. She curls up at the end of your mattress without another word, like a child too tired to explain why she's scared. You lie beside her, staring at the ceiling. You ever think about leaving? You ask. She nods, eyes closed. All the time, just don't know where I'd go. You understand. You thought about running too. You even have a fantasy, slipping onto a cart headed north, finding a small town where no one knows you, working as a barmaid or even a washerwoman, something less humiliating. But then you remember what it took to survive here. How much coin it takes just to eat, to sleep, to stay safe. Out there you'd be alone. At least here you know the rules. You shift to get more comfortable, brushing against the edge of your wooden chest. It rattles softly, and you remember the coins. You still have that little stash, 3 gold, Orei. Enough to get you out. Maybe, if you left tonight and didn't look back. You don't move. Here's your historical tidbit. Female rivalry in Roman brothels wasn't just personal. It was often survival. There are scraps of legal documents and graffiti that hint at competition between prostitutes, sometimes violent. Fights over clients, territory, or even names. Some girls had to brand themselves, literally, just to mark their identity. Others relied on tattoos, jewelry, or even distinct perfumes to stand out. You've heard of one girl who carved her name into the doors of every room she used, claiming them like miniature empires. Fringe fact: there was a brothel in Ostia where two women named Sabina kept defacing each other's graffiti, scratching out names, writing insults, even accusing each other of theft. Petty, maybe, but it's the kind of pettiness that comes from desperation. And the scholarly debate: did brothels have internal hierarchies? Was there a ranking system among the girls? Some think the ones closest to the entrance were the most experienced or the most profitable. Others argue it was random, based on availability or how well you got along with the lino. In your case, you think Brynja places girls where they won't kill each other, practical, if not strategic. Marcia is asleep now. You can hear her breathing, slow and steady. You reach for your shawl and drape it over both of you. It smells like lavender, or what's left of it. You close your eyes and listen to the Lupiner settle for the night. Creaking wood, distant snoring, the faint sound of someone weeping down the hall. You could leave right now. You could take your coins, wake Marcia, and run. You don't. The sun hasn't risen yet, but the sky's begun that soft, dusty lightning that only comes in the briefest pocket of calm before the world starts shouting again. You sit up slowly, careful not to wake Marcia, whose knees are drawn tight to her chest, mouth half open in the ragged peace of deep sleep. The shawl has slipped off her shoulders. You pull it back up. Her hands are resting on her belly now, almost protectively. She never talks about what she's going to do, not really, and you don't ask. Because whatever choice she makes, it won't be easy. And the gods know this place doesn't offer many good ones. You pull on your sandals and stretch, feeling the joints in your knees pop like breaking twigs. You didn't sleep much. You rarely do anymore. Too many thoughts, too much noise, even when the brothel is quiet. You move towards the common basin, hoping to get a splash of cool water before the day starts proper. But when you round the corner, you freeze. There's a girl sitting there. One you don't know. She's tall, with tangled red blonde hair and skin so pale you can see the blue veins in her wrists. She's scrubbing her hands raw, fingers red, shoulders hunched. Her tunic is threadbare, ill-fitting, clearly borrowed, and too short in the sleeves. She doesn't look up until you're right next to her. When she does, her eyes are wide and stunned, like an animal in a trap that hasn't realized it's already been caught. You don't say anything, not yet. After a moment, she speaks, voice rough and thick with a foreign accent. "Where is this?" "Pompeii," you say gently. "The Lupiner." She flinches at the name as if someone hit her. "They said it was a bathhouse." You resist the urge to curse. Aloud. It wouldn't be the first time someone was lied to, dragged into this place, thinking it was something else. Told it would be laundry work, food service, even temple duty. But one look at her, and you know she's not from here. Gaul, maybe, or somewhere farther north. You've seen girls like her before. They arrive in the night dazed, bruised, confused. By the time they figure out what they've walked into, it's already too late. "They brought me from Narbo," she whispers. "Said my debts would be forgiven." She doesn't elaborate on who they are. You don't ask. You kneel beside her, dipping a cloth into the basin. "What's your name?" She hesitates. "They called me Ayla, but I had another name before. Do you want me to call you that one?" She shrugs. "I don't remember it." You nod, handing her the cloth. "You hungry?" you ask. She blinks. "Yes." You guide her to the kitchen alcove where a bit of hard cheese and leftover bread are wrapped in linen. She eats like someone who's unsure if she's allowed to. You sit beside her and let her finish before speaking again. You're not a slave, you say softly, but you'll feel like one here. And if you fight back, it'll get worse. She stares at the floor. You have two choices, you continue. Learn the rules fast or leave before your name ends up scratched into the walls. She nods, slow and stiff, like someone who doesn't yet understand what she's agreeing to. Later, you introduce her to Brynja. There's a brief, wordless exchange, Brynja's eyes scanning Ayla like she's estimating both damage and potential. Room 6, Brynja says flatly. No clients until she gets cleaned up. She looks at you. Your problem now. Of course she is. You guide Ayla through the basics. Which water is safe to drink? Where to find the oil for bathing? Who to avoid when they're drunk? And which torch in the hall always flickers like it's haunted? She nods along, memorizing quickly, saying almost nothing. You recognize that silence. It's armor. You leave her in her new room bare, stuffy. The fresco above the door worn down until the figures are more suggestive than picturesque. She sits on the edge of the bed, blinking at the mattress like it might bite her. Is it always like this? She asks finally. Worse, you answer. Then you add, some days are funny. Some clients smell like boiled onions. Some forget how to untie their sandals. You'll learn to laugh even when you want to scream. She smiles, barely. But it's something. As you walk back down the hallway, you pass Marcia coming the other way, rubbing her eyes and muttering something about a missing sandal. You nod towards room 6, new girl. Great, she says, tone dry. Just what we need, another broken bird. You sigh. We were all broken birds once. Yeah, she says. But some of us didn't squawk so loud about it. You don't snap at her. You know she's just scared. The belly under her tunic is more noticeable today. Time's catching up. Later, while oiling your arms and straining your hair in the bronze mirror, you think about Ayla, about how many other foreign girls have come through the Lupanar, all wide-eyed and dazed, blinking under the weight of a city that doesn't care whether they live or die. There were others, Sabina, who vanished after a week, Runa, who swore she'd run away and actually did, Talia, who bled out in the back room after a client accidentally shoved her against the wall. You remember each of them, even if no one else. Does your historical takeaway? Rome was a cultural melting pot, but not in the sweet, idolized way people like to imagine. It was messy, brutal, and built on a hierarchy that let you buy and sell people like sacks of flour. Foreign women were often trafficked into prostitution, some as war captives, others as indentured laborers who chose sex work when all other doors closed. The Romans even had words for them, exoticae, barbare labels that made them more appealing to clients but less human overall. Fringe fact, some of these women were sold directly at public auctions, labeled with signs noting their skills and temperament. There are records of Greek-speaking girls being priced higher. Others, like women from Germania or Gaul, were considered wild and unbroken. That wasn't always a bad thing. For men looking for novelty, it was a selling point. And here's the scholarly brawl. Were foreign prostitutes treated worse? Some argue yes, they were outsiders in every sense. Others believe they were more protected by novelty, that their rarity gave them value, at least for a time. Either way, they rarely stayed long. The city either broke them or buried them. You stare at your reflection one last time before the first client of the morning calls your name. You smooth your tunic and step into the hall. Another day, another. Girl, another slow grind through the same brutal cycle. But at least she has a name. And for now, that's enough. You've been working this job long enough to know the difference between a good night and a profitable one. Last night was neither. Just a string of low-coin clients, one broken sandal, and the lingering feeling that something in your back has shifted permanently. The ache hums behind your ribs like an old drumbeat, and even the sharp scent of oil on your fingers can't drown it out. You sit on your cot, bent over your legs, rubbing your calves and wondering if you're getting older, or just finally noticing what you've put your body through. Probably both. There's a knock too soft to be a client. You open the door, and Ayla is there blinking. Her hair is brushed now, or at least tamed into submission. She's borrowed someone's blue tunic, a size too large, and cinched it with string. She smells faintly of rosemary and ash, and her breath is stained purple from cheap wine. "How do I look?" she asks. You shrug. "Better than most." "Am I ready?" "No one ever is." You let her in and sit her on the stool while you go rummaging through your trunk. You pull out the small clay jar that still holds a bit of faded rouge. And your dull bronze comb, its teeth slightly bent out. She watches as you dip your fingers in the red powder and smear it gently onto her cheeks. "This won't last long," you say, "but men are dumb and impressionable, and this makes you look like you have blood in your face, which they love." Next is the coal stick, more like a stub now. You wet it with a little spit and drag it carefully along her lash line. "Hold still," you mutter. You flinch, you smear it, and you'll look like a festival clown. "What's a festival clown?" "Exactly." She doesn't laugh. She just stares into your bronze mirror, studying herself. "I look like someone else. That's the idea." Afterward, she turns her head side to side. "Where are your wigs?" she asks. You shake your head. Only the high-priced girls do that. That's how you know you've made it. When your hair doesn't even have to be yours. She chuckles a little. "One day then," you grin. "One day you can wear curls down to your knees and charge a senator's son 3 denarii just to touch them." You open a small box on your shelf, fishing out the last drops of your cheap perfume-spiced myrtle and ground iris. You dab it behind her ears. "There," you say. "Now you're ready to pretend you're someone men want instead of someone they bought." She frowns. "Isn't that the same thing?" "No," you say. "One feels worse." The Lupiner is busy this morning, which means less waiting, less thinking. Brunia is pacing the front hallway like a debt collector, barking instructions at girls and counting coin purses with a look of grim satisfaction. Ayla stands by the fountain, posture awkward, eyes darting like she's expecting to be punished. "Just for breathing." "Don't act afraid," you murmur as you pass her. "They smell fear like dogs." Your first client is already in your room, waiting with his tunic pulled up and his legs spread like he owns the bed. He doesn't, but for a few minutes. He'll pretend, and you'll let him. He's young, trying to seem older, with an oily mustache and too much cologne. You go through the motions, laugh at his dumb jokes, call him Dominus when you know he's probably a baker's nephew. When he finishes, he tosses a silver coin in the bowl and struts out like a gladiator. You lie back for a moment and stare at the ceiling. There's a crack running through one of the painted clouds, and you try to remember if it was always there. Probably. You just didn't have time to notice before. After cleaning yourself with a damp cloth, you walk to the courtyard, needing a moment of air. There you find Merape sitting on the step, aggressively filing her nails with a shard of tile. If one more of these idiots asks if I'm Greek, I swear I'll start speaking in goat. You raise an eyebrow. Why goat? Because they'll probably like it. You snort, sliding down beside her. At least they're talking. I had one today who didn't say a single word. Just grunted, finished, and left. Better than the ones who do. Talk, she mutters. I had one last week who gave me a monologue about his mother's cooking while I was on top of him. Ruined lentils for me forever. You sit in silence for a while, soaking up the early sun that's just begun creeping over the stone wall. The Lupanar is never peaceful, but this time of day comes close. A brief pause before the noon chaos. You hear Isla's voice from down the hall, uncertain, rehearsed. Someone's showing her the ropes. You hope they're gentle. Here's your historical injection. Roman sex workers, particularly the lower tier ones, often used makeup and scent to signal their availability. While the matrona, a respectable married woman, was expected to appear modest and restrained, prostitutes were encouraged, and sometimes required, to appear the opposite. Red cheeks, heavily lined eyes, hair curled unnaturally high, these were the marks of your trade. In fact, the more gaudy your appearance, the easier it was for a man to justify paying you for things he couldn't admit wanting from his wife. Fringe fact: some prostitutes used powdered lead to whiten their skin, giving them the pale, luminous look of statues, which of course also slowly poisoned them. Lips were colored with crushed mulberries, nails stained with rust or ochre, and teeth sometimes cleaned with a mixture of ash and vinegar so caustic it stripped enamel. Beauty in this business was pain, in more ways than one, and the eternal, scholarly debate whether these cosmetic rituals were empowering, performative, or just survival. Some historians claim prostitutes used makeup to craft their own identities, pushing against societal norms. Others argue that it was just another layer of commodification, a painted mask designed to fulfill fantasies that had nothing to do with the woman underneath. In truth, it was probably both power and cage in equal measure. You rise slowly, brushing dust from your knees, and head back to your room. On the way, you pass Ayla again. Her lips are red now, too red, and her kohl is smudged slightly, but she holds her head higher. She nods as you pass, just once. That's progress. In your room, you relight the oil lamp and sit cross-legged on the bed. You reach into your secret pouch and pull out your last piece of real tooth powder, saving it for a rare evening with a rich client. You think about using it today, just in case. Then you slide it back into hiding. You'll wait. The right client will come. Until then, you scrub your teeth with ash and rinse with lukewarm wine, like everyone else. The knock is too soft to be one of the regulars. You're reclined on your side, fiddling with a sandal strap and trying to ignore the smell of overused oil when the tap comes again. 3 light knocks, like someone is hoping you'll pretend not to hear them. You call out, "Come in," not bothering to sound inviting. You expect a new client, maybe one of the skinny types who's too embarrassed to look you in the eye. What you don't expect is a veiled woman in a full stola, stepping inside like she's lost or about to confess to a murder. She pauses at the threshold. You don't rise. Instead, you eye her from where you lie, watching her glide forward with careful, almost ceremonial steps. Her shoes are expensive. Her veil is linen so fine you can see the gleam of earrings underneath it. She smells like citrus oil and roses, not the knockoff stuff either. Real scent. The kind worn by women who have enough coin to spend on things that evaporate into the air. She doesn't speak until the curtain is fully drawn behind her. Then, In a low voice edged with nerves, she says, "Are you Felicia?" "I am," you answer. You sit up slowly, watching her closely now. You can't see her face, but her posture gives her away. This isn't her first time in a brothel, but it might be the first time she's entered without a male escort or a half-dozen whispered lies on her lips. She doesn't ask for sex. She doesn't ask for company. Instead, she asks, "Do you have time?" You nod and motion to the stool. She sits gingerly, folding her hands in her lap like she's waiting for a magistrate. She doesn't remove her veil. "I'm not here for what the others come for," she begins. "I know." "How?" "Because you haven't taken off your gloves and you keep glancing at the door like you're expecting it to accuse you." She gives a short, surprised laugh. You catch the briefest glimpse of her mouth under the veil. Soft lips, painted, carefully done. "I was told you give advice." You blink. "From who?" She hesitates. "A cousin. She came here years ago. She said you spoke like someone who sees everything." You snort. "Well, she's not wrong. I've seen plenty." She fiddles with the ring on her finger, a delicate gold thing shaped like a leaf. "It's my husband," she says. "Of course it is." "He's changed, distant, cold. He doesn't look at me, not the way he used to. I thought maybe if I understood what he wants, I could give it to him." You exhale and lean forward, resting your elbows on your knees. "You're asking the wrong question." "Then what's the right one? Why do you need him to want you to make you feel whole?" She stiffens. You don't let up. "Let me guess. You wear what he likes. You bathe in the perfume he gave you. You smile when you're tired, and you've memorized which of his jokes are worth laughing at." She says nothing. "That's your answer." "Men don't go to prostitutes because we're prettier," you continue. "They come here because we don't ask them to be husbands or fathers or anything real. We let them be exactly who they are, without consequence." You want him to want you again? Make him feel invisible. It'll drive him mad. She's staring at the floor now, silent. You think she's about to get up and leave, but instead she says quietly, "When I was younger, I wanted to be a priestess of Bonadi." You blink. "That wasn't on your bingo card for today." "I wasn't allowed," she continues. "My father married me off before I was 15. After that, I forgot how to want anything that wasn't permitted." You watch her hands. They're trembling now. Just slightly. She's holding herself together, but only because she hasn't had permission to fall apart in 20 years. You want advice? You say, "Stop trying to be his fantasy. Make him earn being yours." She looks up, and for a moment, her veil slips just enough to see her eyes, lined with kohl, wet at the corners. "You're wasted here," she whispers. "You know that?" You shrug. "Where else would I go?" She stands slowly, smoothing her gown. "Thank you," she says. Then she reaches into the folds of her sleeve and pulls out a small object, round and heavy, a tiny silver mirror. She sets it on your shelf without looking at it. "For you," she says. "Not payment, a gift." You open your mouth to protest, but she's already disappearing behind the curtain. You stare at the mirror for a long time after she leaves. It's delicate, rimmed with patterns of ivy and doves, the kind of thing a woman keeps in a drawer lined with silk. You don't have silk. You wrap it in a rag and tuck it beneath your mattress. Out in the atrium, someone is playing dice, and someone else is already arguing over whose client snored too loud. You walk past them, back to the shrine, and light a stick of incense. Not for Venus, but for the stranger who might finally be. Learning how to want again. Historical fact of the moment. Despite Rome's rigid gender roles, upper-class women did seek out prostitutes. Not always for sex, but for advice, gossip, and secrets. Brothels functioned like shadow salons. Information flowed both ways. A well-placed word from a prostitute could make or break a household. Some women, especially those married to powerful men, came to brothels for leverage. Fringe detail, there were whispers, satirical poems mostly, that noble women sometimes disguised themselves as working girls and snuck into the subura to sleep with strangers. Whether they did it for the thrill or for revenge is up for debate. One such poem even describes a senator's wife who paid double, just so she could order a man to leave after she was done. Scholarly debate whether these tales were real or just Roman male fantasy designed to shame powerful women. Some historians argue that noble women used brothels as a space to experiment with control in a world that offered them none. Others believe these stories were moral warnings, exaggerations meant to reinforce class boundaries. Either way, the myth persisted. You press your fingers to the corner of your lip and feel the faded rouge. It's smeared, but you don't bother fixing it. Not right now. You just sit for a while, holding the weight of that mirror in your mind, wondering what it would be like to see yourself clearly. With no veil, no makeup, no act. Just you. By late morning, the city outside the brothel is roaring with motion. Cartwheels rattling against stone. Vendors screaming about olives and salted fish, the rhythmic bark of Roman commerce doing what it does best, moving product. Inside the lupanar, the rhythm is slower, more fragmented. The girls' sandals slap unevenly down the hallway. Someone's laughing in the back room. Brynja is chasing a drunk out the front door, using a broom and a string of swears that would make a soldier blush. You've learned to tune it all out, focus your energy inward. Conserve what little of it you have left for the next performance. But today, you're distracted. There's a man outside your door, hovering. He hasn't knocked. Just standing there. You can hear him shifting weight, one foot to the other, breathing shallowly like he's building courage. You finally open the curtain yourself, only to find him startled, tall, maybe in his 40s, eyes darting like a boy caught sneaking wine. He clears his throat. "Do you register?" he asks. You blink. "That's not a usual question." "I do," you say. "Why?" He frowns, adjusts the belt on his tunic. "I was told to inquire. I work with the cohorts urbanae. We're doing a review." "Of what?" You almost laugh. "A review? Like someone's going to rate your posture and give you a certificate of excellence." But this isn't new. Every now and then, Rome gets anxious about its own vices. The registry of meretresses prostitutes legally, licensed by the state, is one of the empire's favorite hypocrisies. They legalize the trade, tax it, regulate it, and then periodically send men like this to check that you're following the rules, as if anyone in this line of work is here by choice and not necessity. "Do you need to see my name?" you ask deadpan. He hesitates, caught between duty and discomfort. "If it's not too much trouble." You roll your eyes and retrieve the wax tablet Brynja keeps in the drawer under the front counter. She updates it monthly. Your name is there, scratched in clumsy lettering, along with your age, probably a guess, your city of origin, wrong, and a note that reads, "Well behaved, rarely complains." You hand it over. He reads it quickly, then hands it back with a nod. "Thank you," he mutters. You raise an eyebrow. "Is that it?" "Yes, just a formality." He starts to walk away, then pauses. "Do you mind if I ask, does registration help?" You stare at him for a moment, wondering whether he's being naive or just testing you. "It keeps me from being arrested," you say. "Sometimes." He nods slowly. "But does it protect you?" "Not even a little." He nods again, looking down. Then he leaves. You don't know if he's going to write anything down or report back to anyone. Maybe this was just some absurd game of political theater. Some senator's idea of cleaning up the city by bothering the people who already suffer most. Back in your room, you sit on your cot and stare at the wax tablet for a long time. That little rectangle is supposed to mean you're safe, legal, accounted for. And yet, if someone decides to drag you into an alley and rough you up, no one's going to check your paperwork before walking past. The registry is Rome's favorite kind of lie, a way to pretend the system works without doing the work. You've known girls who worked unregistered for years. Some got caught and fined. Some vanished after one too many visits from the wrong kind of customer. You chose to register because Brynja told you it was smart and you trusted her. But now you're not sure it's made much difference at all. And the real irony? Men like your visitor today will happily visit girls off the list, especially the ones too young or too scared to say no. They just don't want to be seen doing it. The registry isn't about you. It's about protecting them. Ayla pokes her head in later, asking what you think about her new earrings bronze hoops she found in a laundry pile. "Don't get caught," you mutter. "If Brynja sees you wearing stolen jewelry, she'd take your ears with them." She laughs, twirls once, and disappears back into the hallway like a coin tossed into the air, shiny and uncertain. You can't help wondering if she'll make it. Maybe she'll last a month, maybe longer. Sometimes the quiet ones survive the longest. They learn fast, they don't fight the current. They let it carry them, mouth closed, eyes open. You used to be like that, but eventually, even the best swimmers get tired. Lunch today is a cup of barley, gruel and some dried apple slices someone smuggled in from a client's cart. You chew slowly, sitting on the back step with Maripe, who's got her feet in a bowl of vinegar water and is mumbling to herself about men with hairy backs. "They're doing inspections again," you say between bites. She groans. "Figures. Election year, probably." She scoffs. "Rome pretends to care about us every 4 years. Then they raise taxes and raid the taverns for show." You nod. "You registered?" "Once," she says. "Lost my name after that riot in the Subura. Started using a different one, never got back on." "The list. You worried?" She shrugs. "About what?" "A fine I can't pay? A senator's son calling me illegal after he's already finished. Let them try." You sit in silence for a while, the sound of the city buzzing faintly around you. There's a cat napping on the roof above the brothel's courtyard. A pigeon struts by like it owns the place. For a moment, everything feels almost peaceful. Historical footnote: the Roman prostitute registry wasn't universal, and it wasn't protective. Women who registered as meretrices gave up legal protections, including the right to accuse a Roman citizen of assault. That's right. Once you were registered, your voice had less weight in court than a slave's. The state recorded your name not to help you, but to mark you as permanently other. Fringe detail: some women tried to avoid registration, even if they worked openly, because once your name was on the list, it followed you forever. Even if you married, left the city, or became a respected matron, that mark stayed. You could leave the brothel, but you'd never leave the list. And the debate, whether registration was ever truly enforced. Some scholars think it was a patchy system upheld more in Rome itself than in the provinces. Others believe it was selectively applied, used to control undesirables rather than create any kind of standard. The only thing that seems certain is that no one in power cared whether you felt protected by it. You set your empty cup down and stretch. The day's only half over. The next client could be rich or drunk or both. He could be gentle. He could be something else entirely. But whatever he is, you'll open the door with your legal name in your mouth and a fake smile on your face. Because here, being legal just means knowing which rules they'll bother pretending to follow. By the time darkness creeps back into the loopiner, it's as if the walls inhale with it. Everything changes in the evening, the pacing, the tone, even the air. The day clients are simple, predictable, like old sandals you know how to walk in. But the night ones, they're wild cards. Drunk, angry, ambitious, sentimental. They come in waves, some laughing, some quiet, all full of whatever they've been drinking since noon. You feel the shift in your gut as much as your bones, and tonight, it's going to be one of those nights. It starts with the shouting. Not the violent kind, not yet, but the kind fueled by too much wine and too little self-awareness. A group of men stagger in, wrapped in cloaks lined with gold thread, loud and confident in that specific, over-perfumed way of men who want everyone to know they've had money for generations. One of them slaps the fresco wall and announces, "I want her," pointing at a painted figure caught mid-thrust, with her legs in the air like a gymnast possessed. The joke lands poorly. Marape shouts back, "She's booked, sweetheart. Try someone with an actual pulse." You're already on your feet, brushing stray oil from your tunic and checking your hair. You know these types. They're not here for intimacy, or even novelty. They're here to show each other how unbothered they are by shame. They'll toss coins, demand group sessions, invent new rules that no one agreed to. You consider ducking out for a while, hiding in the storeroom and pretending to be indisposed. But Brunia catches your eye from across the atrium and gives the slightest nod. That's your cue. You step forward as the men glance around. One of them taller. Darker hair, less wine-drunk than the rest, spots you and taps his companion. "That one," he mutters. "She's the one they talk about." The other snorts. "She looks bored already." "Perfect," says the first. "She won't be afterward." They draw straws. You win or lose. Depends how you measure these things. He follows you into your room, not without bumping into the doorframe and laughing about it. He's not cruel, not yet, just loud and careless. As soon as the curtain falls, he drops the performance. That's the thing about night clients. They often arrive playing a role, but once the privacy settles around them, what's underneath bleeds out. Sometimes it's vulnerability, sometimes rage, sometimes just sadness wrapped in bravado. He doesn't undress fully, just pulls up his tunic and leans back on your bed like it's his. He doesn't ask your name, he knows it already. But he does ask questions, oddly enough. "How long have you worked here?" "A few years." "You like it?" "No one likes it." "Fair." He pauses. "You always this quiet?" "Only with the ones who don't tip." That gets a laugh and then a coin tossed your way. Silver, not bad. You catch it, bite it lightly, and smile without warmth. It's going to be a long hour. The session is easy enough. He's more talk than action, more show than substance. Afterward, he lies there for a while, staring at the wall like he's hoping it will answer something. "You know," he says, "my father used to come here. Or somewhere like here. That's how I knew about this place. You say nothing, he keeps going. I used to think it was disgusting, that he was a monster. But now I get it. You raise an eyebrow. You just needed to experience it for yourself. I needed to know why he chose this over home. You don't answer. That's not your job. You let him sit with it. Eventually he stands, smooths his tunic, and leaves without another word. You close the curtain behind him and sit down hard. Some nights are physically exhausting. Others feel like emotional grave-robbing when you step into the hallway again. You hear laughter, real, unguarded laughter. Ayla is standing near the common room with one of the kitchen boys, grinning, cheeks flushed. What's going on? You ask. He told me I don't look like a prostitute, she says, still giggling. That I look like a priestess. You smirk. Same thing sometimes. She beams, radiant in a way that won't last but is nice to see. He said I should charge double. Did you? Of course. Brynja brushes past, grumbling. Keep laughing like that. Someone will think you're enjoying yourself. You lean against the wall and watch as the night unfolds. The doors open and close, coins clink into bowls, wine spills, a girl vomits in a basin, someone breaks a stool, the usual. You go through 2 more clients before the bells chime for midnight. One is gentle but boring. The other is so drunk you have to hold him upright. Neither leaves much behind, except for the sour scent of regret and a few crumpled copper coins. You retreat to the back near the garden courtyard and breathe in the night air. It smells like wet dust and old fig leaves. Maripe joins you, wiping her mouth with a damp cloth. I had a guy ask if I could sing, she mutters. Tried to turn the whole thing into a musical. You laugh, did you? Yeah, I sang about his tiny cock. You snort so hard it hurts your ribs. Historical detail of the night. Evening was always the busiest time for brothels in ancient Rome. After the markets closed and business ended, men had fewer eyes watching and more wine in their bellies. That's when the lupiners lit up, sometimes literally, with torches placed outside to signal availability. Some brothels even stayed open all night, their doors marked by symbolic images, pine cones, phalluses, lamps. Fringe fact, some clients came in pairs or groups, not always for orgies, but sometimes just to share the experience. There's graffiti in Pompeii that reads like Yelp reviews from ancient frat boys. I came with Cato and Lucius. Great time. 2 for 1. Whether they were joking or just that comfortable is unclear. Probably both, and the scholarly tug of war. Were nighttime visits considered more shameful than daytime ones? Some believe night meant secrecy, indulgence, loss of control. Others think night visits were simply practical, easier to sneak away from duties, spouses, or senatorial meetings. In any case, the night belonged to you, and them, and every unsaid thing they brought with them. Back in your room, you lie down, fully clothed, too tired to clean up, too wired to sleep. Your skin smells like other people. Your muscles hum with repetition. But your eyes are open, staring at the cracked fresco above the bed. 2 lovers frozen mid-motion, their faces wiped. Clean by time, you close your eyes. You dream of silence. You don't wake so much as come back to the surface. Sleep in this place never feels like real rest, more like dipping under, hiding for a while, then surfacing again into the same air, same stone, same weight in your chest. The morning's already begun without you. You hear the familiar shuffle of sandals on stone, water being poured into a basin. A short scream of frustration that's probably Brynja chasing rats again. One of the girls hums softly from down the hall. You can't tell who. Maybe Julia. Her voice always wavers like she's trying to remember a song her mother used to sing. You sit up slowly. Your back cracks. Your mouth tastes like regret and stale. Wine. You slept in your tunic again, and now it clings to your skin with a faint sourness you don't bother trying to identify. You pour a little water from your jug into a cloth and wipe your face, wincing at the cold. No clients yet. No knocks. Just the early lull, that fragile pocket of calm before the city starts grinding its gears. The mirror from the senator's wife, the silver one, sits untouched under your mattress. You haven't used it, haven't even unwrapped it since that night. But you think about it every morning, like today. You reach for it slowly, pulling back the cloth and holding the mirror up toward the low, dusty light. It's beautiful. Dented at the rim, yes, but elegant in a way nothing else you own is. You tilt it, catching your reflection. You almost look like a stranger. The makeup's mostly faded. The dark smudges under your eyes deepen into shadows of their own. Your hair has come loose, curling around your ears in tired, uneven waves. There's a faint bruise at your collarbone, last night's souvenir. You look older today. Not ancient, but just worn, like a wall fresco that's seen too many torch flames. You wrap the mirror again and tuck it away. Down the hall, the voice calls out, "Felicia, visitor." You groan. It's too early for this. You throw on your cleaner shawl, cleaner being relative, and head to the front room. It's not a client. It's a boy 10, maybe 11, holding a scroll in both hands and sweating like someone dropped him in a furnace. "Are you Felicia?" he asks, eyes wide. You nod. "Message." He holds it out like it might bite you. You take the scroll and untie the string. The wax seal is unmarked, plain, no crest. That's unusual. You open it and read, "Tomorrow noon, bathhouse of Julia Felix, private room. Come alone." No name, no reason, just that. You look at the boy. "Who sent this?" He shrugs. "A woman, tall, wore green." Not helpful. You toss him a coin anyway, and he runs off like a lizard in sandals. You reread the note. "Bathhouse of Julia Felix. That's not a place for people like you. It's where respectable women go, the ones with stole and servants and opinions they whisper in marble courtyards. You've heard of it. Luxury baths, quiet pools, perfumed steam, and real towels. Not the communal wash basins and mildew-slick floors you're used to. You once saw a magistrate's wife disappear behind its doors like a queen entering a temple. Why are you being summoned there? You fold the note and stuff it into your waistband. You say nothing to Brynja. She wouldn't stop you, but she'd ask questions. You're not ready for those. Instead, you spend the day working. 2 clients before noon, both forgettable. One keeps calling you Livia and apologizes every time. The other asks you to describe how it feels to be watched. You lie, obviously, but you do it with flair. He gives you an extra coin. You wash quickly, change into your cleanest tunic, still playing, but not threadbare, and wrap yourself in cloak that hides more than it reveals. You pull your hair back tight, twisting it into something close to a style you've seen rich women wear. It doesn't hold well, but it's good enough for passing glances. When you arrive at Julia Felix's bathhouse, you hesitate at the gate. The outer wall is smooth white stone, clean and painted with delicate ivy patterns. There's no sign, but you don't need one. The guards nod as you approach, though their eyes linger. You look out of place, and they know it. Still, they say nothing. One leads you inside. It's beautiful, quiet, but alive. Fountains trickle, warm air hugs your skin. The walls gleam with polished mosaics, peacocks, dolphins, scenes of sea foam and wind-tossed robes. The floor beneath your sandals is smooth, cool. You feel like you're stepping into a painting. Servant meets you in the corridor, says nothing, and leads you to a side room. Inside, cushions, a small fountain, a low table set with olives and dried dates, and her, the woman in green. She's older than you, maybe in her 40s, with silver threaded into her black braid and rings on every finger. She gestures to the cushions. You sit. "Thank you for coming," she says. Her voice is calm, deliberate, educated. "I didn't know I had a choice." She smiles, not unkindly. "That's fair." "Do you know who I am?" You shake your head. "I'm Vibia Severa. My husband sits on the local council." You keep your expression still. "I've heard of you," she continues. "From more than one person. You have a reputation. You listen. You wait. I need someone to help me learn what men want. And not in the way you're thinking. Now you speak. You want blackmail?" She laughs. "I want leverage. There's a difference." You fold your hands in your lap. "And you think I'm your way in." She meets your gaze. "You're invisible, Felicia. That's what makes you dangerous. No one sees you, but you see everything." You don't answer. She reaches into her satchel and pulls out a pouch. 10 denarii now. 10 more if you return tomorrow. With information. "I want to know what my husband says when he thinks no one's listening." You take the pouch. It's heavy. You leave the bathhouse, with your heart beating faster than it has in weeks. Historical detail for this chapter. Elite Roman women were not powerless, but their power came through indirect means. They weren't allowed in the Senate or courts, but they controlled households, alliances, and sometimes, through webs of gossip and servants, entire political careers. Many had their own networks, slaves, freed women, even prostitutes who fed them information others dismissed. Fringe fact, there's evidence that some brothels doubled as intelligence hubs, not by accident, but by design. Prostitutes heard confessions, pillow talk, political whispers. Some even sold that information to senators' wives or their rivals. Rome ran on secrets, and secrets had a price. Academic debate, whether these women were just lucky opportunists or deliberate agents of influence. Some historians credit them with subtle but significant shifts in power. Others argue that stories like Vibia Severa's are anomalies, not patterns. But the fact remains, in Rome, silence was currency. And you've just been paid to spend it. As you re-enter the Lupanar, you tuck the coin pouch deep under your tunic. Tomorrow you'll become something else, not just Felicia. A spy. You don't sleep that night, not properly. You lie down, sure, and close your eyes, but your mind keeps rolling through questions with no good answers. What exactly does Vibia Severa want? What will her husband say that she doesn't already know? And why you? You're not a trained spy. You're a prostitute with sore feet and a memory that holds more secrets than names. But maybe that's why. Maybe that's what makes you useful. By dawn, you've decided you'll go back. 10 denarii is too much to ignore, and if you play this right, there could be more. Maybe enough to finally get out of this place. You've always said you wouldn't leave unless you had somewhere better to go. Maybe this is your opening. You rise quietly, stepping over Marsa's sleeping form. She's curled up again in your corner. Belly heavier now, You brush a lock of hair from her face and whisper, "Still here," just to reassure yourself. You wash up fast, use the last of your wine as a rinse, and apply a little kohl around your eyes. Not much, just enough to sharpen your edges. You wear the same tunic from yesterday, now scrub it, and wrap yourself again in that cloak that makes you look like more than what you are. Outside, the city is already moving. Vendors shouting, carts creaking, someone arguing loudly with a goat that won't move. You slip through the streets like a shadow. No one looks too long, no one stops you. You're becoming good at that. Being there without being seen. At the bathhouse, a different servant greets you, male, silent, expressionless. He nods and gestures toward the inner hall, then leaves you to find your own way. You walk the same path as yesterday, but it feels different now, heavier, like the air itself knows something's changed. You reach the same room, step through the veil, and there she is. Vibia, sitting cross-legged in a chair shaped like a half-shell, dressed in a new gown, this one wine red and embroidered with birds. She gestures to a stool. "You came," she says. "Of course. And you'll get your answers," you reply. "But first we need rules." She raises an eyebrow. "Rules? I tell you what I hear, but I don't tell you who told me. I don't put the other girls in danger, and I never follow anyone. I don't spy, I listen." "Fair," she says, then smiles slightly. "You're better at this than most senators." You hand her a folded scrap of parchment. On it, 3 names men you overheard in your hallway just last night, talking too loud after too much wine. You jotted down the details in your head. One discussing a loan he shouldn't have taken. Another admitting he voted against his patron in the last election. And the third, Vibia's husband, drunkenly bragging about a land grab involving falsified temple records. It's not much, but it's enough. She reads quickly, her expression unreadable. Then she folds the paper and tucks it into her sleeve. "Excellent," she murmurs. "This will do." You get up to leave, but she stops you with a question. "What do you want, Felicia?" You pause. The usual answer is coin. That's the safe answer. But something about her calm, her eyes, the way she says your name like it's worth something, makes you risk honesty. "I want out, not just of the brothel, of all of it." She nods, thoughtful. "Then let's make this more than one night." And just like that, you're someone else. Not just a body in a bed, not just a name on a wax tablet. You're a woman with information. A broker, a risk. At the Lupiner, you don't tell anyone where you were. You return quietly, as though you just went to piss and took your time. You pass Brynja on the way in. She gives you a look, curious, suspicious, but doesn't stop you. You've earned that much space. You return to work. 3 clients in the afternoon. One asks to be slapped, one wants to be sung to, one just cries in your lap for 15 minutes. And then leaves without touching you. You don't ask why. You never ask why. Between clients, you write down what you hear. Not everything, just the important pieces, like who's arguing with who, who's paying more than usual, which girl has the senator's nephew in her room every Tuesday. You don't tell Vibia any of that yet. You're building leverage of your own. If this turns sideways, you'll need it. Historical detail. It wasn't uncommon for brothels in Rome to function as informal information exchanges. With so many men letting their guards down in intimate moments, prostitutes became walking archives. Some kept mental tallies of names, secrets, alliances. In rare cases, they passed that knowledge to women of higher rank, wives, mistresses, sometimes even enemies. Fringe fact, there's a legend about a prostitute in Capua who blackmailed a wealthy merchant for years just by pretending to know things about his business dealings. She didn't actually know anything. She just guessed well, kept quiet, and let his guilt do the work. She ended up with a villa on the coast. Scholarly debate whether the role of prostitutes in Roman political life has been overstated or undervalued. Some argue they were simply vessels for male confession, walls to whisper at. Others suggest they were active agents in shaping decisions, especially when paired with intelligent patrons. The truth probably lies somewhere between, not powerless, not all-powerful, just sharp enough to survive with a blade made of words. As night falls, you slip outside to the courtyard, where Isla is sitting cross-legged on the rim of the fountain, humming again. She looks up when you approach. "You were gone," she says. "Just for a bit." "Where to?" You smile. "A bath." She grins. "Was it a good one?" "The best I've had in years." She leans back and stares at the stars, which blink faintly above the roofline. "Sometimes I think I'll disappear one day," she says. "Just vanish like steam off a cup." "We all do," you say. "Some just take longer." Inside, the oil lamps flicker low. The hallway smells of beeswax, sweat, and too many promises made too easily. You slip back into your room, close the curtain, and light your own lamp. The flame dances. You open your secret pouch and count your coins again. More than yesterday. Still not enough. But now you have something more than money. You have worth. Not just to the men who buy you, but to the ones who fear you. You're sitting at the edge of the courtyard, carving tiny grooves into a piece of wood with the end of a broken hairpin, when you hear the slap of sandals approaching fast. The sound is different from the usual, more urgent, less performative. You look up just as Brynnia storms around the corner, her shawl half slipping from one shoulder, her face set in a kind of angry panic. "Where were you last night?" She snaps. You blink, slow and careful. "Here." It's not a lie. You did return. Eventually, she stares at you, eyes sharp and unblinking. "Someone saw you leave, said you were dressed like a freedwoman." "You went to the baths?" "Still calm. I needed a proper wash." "With whose money?" "A client paid for it." Also not a lie. Brynnia exhales through her nose. She doesn't like not knowing things. She runs this place like a merchant's ledger. Every girl, every coin, every detail filed and known. Your movements are usually predictable. When they're not. She notices. "No secrets, are we, Felicia?" She warns, voice low. "You know that's how we stay safe." You nod. "I'm not keeping secrets. I'm just keeping options." Her jaw tenses. Then she nods once and walks off. But you know that look. She's not done with you. She's just shelving it for now. Back in your room. You sit with your back to the wall and try to make sense of the shifting weight inside your chest. You've always played by the house's rules. Never loudly, never blindly, but enough to avoid conflict. Now you're not just dancing on the edge of them. You're stepping clean off. You pull out the silver mirror and study your face. It's become a ritual, this check-in with the reflection you don't entirely trust. Something about your eyes has changed. Not just tiredness, though that's there, always. But a kind of alertness too, a readiness. You're not entirely who you were 3 weeks ago. Your second meeting with Vibia takes place that evening in the private courtyard behind the bathhouse. There's a pergola covered in flowering vines and a stone bench shaped like a sea serpent. The torchlight is low. She doesn't sit this time. She's pacing. I need more, she says as soon as you arrive. Something useful, political. Do you know of any affairs? You raise a brow. You mean besides the dozens happening in the Lupiter every week? She's not amused. My husband's taken aside in something he shouldn't have. There's talk of money missing from the temple fund. If I had proof, I could protect our estate. You lean back against a pillar, and if you don't get proof, then I watch everything burn while pretending to drink wine. You nod slowly. I'll see what I can find. She hands you a pouch. More denarii. You don't count it in front of her. That's part of the deal now. Trust wrapped in a performance neither of you fully believes in. Back at the brothel, you listen harder than usual. Your ears pick up more now, not just words, but tone, hesitation, breath. You begin charting which clients return, which speak in half sentences, which drink too much before letting something slip. One man complains about temple taxes being diverted to private homes. Another boasts about buying a plot of land that wasn't really for sale. You memorize every detail. Then, one night, you catch a break. The client is a mid-level magistrate with wine breath and a bad temper. He insists on talking during the entire session, complaining about the city, his rivals, and most importantly, the recent construction work being funded quietly with public money. He names names, and one of them is Vibia's husband. You don't react. You just nod along, make the right noises, and file it away. Later, you write it down on a strip of linen and hide it beneath a loose brick in your room. Marcia finds you there, crouched on the floor, brushing nymphs and dust from your knees. You're hiding something, she says, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. You've got that look. What look? The one we get right before we stop being one of them. You don't answer. She walks away. Historical detail. Mid-level Roman politicians were often corrupt, not because the system was broken, but because it was designed that way. Favors, bribes, and personal gifts funded everything from aqueduct repairs to religious festivals. Prostitution, though technically beneath them, was often where they let their tongues slip. Nothing makes a man more honest than his own arrogance. Fringe. Fact. In one recorded case, a prostitute in Bayeux overheard a conversation between two senators plotting to defund a rival's temple. She reported it anonymously by scratching the details onto a wall near the forum. The scandal exploded within days. No one ever found out who she was. Scholarly debate. Whether the intelligence passed through brothels had real political impact, or whether it was just gossip disguised as danger. Some argue these secrets rarely reached beyond pillow talk. Others insist brothels were early intelligence hubs, unofficial but crucial. Either way, Rome's power structures weren't just built in marble halls. They were whispered into the shadows, traded over bodies and candles and coin. You deliver the information to Vibia 2 days later. She reads it with a blank face, then nods once and says, "This will do. You've just saved my estate." You don't ask how. You don't ask what comes next. But later that week, one of the magistrates you named is arrested for misappropriation of sacred funds. You hear the news while you're oiling your legs. Brynia mutters about it while chewing dates. She doesn't look at you while she says it, but you feel her gaze afterward. And for the first time, you realize someone's watching you now. Not as a girl in a brothel, as something else. And maybe that's more dangerous than anything you've done so far. There's a knock at your door that's not really a knock, just a hesitant brush of knuckles followed by silence. You pause mid-comb, fingers tangled in your hair, and call out, "Come in." The curtain parts, and Marcia steps through, looking older than she did just 2 weeks ago. Not just tired-aged, like the weight of something invisible has sunk down into her bones. She doesn't speak at first, just stands there, arms crossed under her chest, eyes fixed on the floor. Finally she says, "I'm leaving." You blink. "What?" "I'm going north," she murmurs, "to stay with my aunt. She has a farm. It's small, but she said I could help with the goats." You set the comb down carefully. "And the baby?" She touches her stomach. "It's hers now. She always wanted a daughter. She says she won't ask questions." You nod slowly, the words taking a moment to settle. "When?" "Tomorrow, before sunrise." She looks up. Brynja doesn't know. You want to protest, not because it's wrong, but because it's sudden. And you've come to rely on her presence, her grumbling, her honesty, her occasional quiet laughter when something in the world tilts absurdly enough to warrant it. You thought she'd be around, that maybe the two of you would figure out a way out together someday. But here she is, packing up before dawn like a fugitive from her own past. "I stole bread," she says, as if confessing, "and oil. Don't tell." You smile faintly. "I'll miss you." "No, you won't," she says. "You'll be busy turning into someone important." She walks over, presses something into your hand. A small ring, iron, set with a bit of red glass. "For luck," she says. "It's fake, I know." When she's gone, you sit on your cot and stare at the ring in your palm. It's cheap, chipped clearly, from a vendor's stall. But you curl your fingers around it like it's sacred. You don't sleep much that night. Just lie there and listen to the sounds of the brothel. Laughter, moaning, footsteps, someone vomiting in the courtyard. The usual soundtrack of other people's choices. Before dawn, you creep to the back hall and watch through the cracks in the gate as Marcia slips into the street, wrapped in a borrowed cloak, belly hidden, step swift. You don't wave. She doesn't look back. You wonder if she make it. The rest of the day feels different. Not because it's quieter, it isn't, but because everything's shifted a degree sideways. Ayla is tense. She's begun limping slightly, favoring her right side. You ask if she's all right. She shrugs. Rough night, big client. You don't press. You've had your share of those. Brynja, though, is watching you more closely. She calls you into the side room after your third client, a soldier with more scars than teeth, and leans against the doorway, arms crossed. "You've been busy," she says. "Haven't left the loop in her much," you reply. "That's the thing," she mutters. "You don't have to." The girls talk, the clients talk, and somehow you always know things before me. You keep your face neutral. I listen well. "Too well," she says. "Tell me this. Are you working for someone else now?" You hold her gaze. "Not against you." She nods once, slowly, then walks over and sits beside you. "I should have pulled you in months ago," she says. "Used you better. You're smart, smarter than me probably. But you're playing the game now, and games have rules. If you break them, people get hurt." You nod. "I know." She stands. "If you're going to keep collecting secrets, at least bring some to me. You owe me that." You don't disagree that night. Vibia doesn't summon you. You're relieved. You need space, time to think. So you do what you haven't done in weeks. You walk the city, not far, just far enough. You walk past the bakery where they burn the crusts just right. Past the fountain with the chipped nymph, where someone always leaves a fresh fig. You end up at the Temple of Fortuna. Not to pray, just to look. The flames flicker behind the grating. You think of Marcia, of her face disappearing into darkness. You whisper, "Let her make it." No one answers, of course. You return to the Lupanar and find Ayla crying softly in the laundry room. She's clutching a bloodied rag and rocking back and forth. You crouch beside her. "What happened?" "He didn't stop," she whispers. "I said no. I said it hurt." Your hands ball into fists. "Brynja said he's rich, important, that I should have just been quiet." You help her clean up. You bring her to your room and let her sleep on your cot. You stand guard at the curtain all night, arms crossed, eyes burning. Morning comes and the city keeps moving. Indifferent as always to historical truth. Roman prostitutes had no protection from assault, even when registered. They were considered infames, a legal term meaning their testimony didn't hold up in court. Once marked as such, you could be beaten, raped, or even killed without the same consequences that would follow if you were a respectable woman. Your body became property open, disposable. Fringe fact, some women got tattoos, not just to mark themselves as property of a brothel, but as warnings. Symbols inked into the wrist or inner arm that read, "Do not harm." It didn't always work, but it was a form of protest, a room to protest, however small. And the scholarly debate, was there any legal path for a prostitute to seek justice? Some claim exceptions existed if a client was a slave, or if the girl was underage, or if the violence disrupted public order. Others argue the law never truly applied to women like you. You existed in a gray space, regulated, taxed, but never protected. You sit with Ayla as she sleeps. You rub your thumb over the fake ruby in Marcia's ring, and you make a decision. Vibia wants political secrets. Fine, but you're going to start collecting a different kind of power. The kind that doesn't beg senators for mercy. The kind that burns down the whole rotten house from the inside. The first step isn't revenge, it's control. You sit down that morning with a bowl of dried figs and yesterday's crusty bread and begin making a mental list. Not of enemies, not yet, but of leverage. You think like a merchant now, not a girl in a bed. Who owes you? Who fears you? Who thinks you're just another shadow behind a curtain? First on the list, Gaius, the banker's son. Arrogant, soft-palmed, always flush with his father's coin and no sense of consequences. He's come to the Lupanar twice a week for months, preferring younger girls and always requesting they call him Dominus Maximus. You know his secret. He's in debt, deep. He talks about it like it's a game. Just until Saturnalia, he says. Just until the grain shipments come in. But you've seen the letters in his pouch when he's too drunk to notice. Real ones, from real lenders, with real threats. You write his name down first. Next, Decimus, the temple assistant. Quiet, unassuming, but always asking questions he shouldn't. You caught him once rifling through Brynja's ledger under the pretense of paying respects. You didn't say anything then, but now you remember. You remember everything. And then there's Lurio, the baker's cousin. He brings honey rolls when he visits and always slips an extra coin under the mattress, like that makes him kind. But he also likes girls who flinch, and he once made Ayla wear a chain around her neck for fun. You've watched him, heard his name in whispers. He's more dangerous than he looks. You don't write his name, not yet. His type deserves more than a list. That night, Vibia summons you again. This time to a villa outside the city proper, somewhere. In the hills where the air smells like pine resin and nobody screams in the night unless it's part of a ritual. A servant meets you at the gate, leads you through a garden filled with marble birds and creeping ivy. Vibia is waiting in a colonnade, wine in hand, eyes sharper than ever. "I heard you've been asking questions," she says. You nod. "Good ones." "To whom?" "To people who matter." "And what did you learn?" "Enough to be dangerous." She sips her wine. "Show me." You pull a small piece of parchment from your cloak. On it, 2 names, 3 figures, and a date. It doesn't look like much, but it's a schedule of temple distributions. Dr. DeHaig misused funds. You explain how Decimus forged signatures to funnel grain into a private villa. You don't say how you found it. You just say it's real. Vibia reads it, then folds it slowly. "This is good," she says. "Better than I expected." She tucks the paper into her robe and looks at you closely. "You're becoming quite useful." You meet her gaze. "I want more than coins." She tilts her head. "What then?" "A way out. Somewhere to go, somewhere clean." She smiles faintly. "Clean doesn't exist, but I can offer quiet, land, a cottage maybe. Far from here." You nod. "I'll earn it." When you return to the Lupanar, Brynja is waiting. She doesn't yell. She doesn't accuse. She just points to the corner of the room and says, "Ayla hasn't moved all day." You find her curled up, silent, her breath shallow. Her face is blotchy, her hands trembling. You sit beside her and wrap your arms around her shoulders. She whispers, "I don't want to do this anymore." "I know." "Can I be like you?" You don't know what that means. You're not sure she does either, but you say yes. You give her the list. "You started." She reads it slowly, then looks at you with something close to awe. "We're keeping score now?" "We always were," you say. "We just never wrote it down." Over the next few nights, the list grows. You don't gather everything yourself. You send girls to listen, not to pry, just to be present, invisible, the way you've always been. The information trickles in. Who bribed? Whom? Who beat their servant? Who talks too much when they think no one's listening? The Lupanar becomes a different place, not on the surface. Clients still come, coins still clink, backs still arch, and mouths still moan. But beneath it, there's something else growing. A network, a quiet web. And you're sitting in the center of it. Historical truth. In late imperial Rome, brothels began functioning more like informal guilds. Women shared knowledge, even created codes to protect each other. Some historians believe these early forms of solidarity planted the seeds for later female networks. Though they weren't always romantic or ideal. Sometimes they were survival, plain and brutal. Fringe fact. In one Lupanar in southern Gaul, archaeologists found a series of tiny carved tablets, lists of names, transactions, warnings. It looked like accounting, but some of the symbols were unfamiliar, a cipher, maybe, or a code shared among workers to keep track of dangerous clients. One name appeared 27 times, and the scholarly debate. How organized were these brothels? Really? Some argue they were simple, individual businesses with no cooperation between girls. Others insist the women formed complex, whispered alliances, proto-unions of sorts. The truth is murky. Most records were written by men, and men rarely bother preserving the thoughts of the women they sleep with. But your truth? You're building something now. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't need one. But it's real. Brynja pulls you aside after a week and says, "I hear less screaming, more laughter." You nod. "I've noticed too." She pauses. "You're changing things." "Not enough. It's a start. Later, Gius, the banker's son, stumbles into your room drunk, arrogant, bragging again. You press your hand to his cheek, lean in close, and whisper, "Pay your debts, Gaius. They're watching." He blinks, confused. "What? The ones you owe? They're talking." You smile sweetly. "Maybe next time you should bring more than pocket change." He leaves rattled. You let him go. Because fear is worth more than a coin, and some debts can't be measured in silver. You wake to the sound of water being poured outside your room, but it's not the usual slap and slosh of morning cleanup. It's quieter, steadier, like someone's being careful not to spill. You lie still, listening, then a soft knock. Not one of the girls, not a client either. When you pull back the curtain, it's a child. A boy, 8, maybe 9. Familiar. He's the same messenger from weeks ago. The one who brought Vibia's first scroll. He holds out a bundle, no words, just a tight mouth and wide eyes. You take the bundle. It's a small linen pouch, heavy in your hand. You unwrap it slowly. Inside, a single gold aureus, real, gleaming. That alone would be enough to rent a room in a decent part of town for weeks, maybe even a month. But there's more. A note, folded tight. You open it. One more task. Tonight, behind the Temple of Apollo. Come alone. Wear red. No signature, no seal, of course. You glance at the boy. "Who gave you this?" He shrugs. "Woman with green bracelets." "Vibia. Always the same jewelry. Always just enough to be noticed but not questioned." You nod, hand him a fig, and he runs off. All day your mind churns. Why meet behind the temple? What task? And why red? It's a color that screams for attention, unusual, even provocative. Especially at night. You don't like it. It feels like bait. Still you obey. You always do. That's the unspoken contract, isn't it? You play your role, and in return, the game goes on. As night falls, you borrow a red tunic from Brynia's costume trunk, a leftover from a festival or a role play, something worn once and forgotten. It's too tight across the chest, but you make it work. You braid your hair and pin it high, cleaner than usual. Then you wait for the city to dim. The Temple of Apollo looms white and towering at night, its columns glowing in the torchlight like the ribs of a sleeping god. You slip around the side into the shadowed garden where laurel trees grow like sentinels. And there she is, Vibia, hooded this time, her gown plain but unmistakable. "You're early," she says. You shrug. "You said we're red." "I assumed that meant punctual." She doesn't smile. Her voice is clipped tonight. "There's someone I want you to watch. He arrives here every evening, prays, gives coin, then meets someone. I want to know who." You nod. "Just observe, for now." You melt into the shadows near the outer colonnade, heart beating in your throat. You're good at disappearing, but not here, not in a sacred space where you don't belong. If anyone sees you, there'll be questions, punishment, maybe worse. You breathe shallow, watching the temple steps. After a while, you spot him, robed, clean-shaven, middle-aged, expensive shoes. You recognize him. He's visited the Lupanar before, once, maybe twice. Always quiet, generous, never gave a name. He kneels at the altar, whispers something you can't hear, then slips away down a side path. You follow at a distance, quiet as falling dust. He meets another man in the grove, a priest, judging by the robe. They speak in low voices, then exchange something, a scroll. The man leaves, the priest disappears into the dark. You return to Vibia, breath shallow. She asks, well? You tell her everything. She doesn't react, but something shifts in her shoulders. Like a knot released. That's all, she says. You can go. But you don't move. Who was he, you ask? She hesitates. Then, a man with too many ambitions and too few enemies. Until now, you nod slowly. And what happens next? That depends, she says. Do you want to watch the world shift, or be part of the hand that moves it? You don't answer. You don't need to. The gold in your pouch answers for you. When you return to the Lupanar, the hallway smells like wine and ash. Marape is dragging the stool back into her room with one foot, muttering about fleas. Ayla is asleep in your bed again. You leave her be. You sit down and begin writing. Not for Vibia, for yourself. A list, a new one. This one isn't names. It's plans. You want land, a roof, safety. But not just for you. You start with 1. Secure coin. 2. Establish safe house. 3. Buy silence with coin or fear. Your handwriting is sloppy, but your vision is clear. Historical note: the Temple of Apollo in Rome was both sacred and political. It wasn't just a place of prayer. It was a meeting ground, a statement of allegiance. Senators aligned with Augustus made donations there to curry favor. Deals were made in its shade. Secrets traded beneath its golden statue. Fringe detail: a priest in Apollo's temple was once arrested for leaking prophecies for coin. Supposedly he sold divine messages to gamblers and politicians, who then bet on elections or trials based on omens. He was exiled, but his note scraps of goat hide were found decades later, stuffed inside the wall of a brothel. Debate: whether women like Vibia existed in numbers or were anomalies. Some scholars say powerful women maneuvered behind the scenes constantly, using money, marriage, and servants to bend politics. Others argue those stories are romanticized exceptions. You're not sure which side you fall on, but you know this: Vibia isn't the only one pulling strings. She's just the one who recognized that you could pull too. You lie back beside Ayla and watch the shadows on the ceiling. Your room smells of oil and girl sweat and stale perfume. But beneath it, something else is rising, a current. You're not just surviving anymore, you're playing. And you're getting good at it. The morning after your meeting behind the Temple of Apollo, Rome feels like a different city. Not louder rooms, never quiet, but tuned differently, like someone's tightened the strings, and now everything hums with tension. You move through it with purpose, your cloak heavy with the scent of torch smoke, your head still spinning from Vibia's words. Do you want to watch the world shift, or be part of the hand that moves it? You said nothing, but you already know the answer. You slip back into your routine at the Lupanar, but it's become more illusion than reality. The clients still come, some familiar, some forgettable. You perform just enough to be convincing, but your mind is elsewhere now, watching, calculating. You're tracking everything: who comes in, who stays late, who tips in silver instead of bronze. You catch whispers, you memorize names, and every few days you deliver carefully folded notes to a vendor's cart at the forum, hidden among olives and amphorae. The coins appear the next morning beneath your mattress. Vibia pays well, but she's not the only one watching you anymore. Brinia corners you after dusk, her face pale beneath her usually ruddy complexion. She holds out a scroll. This was left for you. No name, no seal. You open it with slow fingers. You've made noise. Be careful what echoes. You don't let Brynja see your reaction. You fold it again, tuck it into your tunic, and meet her gaze. Probably a bad poem. She doesn't. Laugh. You're being watched, she says. Not by me, you nod. I know. Later that night, after your final client, a weaselly man who insists on being called Imperator and falls asleep mid-sentence, you retreat to the back courtyard. Ayla finds you there, barefoot, breathing in the scent of crushed mint leaves. From someone's abandoned drink. You look like you're planning to disappear, she says. Maybe I am. She sits beside you. Marcia sent word, your head jerks up. She made it. The farm is real. The aunt is kind. The baby's healthy. You exhale, shaky. She said to tell you, don't wait for the door to open. Build your own. You both sit in silence, and for once, it feels peaceful. Not the calm before something. Not the quiet that masks danger. Just quiet. The next day, you meet Vibia at the old granary near the river. It's late afternoon, the light golden and heavy. She's dressed simply, her hair pinned in a coil, her cloak dusty. You realize she's hiding more now, not just herself, but fear. They're looking into me, she says. Someone saw us at the temple. You stay still. I'm leaving. Not far, just long enough for this to blow over. And what happens to our work? She looks at you, really looks. You take over. You blink. Excuse me? I've shown you the shape of it. You know how it flows. You know who talks, who listens, who pays. I'm a prostitute, Vibia, not a senator. She leans in. You're whoever you decide to be. That's the difference between surviving and escaping. She presses a scroll into your hand, names, notes, addresses. Then a second pouch, heavy again with gold. This is the last time we meet, she says. At least for now. If you get caught, burn that list. And then she's gone, just like that. You don't look at the scroll until you're home. Your hands shake a little. You don't know if it's fear or power. Probably both. Back at the Lupiner, Brynja nods at you. Not warm, not cold, just acknowledgement. Something shifted. She sees it. You hand her 2 names men to keep an eye on. Men who've been asking too many questions. She raises an eyebrow. You trust me with this? I trust you don't want a riot in your atrium. She grins just slightly. Fair. From that day on, things move faster. You don't ask for permission anymore. You speak less and hear more. You arrange for one of the girls to stop working nights. She now gathers whispers in the taverns. Another starts recording overheard conversations in a wax tablet she pretends is for poetry. You're building something. A network, a whisper chain, a weapon. And then, one night, it happens. A senator's son comes in, drunk, smug, mouth too loose. He corners Ailey in the hall and grabs her wrist too tight. She screams, you're there in seconds. He shouts, she's a whore, I paid. You don't speak. You hold his gaze. And now you'll pay again, he sneers. What? You'll tell your madam? No, you say. I'll tell your mother. The one who funds half the temple, the one who thinks you're fasting this month. His face pales. You step closer, voice low. I know where you sleep. I know who you owe money to. I know the name of the slave girl you made cry last week. Keep touching my girls, and I'll make sure everyone else knows too. He stumbles out, swearing. You let him go. Ayla looks at you like you've grown wings. You haven't. You've just decided not to be quiet anymore. Historical fact. By the end of the Republic, many brothels, especially those in urban centers like Rome, were informal hubs of surveillance. Servants, prostitutes, and tavern girls often carried secrets from one patron to another. Whether for coin, safety, or power, their networks rivaled the formal intelligence of any government official. Fringe detail: some Roman women, especially freedwomen with brothel experience, became private informants. One was rumored to be employed by a praetor's wife to track her husband's affairs. She eventually vanished. Some say she fled to Egypt. Others say she was silenced. Scholarly debate. Did these women hold real power, or were they simply tools used by the powerful? Some argue they were disposable. Others argue they were irreplaceable, but the truth is clearer now. Power isn't just who gives the orders. It's who knows when to speak and when to stay silent. You finish the night on your cot, the silver mirror beside you. You unwrap it again, hold it to your face. You barely recognize the woman there. Not because you look different, but because for the first time, you look free. Hey guys, tonight we're easing into one of those chapters of history that's equal parts scandal, sorrow, and let's be honest, extremely awkward candle placement. We're heading deep into the smoky stew-centered backstreets of the medieval city, to places where the walls were thin, the rules were thinner, and the velvet curtains only half-heartedly tried to hide what was going on. That's right, we're talking about medieval brothels. Now just so you know, you probably won't survive this. Not emotionally, not psychologically, and definitely not if you're squeamish about disease or the smell of unwashed tights. Medieval brothels weren't exactly five-star inns with spa options. But that's the whole fun of it. We're going to step behind the heavy oak doors and find out what really happened in these places that officially weren't supposed to exist, but somehow did. A lot. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, while you're at it, tell me in the comments, what city are you watching from, and what time is it right now where you are? I promise I'll read them all, probably while lying in bed, questioning the entire course of Western civilization. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. So picture this: a flickering alleyway near the market square. It smells like overripe cheese and wet wool. There's a door, painted with a subtle red streak, not enough to say brothel, but enough that if you knew, you knew. You push inside, and laughter echoes off the stone. There's a woman in a bright green veil beckoning from a staircase. A fire burns low, and somewhere upstairs, someone groans, but not like in pain. Welcome to the medieval brothel. These weren't just dens of sin tucked into the shadows. They were institutions. Legal ones, often taxed, regulated, and strategically placed near military barracks or pilgrimage routes. And here's the fun twist: they existed in a weird moral loophole where cities condemned prostitution in sermons, but quietly collected taxes from it behind closed doors. Imagine a town council wagging its finger by day and rubbing its hands together by night. That's basically it. Let's take the city of Toulouse, for example. In the 14th century, the city council passed laws requiring prostitutes to wear a specific striped hood. This wasn't about safety. It was so everyone could identify them and not accidentally sin. Meanwhile, the council directly profited from the very brothels these women worked in. Moral clarity? Not so much. Public sin, private profit. Brothels came in all sizes. There were massive city-sponsored establishments like the stew houses in London's Southwark district, essentially sex malls with bathhouses attached. There were also little operations run out of someone's back room with a creaky cot and a pitcher of sour ale. But one thing stayed consistent: they were loud, chaotic, and deeply woven into the urban fabric. You'd hear them before you saw them: music, laughter, the occasional drunken lute solo. And unlike the upper floors of noble homes where everything was candlelit restraint, brothels were garish. Think heavy perfumes trying to mask body odor, overly embroidered cushions, and bizarre painted ceiling scenes of swans doing suspicious things. The decor was meant to distract from how cold the stone walls were and how scratchy the linens felt. The people inside were equally colorful. Brothel workers, known in various places as public women or amis amuros, were just single women and came from every background imaginable. Some had fled abusive homes, others had been sold into the trade, and very few actually chose it for independence and income. There's a historical debate still raging on that point. How much agency did these women really have? Some scholars argue brothels offered one of the only ways for women to earn money without a husband or male guardian. Others point to the systemic coercion baked into the very structure. The truth is, it depended on the city, the decade, and the individual. But here's a quirky side note. In certain cities, brothels had designated safe days. These were often during religious festivals where prostitution was temporarily banned. So naturally, those were the slowest and most awkward days of the year. That said, loopholes always existed. In Avignon, brothels sometimes offered spiritual massage during banned periods. No, it wasn't that spiritual dot as the night deepens, the space transforms. The clients trickle in: merchants, knights, scribes, even monks sneaking out in their woolen habits. Some are regulars, some are tourists, most are drunk. They haggle over prices in hushed tones, not because it's a secret, but because they don't want to look cheap. Upstairs, the real business unfolds, often with one eye on the door and the other on the candle burning down too close to the thatch. And it's not just sex. In a strange way, brothels also offered something softer: conversation, laughter, music. For men who spent their days in violent, rigidly hierarchical worlds, this was a weird kind of freedom, even if they had to pay for it. One fact we know: medieval brothels had curfews. Workers were expected to be inside by dusk or face fines. City ordinances would specify when they could work, what they could wear, and where they could stand. It was micromanagement at its most hypocritical, especially from city leaders who often dropped by after meetings. And the irony didn't stop there. In some towns, brothel profits funded church repairs. You heard that right. Stained glass windows gleamed, thanks to coin dropped on stained pillows. So as we settle into the world behind those low-lit wooden doors, get ready. Because the deeper we go, the stranger, sadder, and more surprising it gets. There are dark corridors ahead, filled with hypocrisy, resilience, and more than a few silk garters. It's early morning now, and the brothel is strangely quiet. The fire has burned down to embers. The perfume has mixed into something that smells like moldy lavender and regrets. And a few of the workers, still in half-rolled stockings, stumble downstairs in search of cold bread or a forgotten cider cup. You're still here, lurking in a corner like a ghost, watching the aftermath settle like dust. And maybe you're wondering, how did all this even become normal? Why would cities that claim to be godly, moral, and upright allow these places to flourish? Just a short walk from the cathedral? Well, surprise, it was all about profit and control. In a very medieval plot twist, cities figured out that while they couldn't stop people from sinning, they could tax it. And so they did, with astonishing efficiency. Let's take a closer look at one city that absolutely perfected the art of sinful capitalism, Nuremberg. In the 15th century, officials there ran what was effectively a municipal brothel. That's right, the city itself owned the building, hired the madame, and enforced the rules. The goal wasn't exactly charity. It was containment. Better to have sex work happening in a designated zone than have it spill into respectable neighborhoods. Or, worse, result in affairs that complicated property rights. Gasp! Property was sacred after all. Prostitution was considered a necessary evil, something you tolerated to prevent worse outcomes like, heaven forbid, adultery or monks seducing stable boys. So, city councils set up red light districts. They made laws about how the brothel workers had to dress. They taxed their earnings and used the funds for very serious things, like bridge repairs and wall maintenance. Next time you admire the Gothic arches of some charming medieval town, just remember, it may have been financed by someone's drunken Saturday night. This public-private brothel system was so efficient, it makes modern zoning laws look lazy. In Florence, for example, you could find entire neighborhoods zoned for sex work, conveniently located near markets and ports, because supply and demand, baby. And if a brothel opened too close to a convent, well, that just meant the convent would petition for a bigger wall. There was a deep, quiet hypocrisy running through all of it. Publicly, brothels were condemned as a moral cancer. Sermons railed against them, priests warned of hellfire. But in back rooms, city fathers nodded along with madams over rent contracts and tax ledgers. It wasn't unusual for the same man who signed an order finding a prostitute to also be one of her clients or her landlord. And then there were the sin taxes. These weren't just random fees. Cities created entire economic models around the earnings from brothels. In Paris, fines collected from sex workers helped pay for public fountains and sanitation, an ironic little cycle where women were punished and then funded the public baths they were banned from using. Here's a quirky side note. In some places, brothels were only allowed to operate on certain days of the week. Sundays were usually off limits, of course, because God was watching a little more closely then. But there were also weird regional customs like in Bruges, where the brothel district had a curfew that started when the cathedral bells rang for evening prayer, unless of course the bell ringer was late, which he sometimes was conveniently. And get this, some cities even hosted inspections. Officials would visit brothels to ensure they were operating morally. Imagine a bureaucrat with a wax-sealed clipboard checking bedsheets for appropriateness and making sure the music wasn't too seductive. That's the level of absurd micromanagement we're talking about. There's actually a real debate among historians about whether these inspections were legit governance or just a socially accepted excuse for voyeurism. I mean, how closely do you really need to inspect a feather mattress to confirm it's up to code? But the biggest reason cities loved brothels wasn't just tax revenue, it was control. Control over women, over the working class, over sexual behavior itself. By forcing brothels into specific districts and subjecting workers to humiliating laws, like mandatory clothing or curfews, they reinforced social hierarchies. You knew who was in and who was out, who was respectable and who wasn't. And if a woman crossed that line even once, good luck ever getting back. And here's the thing, once you were labeled a prostitute, that identity stuck like medieval mud. It didn't matter why you entered the trade. Maybe your husband died, maybe you were orphaned, maybe your dowry got lost in a fire. Once you were in the system made sure you stayed there. Even if you left the brothel and married a baker, you were still that woman from down the lane. In some cities, brothel workers were required to register with local officials. They had little books or tokens identifying them as legal sex workers. Sound helpful? It wasn't. It made them easier to fine, track, and sometimes imprison if they broke a rule, like being seen outside their district without a chaperone. Yes, grown women had to ask permission to cross the city wall, but there were some surprising exceptions. In Venice, for example, courtesans essentially high-end sex workers could achieve celebrity status. They wrote poetry, hosted salons, and dressed like aristocrats. And while the city still taxed and regulated them, it also kind of admired them. There's a story about a Venetian courtesan named Veronica Franco, who debated a bishop in public and won. So not all brothels were created equal. Some were grim little dens. Others were decadent lounges where Latin philosophers recited sonnets after sex. Seriously, the contrast between those levels. The desperate workers in back alley hovels and the silk-draped courtesans of the upper floors reminds you how class ran straight through every part of this system. Even sex had a hierarchy. And we haven't even touched the fines yet. Oh, the fines. Workers could be fined for drinking too much, for wearing the wrong shoes, for laughing too loudly in public, basically, for existing. One city mandated that prostitutes wear bells on their clothing so good women could avoid them. Bells, like cats or criminals. Try walking around your neighborhood with a jingle collar and see how fast the HOA sends a letter. So the next time someone tells you that medieval people were all pure and pious, just remember, they were running government-funded brothels while sermonizing against temptation. And they were very, very good at making money off things they pretended not to like. You step outside just for a moment into the wet cobblestone street, and the air smacks you with the smell of horse dung and boiled cabbage. A cat darts across the alley, chased by a rat the size of a goblet. You turn your head, and there it is. The infamous district, the one that even the priests mutter about under their breath while pretending to quote scripture. This is Southwark, just across the Thames from the heart of London, and if you're looking for medieval England's most open secret, you've found it. Southwark was the place, a red light district before the term even existed. The king's men, the clergy, and peasants alike all knew what went on here. But the strange part? It wasn't technically under London's control. Southwark sat just outside the city walls, which meant it was governed by, you guessed it, the church, specifically the Bishop of Winchester. So while the bishop preached about chastity on Sunday, his office was collecting rent from brothels on Monday. The women who worked in Southwark's brothels weren't just prostitutes. They had a special title, Winchester geese. That's not slang. That's what they were officially called. Which, if you're thinking, wait, they named sex workers after birds. Yep, exactly. It was a cruel joke and a way to dehumanize them. Goose was also slang for both disease and certain anatomical features, bonus points for double entendre. These women weren't allowed to live inside the city of London proper, so Southwark became a self-contained zone of sin and survival. It had taverns, gambling houses, and dozens of brothels packed elbow to elbow like they were waiting to be condemned in alphabetical order. In fact, the stew houses, as they were called, were often built over bathhouses, hence the stew. Originally, they were just places to soak in a tub and maybe get a back rub, but we both know how that escalates. And once the curtains went up, no one was fooling anyone. But despite how regulated things were, the brothel workers in Southwark lived in a bizarre limbo. They had freedom, kind of. They could work, earn money, and sometimes even set their own terms. But they couldn't marry. They couldn't wear respectable colors like scarlet or blue, and they couldn't be buried in consecrated ground. Even in death, they were reminded of who they were. There's a cemetery near the old brothel quarter, hidden under what's now a car park, that archaeologists have unearthed. They call it the Crossbones Graveyard. It was where the Winchester geese were buried, an unholy patch of dirt for the single women and other outcasts. No headstones, no records, just bones and whispers. And if that isn't bleakly poetic, I don't know what is. Back in the stew houses, the work was hard, repetitive, and dangerous. The women might take on 5, 10, even 15 clients in a day. Many of them rough, some violent, and almost all of them carrying things no one could cure. They had to keep smiling, had to flatter, entertain, play the game. Because one bad night could mean being thrown into the street, no questions asked. There was always someone younger or prettier waiting to take your place. And the madams, they weren't always villains, but they were businesswomen first. They had to grease the palms of guards, pay off inspectors, and keep a delicate balance between profitability and disaster. A brothel that made too much noise, got too rowdy, or drew the attention of the wrong noble could be shut down overnight or worse. Raided and burned by angry townsfolk, pretending to be morally outraged. Which brings us to a lesser-known but endlessly strange fact. Brothel workers in Southwark were technically under the bishop's protection, like legally. If someone assaulted one of them or tried to cheat her, she could bring a complaint, not to the city, but to the bishop's court. And sometimes she'd even win. Picture that, a prostitute walking into a religious courtroom, listing her grievances while a bishop adjusts his robe and pretends he doesn't know her by name. And here's something that continues to puzzle historians. Why did the church keep up the act? Why didn't they just shut it all down? There are theories, of course. Some say the church believed it was better to have sex work contained than scattered. Others say it was about money, always a good bet. And still others think the church just didn't want the political fallout. Shut the brothels, and you'd suddenly have angry clients across all classes, including knights, including royal officials, including, inconveniently, other clergy. But the contradiction ran deep. Brothels like those in Southwark operated in daylight, often with the full knowledge of everyone involved. And yet, at the same time, they were coated in shame. You could visit one, joke about it with your friends, maybe even see your neighbor's husband leaving one, but you couldn't talk about it openly. It was the medieval version of don't ask, don't tell, with a lot more velvet and body lice. The women there weren't allowed to own property, couldn't testify in most courts, couldn't inherit, couldn't join guilds. But the economy couldn't function without them. Ports needed brothels, traveling merchants expected them, and armies, we'll get to that, relied on them for morale. The hypocrisy wasn't just a bug. It was the system. One more thing to make your blood pressure spike. Brothel workers in Southwark had to follow fashion laws that made them stand out on purpose. Some were forced to wear striped cloaks. Others weren't allowed to cover their hair. One law required them to wear shoes with the toes cut off. Yes, cut off. Like some ridiculous reverse Cinderella warning. These women don't belong at the ball. So next time you're in London, maybe walking near Borough Market or heading toward the Globe Theatre, just remember, beneath those cobblestones and hipster coffee shops lies a whole history of ghostly geese, medieval bathhouses, and the strange, half-legal world of regulated freedom. It's the part of London's past that no one wants to put on a postcard, but still refuses to be forgotten. You sit quietly in the back corner of the common room as the last lantern sputters out, and someone upstairs starts coughing again. The room is cold now, stripped of its earlier laughter and candlelit warmth, and the stone walls are once again just walls, not a stage for seduction, but a container for the reality underneath. One of the women passes you, barefoot and blinking blearily in the gloom. You wonder who she is, how she got here, and how so many women, thousands across medieval Europe, ended up behind these velvet curtains in the first place. Let's start with the phrase single woman, because that didn't always mean what you think it does. In many towns, single woman became a not-so-subtle code word for prostitute. You'd find it in tax records, court ledgers, even church rosters. If a woman wasn't married, wasn't part of a guild, and didn't have a male guardian listed beside her name, officials assumed, often without asking, that she was in the sex trade. And that assumption carried consequences. It meant fines, surveillance, and mandatory registration in many places. But why were so many women left in that position? The answer, of course, starts with poverty. In a society where women couldn't legally own land without a male relative, and where most jobs were closed to them unless they were nuns, laundresses, or bread bakers, the options were slim. The moment you lost your husband, your father, or your dowry, you were dangerously close to the edge. And sometimes, the only way forward was through that crooked little alley that led to the brothel door. There were also orphans, hundreds of them, especially after plagues and wars swept through cities. Girls as young as 12 were taken in by brothel keepers with promises of food and shelter. There were no background checks, no training, no safety nets. One day you were helping in the kitchen of your aunt's inn. The next you were serving ale with the side of expectation and being told to smile no matter how your stomach turned. Then there were the women sold into the trade. Families, especially poorer ones, would sometimes apprentice their daughters to madams in exchange for a lump sum. Officially, the arrangement was for domestic service. Unofficially, everyone knew what the work involved. And once you signed the parchment and handed over the girl, there was no refund. This brings us to one of the saddest ironies of medieval brothel life. Sometimes, the brothel was the safest place a woman could be. Outside in the streets, she risked being beaten, arrested, or sexually assaulted with zero chance of justice. Inside, she had a roof, regular meals, and at least some form of community. It wasn't a good life, but it was a less terrible one, which for many was the best offer on the table. And some women, rarely but still, chose the life. Not because they dreamed of it, but because it offered a bizarre kind of independence. They could earn their own money, they could live without a husband, they could make decisions. A few of them, especially in bigger cities, even managed to save enough to leave the trade, buy a tavern, or become a brothel keeper themselves. They weren't respected, but they had leverage. And in a world built to deny women any power at all, that meant something. There's a debated case from 14th century Ghent, where a woman named Elsbeth the Weaver voluntarily registered as a sex worker. Not because she was desperate, but because she was tired of being paid pennies for her textiles. She figured if she was going to be exploited anyway, she might as well be in charge of the terms. Scholars still argue whether that counts as empowerment, or just a sharper form of despair. Probably both, And it wasn't just the cities. In smaller villages, sex work took a different form, less official, less organized, but just as common. A woman might take in guests to support her family after her husband died in a farming accident. Or she might offer companionship to traveling clerics who conveniently forgot their vows. These arrangements weren't labeled, but they were understood. And they often came with less protection than even the roughest brothel in town. Then there were the traveling workers, women who moved from city to city, sometimes under the guise of being seamstresses or musicians, offering their services at fairs, markets, or religious festivals. These were the clandestine sex workers, and they terrified authorities because, unlike brothel-based workers, they weren't registered, weren't taxed, and couldn't be contained. Which, of course, made them targets for harassment, arrest, or sudden disappearance. A quirky historical side note: in some cities, brothel workers had to carry tokens, badges, or ribbons that identified them as legal sex workers. These little markers served as both branding and control. No ribbon? You were breaking the law. But wearing the ribbon made you a walking target for every insult, grope, or street-level preacher with an opinion. It was the worst name tag ever invented. And still, despite everything, these women built small lives. They shared jokes in the dressing rooms. They watched each other's children. They learned tricks to keep clients from getting too rough or drunk. They had favorite songs, favorite perfumes, inside jokes, superstitions. Some of them scribbled poetry in the margins of old account books. Others kept pet birds in their windows, geese, mostly. In a weird nod to their unofficial name, there are records of brothel women forming unofficial unions, banding together to protest a madam's abuse or demanding better pay from clients. These moments are fleeting in the archives, but they show something important. They weren't passive victims. They were survivors, sharp, stubborn, and often funny in the face of everything trying to crush them. But society didn't want to hear their voices. When they tried to leave the trade, they found doors slammed shut. Marriage? Only if the man was desperate. Honest work? Only if no one recognized them. Religious redemption? Maybe if they cried hard enough and wore sackcloth for 5 years. And even then, someone would whisper behind their back. So here you are, still sitting in the quiet of the brothel, as the women begin to stir and stretch and ready themselves for another day. You look around and the faces are different, now some younger, some older, all carrying the same weariness in their eyes. These are the single women of medieval Europe, not saints, not sinners, just women who had no other choice, or who made a choice no one wanted to understand. The smell of frying onions wafts in from a nearby tavern, sharp and smoky in the morning haze. Someone singing off-key down the alley, and the sound of wooden shutters slamming open echoes between the damp stone walls. The brothel is waking up, but if you think the women here are running the show on their own, think again. Tonight, we're pulling back the curtain not just on the workers, but on the people behind the brothels, the ones who pull strings, balance ledgers, grease palms, and sometimes wear way too much velvet for someone who doesn't actually work in a bed. Let's talk about madams, pimps, and the delicate balance of power that held medieval brothels together like sagging thatch on a rainy roof. First off, the idea of a lone woman running a brothel isn't just legend. It happened, especially in cities where brothels were legally sanctioned. A madam could have an actual contract with the city, rent from the church, and a business license. Yes, a license. Picture a scroll with wax seals that says, in ornate calligraphy, "You may now operate your house of ill repute on Church Street. provided you collect your taxes quarterly and don't set anything on fire. These women weren't amateurs. They were business managers, security supervisors, customer service reps, and, let's be honest, occasional bouncers. They hired the workers, made sure no one stiffed them on payment, and paid city officials there. Bribes, I mean regulatory fees. Some madams even have lawyers. Imagine that meeting. Your Honor, my client merely offered companionship and fine ale. Any moaning was purely theological. In larger establishments, madams often wielded serious influence. They knew who visited, who paid, who begged for credit, who cried afterward. That information was worth a lot. There are records of brothel owners selling gossip to city officials, or threatening to reveal a noble's preferences if rent negotiations didn't go their way. If you're picturing a blackmail-powered Game of Thrones with fewer swords and more satin, yep, you're getting it. Now, not every madam had power. Some were just older workers who aged out of the trade and took on management because it was safer and slightly less exhausting. Others were barely scraping by, constantly dodging debt collectors and city fines. But the myth of the cruel, corset-wielding brothel tyrant, it's only half true. Many madams had to walk a tightrope every day, protect their workers just enough to keep things running, but not so much that they got accused of running a disorderly house. Because guess what? Disorder was bad for taxes. And then there were the pimps. Not all brothels had them, especially not the state-sanctioned ones. But where they did exist, their role was grim and simple: control. Pimps, usually men, weren't businessmen so much as enforcers. They kept workers in line with threats or violence. They extracted a cut from every transaction. And in cities where prostitution was illegal or underground, they often functioned as bodyguards, and jailers rolled into one. The best you could hope for was one who kept you fed and didn't leave bruises. There are chilling records from 14th century Barcelona where women testified under guard in court against pimps who branded them, locked them in rooms, or sold them from one brothel to another. Some pimps ran brothels disguised as boarding houses with signs out front advertising laundry services or fortunes told. The authorities usually looked the other way, unless someone important got involved, which, of course, they often did. Here's where things get blurry. In some cities, men who ran brothels claimed they were protectors, not pimps. They argued they were just landlords offering security services. Never mind that their tenants weren't allowed to leave. This legal dodgeball went on for centuries and still confuses historians today. Was he a pimp, a manager, a landlord, or just a guy who liked hanging around a lot of open windows? No one can agree. But what they all agree on is this: brothel power structures were messy. They depended on fear, necessity, manipulation, and just enough kindness to keep people from running. Some madams ruled with iron fists and strict schedules. Others were more like mothers, tough, weary, and endlessly practical. They sewed torn dresses, taught younger women how to negotiate, and occasionally read fortunes when business was slow. There's a quirky historical moment from 5th-10th century Prague, where a brothel was run by a blind woman named Katka. She couldn't see her clients or her workers, but she had such a sharp ear for voices that she reportedly ran the house better than any sighted rival. She remembered every customer's preferences, debts, and gossip, and was rumored to spot a fake coin just by touch. Scholars debate whether her story is myth or reality, but either way, it tells you what mattered: not beauty or brawn, but control. Because that's what madams and pimps had. Control over space, bodies, and most dangerously, information. They knew things. Knew how city politics worked. Knew how to keep secrets or how to sell them. In a world where priests and judges visited brothels as often as taverns, that knowledge was gold. Or at least good for an extended lease out, of course. Sometimes the power turned. When a madam grew too wealthy, too visible, or too opinionated, she could be dragged down fast. All it took was one bishop with a grudge, or one jealous husband with a dagger. Brothels were tolerated, but never truly safe, and the people who ran them walked a line thinner than a wine-soaked stocking. And let's not forget the clients in all this, because part of the madam's job was managing them too, making sure they paid, making sure they didn't get violent, making sure they didn't die in the middle of anything inconvenient. You laugh, but there's an infamous case from Paris where a nobleman actually expired mid-encounter, and the madam had to quietly roll him out the back door before the city watch arrived. The brothel was fined. The woman involved was blamed for unholy vigor. The dead man got a Christian burial. Medieval justice, ladies and gentlemen. So next time you picture a medieval brothel, don't imagine it as a free-for-all of sin and giggles. Think spreadsheets. Think bribery. Think tense negotiations over rent and velvet curtain cleaning fees. Think politics with perfume. And maybe raise an eyebrow at the idea that these women, and the people who managed them, were somehow unimportant. Because behind every knight's swagger and monk's sermon, there was often a brothel ledger, carefully balanced and quietly humming in the background. The sun's climbing higher now, pale and watery through a veil of city fog, and the streets around the brothel are getting busy. Merchants shout over wheels creaking across stones. Fishmongers display yesterday's catch like it's fresh. Church bells clang too, to remind you of your sins, and above it all, the brothel's windows creak open one by one, airing out the stale air of a long night. If you look closely, you'll spot something peculiar: velvet drapes, bright ribbons, and a few lingering gentlemen adjusting their boots before slinking off. But what you don't see, the part hidden behind that facade, is the math, the logistics, the hard, grimy business of sex. Let's talk about the rates, the rooms, and the sheer reality of what was bought, what it cost, and why none of it smelled like roses. First up, prices. A night with a brothel worker in medieval Europe wasn't exactly cheap, unless you were in a hurry, in which case there were express options. The rate depended on your social class, the brothel status, and the time of day. In a top-tier London stew house, a full session with food and a bath might cost a silver groat or more. But in the seedier quarters of Prague or Marseille, you could bargain down to a handful of copper coins, maybe even pay in goods, like wool, salt, or tragically, a really nice onion. Brothel menus, yes, actual menus listed services and prices. Some were painted on the walls, others were written in crude rhyme and sung by children outside to draw in customers, because medieval life was nothing if not horrifyingly casual about things. For example, in 15th century Augsburg, a recorded price list offers a toss in the hay for the cost of one loaf of bread and a shot of schnapps. That's not romantic. That's just carbs and coping. Now, let's talk about what that payment bought. There were levels. If you paid more, you got more privacy, better wine, and maybe even silk sheets, though silk might mean the least stained sheet we have left. For lower-paying clients, it was usually a rough mattress on the floor, or shared bench with a mothy cushion. No privacy, no comfort, just a candle melting too close to someone's elbow and a madam tapping her foot outside the door, watching the hourglass. And the rooms? Don't let Hollywood fool you. These weren't candlelit love dens draped in rose petals. Most brothel rooms were damp, drafty, and filled with whatever furniture hadn't been stolen or broken. You'd find straw mattresses crawling with lice, threadbare curtains barely hanging on, and chamber pots that hadn't been emptied since the Feast of St. Blaise. If the bed wasn't broken already, it probably would be by morning, either from use or from some drunk tripping over it on the way to pee in a corner. Lighting was inconsistent. Candles were expensive, so many brothels relied on the small round windows cut high into the walls, called hag holes, to let in daylight. That meant no privacy from peeping neighbors or the occasional goose that wandered in. Some rooms didn't even have doors, just heavy woolen drapes and the sounds. Let's just say you got used to hearing things you couldn't unhear. Now, let's address the hygiene situation, which was not great. Brothels, even the fancy ones, weren't exactly sanitary. Sheets were rarely washed. Water was reused in baths until it resembled soup. Workers did their best. They used herbs, vinegars, and perfumes to mask odors, but there's only so much lavender can do when you've got 20 men a night and no running water. There are records from Lübeck and Vienna where brothel regulations actually required workers to bathe once a week. Once a week. That was considered progressive. They also mandated the use of clean linens and banned filthy straw, which raises a grim question. What exactly was filthy enough to be banned if all straw was basically shared with rats? Tooth care was equally minimal. People chewed parsley or fennel to freshen breath. A few brothel workers even rubbed crushed sage on their teeth or carried clove buds in their pockets. But when half your clients were missing teeth anyway, the bar wasn't exactly high. And let's not pretend the brothel experience was a spa day for the workers. Most of them dealt with injuries, bruises, scratches, worse, and there was little time to rest. You finished with one client, wiped down with a wet cloth, maybe splashed your face with cold water, and braced yourself for the next. No downtime, no sick leave, and if you refused too many customers, the madam might dock your pay or threaten to kick you out. Speaking of pay, most workers didn't get to keep much of what they earned. A hefty cut went to the madam, another to the city via taxes, and sometimes a portion to guards or pimps for protection. That meant that for every silver coin earned, the worker might only keep a sliver. Enough for food, a bit of soap, and maybe a cheap ribbon from the market. And in case you're wondering, yes, medieval brothels had theft problems. Workers were robbed by clients. Clients were robbed by other clients. There are hilarious and sad court records of men complaining their boots were stolen mid-coitus, or waking up to find their purses gone. One man in Bruges even claimed his entire belt pouch and pants had vanished. The brothel madam insisted he donated them willingly. We'll call that a draw. Here's a quirky fringe fact. In some brothels, workers wore bells on their ankles, not just to advertise themselves, but to keep time. A certain number of rings per session, then the client had to pay again or leave. Like an old-timey version of a parking meter that jingled with every movement. Romantic, right? Historians still debate just how standardized this all was. Some say the brothel economy was shockingly organized, like mini hotels with check-in hours, menus, and even loyalty. Perks. Others argue it was mostly chaos held together by tradition and desperation. The truth is, it varied city by city, house by house. But what's clear is that nothing about the work was easy, glamorous, or remotely fair. So next time you walk past A posh velvet curtain in a modern hotel. Remember the legacy behind it. The scratched floorboards, the creaky mattress, the broken latch, and the generations of women who learned to count coins by candlelight, stitched their own chemises between shifts, and tried somehow to keep a sliver of themselves safe behind the math of survival. It's late afternoon now, and the alley is a little less frantic. Shadows stretch across puddles, and the smell of roasting meat wafts in from a street cart you don't entirely trust. In the brothel, the workers are preparing for the next wave. Fresh linens laid out, or at least turned over, bodices tightened, rouge dabbed on cheeks that have already seen too many customers today. It's almost time for the evening crowd, and with it comes a particular breed of customer, the medieval. Man, armed with coin, codpiece, and enough questionable hygiene to make your nose consider early retirement. Let's talk about the clientele. Who actually showed up to brothels? Short answer, everyone. Longer answer, merchants, knights, students, monks, fishmongers, stable hands, nobles in disguise, and the occasional overworked scribe looking for an evening that didn't involve parchment. Brothels were the great equalizers of medieval society. You could find a peasant and a noble under the same roof, sometimes even in the same bed, though probably not by choice. These men came in with expectations, fantasies of beauty, obedience, and a warm body that somehow knew exactly what they wanted before they said a word. What they got, more often than not, was a tired woman doing her best to stay awake, pretending not to notice the clink of coins being counted under the sheets. But the clients didn't care. To them, this was an escape, an evening of release where they didn't have to follow rules or answer to wives or clergy. It was a rare space where their desires were not only allowed but expected. The behaviors ranged from awkward to horrifying. Some men were gentle, shy even, fumbling through the encounter like they were terrified of touching another human being. Others treated workers like furniture, issuing orders and threats, convinced their coin bought total control. And some didn't even come for sex. They came to talk, to cry, to drink, to be held, to have someone ask, "How was your day?" even if the answer was mumbled through wine-stained lips. There are records from Italian brothels where certain workers became popular simply because they were good listeners. Men lined up to tell them their troubles about debts, feuds, marriage problems, or nightmares from the battlefield. These were sessions of tenderness masquerading as lust, and they left the women emotionally drained in a way physical labor never could. Still, sex was the main transaction, and it wasn't always straightforward. There were clients who had requests, positions copied from forbidden books, fantasies inspired by saints' paintings, don't ask, and elaborate scenarios that involved props, costumes, or questionable Latin phrases. Some workers played along. Others rolled their eyes and went with it. You don't exactly get training for this kind of job. You just learn by doing and hope the props don't break mid-session. One of the more curious facts, the fear of disease was real, even for men who didn't fear much else. Medieval clients often arrived carrying herbal charms, St. Benedict medals, or bundles of rue to ward off illness. Some would drink potions before visiting, thinking it made them immune to the risks of sex. Others applied concoctions to their genitals, some of which included ingredients like garlic, lead powder, or mercury paste. Side effects included pain, boils, and death. But hey, anything to keep the groin demons away. Despite the risks, the fear wasn't enough to keep them away. And most didn't practice anything close to what we'd call safe sex. Condoms, if you could even call them that, were rudimentary, made of linen soaked in vinegar or oiled sheep gut. They were expensive, uncomfortable, and rarely used unless a client was especially paranoid or unusually well-read. Mostly, protection came down to prayer and denial. And speaking of sheep gut, here's a fringe detail for your nightmares. Some brothel workers developed their own protective techniques, including using sponges, wads of wool, or even sassy or even a bit medieval in the worst way. Tonight, we're diving headfirst into a world where beauty wasn't just painful, it was downright terrifying. Picture this. It's the Middle Ages, and if you want to be considered beautiful, you basically have to look half dead. Think ghostly pale. Skin, sunken cheeks, and eyes so shadowed they might as well be bruises. You probably won't survive this, but don't worry. It's just a bedtime story. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're in a cold stone chamber, lit dimly by flickering candlelight. The air smells like beeswax and old wool. You sit before a warped bronze mirror, trying to perfect your look. Only, what exactly is perfect in the 14th century? First off, if your skin has even a hint of color, you're already behind.